Hello and welcome to MOJO News coverage of the 2022 federal election. Coming to you live on Channel 31 from Monash University's Caulfield campus right here in Melbourne. I'm Ren Gillett.
And I'm Vash Ship.
And before we begin, MOJO News and Channel 31 acknowledge that this broadcast is being held on the traditional lands of the Wurundjeri people of the Kulin Nation and pay our respects to elders, past, present and emerging. Sovereignty was never ceded.
Tonight we'll keep you up to date on all the big stories as they unfold and explore the key issues at stake for young Australians in this election. As it stands, Prime Minister Scott Morrison and the ruling Liberal National Coalition hold 76 seats, a slim one-seat majority in the 151-seat House of Representatives, while challenger Anthony Albanese and the Labor Party hold 69, needing a net gain of 7 seats to form majority government.
But should neither party reach the magic number of 76, then a hung parliament is declared, with both parties needing to gain the support of key crossbenchers and independents. But whatever happens, tonight is sure to be fascinating, and we at MOJO News will be with you here throughout the night to help guide you through all the twists and turns.
Joining us to help wade through the numbers with his keen political insight is Senior Lecturer of Politics and International Relations at Monash University, Dr. Zare Ghazarian. Zare has worked with the ABC and the Australian government, providing valuable insights on domestic politics and international relations. He's also published several books and contributed to academic journals. Zare, it's a thrill and an honour to have you along for the ride tonight.
Thanks so much for having me. It's going to be a wonderful night.
Should be. Thank you so much, Zare. It's great to have you with us tonight. And we also have a team of roving MOJO reporters at key locations reporting with you throughout the night. We have Samantha Hogan, who is in Sydney at the Liberal Party's function, Connor Fowler, who is also in Sydney but at the Labor Party's event, and Claudia Sullivan will be reporting right here from Melbourne at the Greens campaign.
We'll also be keeping an eye on seats targeted by the so-called Teal independent movement. In particular, the blue ribbon seats of Kooyong and Goldstein in Victoria, where our correspondents Jonathan Hawes and Max Stevens are standing by.
We'll be in close touch with our roving correspondents throughout the night as the election unfolds, so please stay tuned. But for now, let's switch our focus to young Aussies and see how first-time voters found their experience at the booth earlier today.
I'm out here on this beautiful morning at the seats of Kooyong and Goldstein, asking young voters what's influencing their votes today in such marginal seats.
Climate, mostly climate change at the moment, yeah. Hopefully housing prices. Looking to buy a house soon, so that's another thing that on the agenda hopefully they fix.
Climate change is definitely up there, along with unemployment rate. I think the last few years with COVID and lockdowns and stuff have really damaged the economy, so it's great to see a few of the members here today making an impact, saying an impact with unemployment rate and getting more people, diversity included in the workplace. And it'll be good to see more females in the workplace, so and in government, so that would be great.
Probably federal ICAC, climate change, changes in media bargaining codes.
Obviously climate change and actually getting on top of that, like students and student debt and stuff like that. I think it's really important to create a good future for our youth and like make it as easy and accessible for everyone to be able to get education and not make it such a big stressful thing and stuff. So yeah.
Climate is obviously a massive one for me. It's sort of the area I want to go into and working in, so I want to make sure that it's actually a priority for our country. At the moment it hasn't been on a federal level, so that's something that I'm voting for. Also want to see an ICAC. Federal ICAC needs to happen, so if we can get that in, that'd be a massive step this election, I think.
So things influencing my vote today are climate action, and also, that's the main thing that I'm looking at voting on. I'm not really happy at the moment, so it would be good to see some big changes happening.
Well, a bunch of things: climate, corruption, just cost of living, and women's rights. I'm hoping for a change in government. I think it's been 10 years too long, and hoping for something exciting.
As a first-time voter myself, I can definitely relate. Now, throughout the evening, we have a few special segments lined up. These clips are from Monash University's satirical news program, The Struggle. The show takes the biggest headlines for the week and tells these stories differently, with the help of some unconventional correspondents. Our show airs at 9 p.m. right here on Channel 31 and is a lot of fun to watch and film. Up next, we have Tamsin Buckle from The Struggle explaining the way social media advertising has been used by political parties this election.
One of the Australian Electoral Commission's rules for political advertising is that no one can broadcast campaign ads after the Wednesday before polling day. So, as of this Thursday at 12 a.m, we will officially be in a blackout period, but only for ancient forms of media like TV and radio, or, as I like to call it, vintage or legacy media. Oh, it is cute. But, well, this quaint old rule was created back in the olden days when TV and radio were actually the most powerful form of media, to give people a chance to gather their thoughts and reflect before voting. You know, when people actually gathered around and watched the same show on television at the same time, all at once, and not just a footy grand final. Space jumped to the present day and age, and we have the same old rules but brand new media that the rules don't apply to. So the blackout does not apply to online advertising on Facebook, on Instagram, on TikTok. In fact, research from Roy Morgan shows that the internet has now overtaken TV as Australia's main source of news. And the last time I looked, no blackout rules apply. On top of that, through the magic of online data collecting, this non-regulated advertising can be micro-targeted to specific age groups, genders, and electorates. This means an ad can reach millions of people but be invisible to those not targeted. Spooky, right? It can sneak up and get you right here. The ads know where you live. And guess who loves a cheeky bit of online advertising? The United Australia Party. They have splashed more than 16 million on Google Ads alone in the past 18 months, many of which have reached more than 10 million people. Labor comes a distant second, spending just under $1 million, and the Liberals have spent a third of that. But if we're giving an award for the best online advertising, it has to go to the Greens, who are getting creative and a little bit naughty, taking to Grindr, the social networking app for the LGBTQI community. And they sure do know how to impress their target audience, running ads like "You always come first with the Greens" and "Spice up Canberra with a third." Sounds about right. There's probably no rules forbidding that in Canberra. Who says sex doesn't sell?
Thanks, Tamsin. Now, there's actually a very real discussion to be had about the modern partnership between social media and political campaigning.
With the digital world changing so rapidly, legislation hasn't always been able to keep up to date, giving parties free rein over social media, with the ability to self-promote like never before. So, Zare, how do you think social media has impacted this campaign?
I think this campaign's been really marked by social media. We've seen lots of people, lots of campaigners, lots of candidates rush to social media. Of course, it's a free, effective way of getting out there, and everyone's got a smartphone nowadays, so it gets the message out without any filtered information or editorial. So it's a wonderful way of candidates to get their message out.
How successful do you think it's been?
It's been fairly successful, a lot of engagements, although it usually tends to support one's views about who they're going to vote for rather than changes it. So it could be not so successful in terms of changing voters, but it does get the message out, and that's probably where the most effectiveness can be seen with new social media.
Mm-hmm. So do you think there's, I guess, maybe some dangers to having social media so widely accessible to political parties moving forward?
Well, it has to be used responsibly, you'd think, and the idea that we need to be looking at what information we're getting as consumers, as end users, and then making an informed decision really relies on our political judgment and our acumen. So it's important we get the information, but we know what to do with it.
Mm-hmm. Awesome. Well, thank you so much, Zare. Up next, we delve into the issue further, exploring how social media and targeted ads have altered the traditional campaign trail. Hemanki Sin reports.
Social media is a way for everyone to connect, and politicians have been using these platforms to communicate with younger generations. Even though political advertising is common practice, social media ads have been targeted to specific demographics depending on their electorate, age, and gender.
You know, television does tend to sort of skew a bit older in terms of its content. Social media, you're looking at stuff that's more engaging with young people, which is actually a pretty difficult demographic for some of those parties to get into, kind of because their policies aren't actually that in favour for young people.
Young voters have been relentlessly bombarded with political ads throughout the election campaign, and not everyone's happy about it.
Yeah, plenty of social media ads when it comes around this time, I guess.
Yes, I have. Way too much. Mainly social media. I've seen a lot on randomly, like on games I play, like I get ads on games and I'm like, oh my god, get lost.
Seen a bit on Instagram. I'm on Instagram the most. I've also seen a little bit on Pinterest, weirdly.
Feels like a bit of spam, to be honest with you. Kind of voting time, so they've kind of really pushed on you at certain points during the year.
Social media's algorithm that learns user behavior and targets specific content creates what's called a filter bubble. This then influences the way people see the world through the screens.
If you can make other people, if you can persuade other people to think that everyone else wants to vote for this party, then that's actually going to be a pretty convincing message, even if they don't necessarily believe it.
Compared to regular TV and radio ads, social media campaigns are cheap and aren't subject to advertising blackout that impacts mainstream media days before the poll. Social media has ultimately become a strategic, if not annoying way of gaining first-time voters' attention. Himangi Singh, MOJO News.
Thanks, Himangi. Up next after the break, we check in with our roving correspondents across the country and chat to Zare about the defining characteristics of the federal election.
Hello and welcome back to MOJO News coverage of the 2022 federal election. Tonight we're joined by Senior Lecturer in Politics and International Relations at Monash University, Dr. Zare Ghazarian.
Zare, there can be many confusing elements to an election, so let's ask you for an explanation about some of the key features coming up tonight. We've had 9 years of LNP rule in Australia dating back to 2013. But the polls are suggesting this might end tonight just as they did 3 years ago. What are your thoughts on that?
Well, that's what the polls are saying, and we've been burnt by the polls in the past. If people remember back to 2019, the Labor Party was a shoo-in basically to win the election, and on election night it proved to be unreliable. We are hoping for a more accurate result because aside from the election, of course, we are looking at the polls today. And if the polls get it wrong this time, then they will need some revising and rethinking and whether they are going to be so dominant in what people talk about in future years.
And why do you think the polls got it wrong last year?
Well, there's been some changes, Ren, in terms of how they've gone about trying to get the message out this time around. They have revised their methodology, they have changed the way they're asking questions and who they're asking questions to. And they did predict the poll results in South Australia most recently, so that gives us a bit more confidence. But again, the proof will be in the pudding. We'll know in probably about an hour or two as to how accurate those polls are.
And what do you think about exit polls?
Exit polls are always a bit sketchy. They tend to reflect what's been reported in the opinion polls to date. So while it could give us some guide, they're a bit dodgy, and in terms of how reliable they can be, we're not too sure.
Yeah, I mean, as you mentioned, WA and both SA state elections were correct. There was a lot of scrutiny, obviously, delivered to pollsters following 2019. I believe Sportsbet paid out on they were so confident of a Labor win. What do you think, what's the impact to the pollsters if they get it wrong again and somehow the Liberals manage to win it?
Well, polls are so central, aren't they, to what we talk about. We talk about polls every fortnight when they come out. They're very, very useful if we look at them in a historical sense. They were fairly accurate up until 2019. And up until then, we could sort of get the sense of where the polls and where the opinions were laying in terms of the community. 2019 was a bit of a disaster. But since then, again, the polls as a snapshot are not reliable, but if we look at them over a longer period of time, we look at the patterns, then we get a sense of what the community is thinking, and this is pointing to a Labor win.
Mm-hmm. And do you think there's potentially a polling company that gets it more right?
Oh, I think we take all polls as a summary, really. If we look at just one poll by one company at one point in time, we're really missing out the bigger picture in. So it's all about looking at those broader pictures, those broader patterns that we can see, and putting that all together in a historical sense and getting an understanding through that way.
And I want to ask, because, you know, this is a big election for young people and there are a lot of, you know, fresh 18-year-olds and 20-year-olds, myself, voting for the very first time. What do you think will be the impact of first-time voters?
Well, it will always be significant. Every election is significant with first-time voters enrolling, and I think we can see how young people have responded in terms of issues concerning climate change, for example, being one of the issues, as well as housing affordability and the state of the economy. These are all important matters, not only to general voters, but also to first-time voters.
And do you think that the major parties risk losing more and more support? We've seen support, you know, leaving in droves from the major parties going, and part of that is action on climate change, integrity. Do you think, it's arguable that the major parties have failed really to listen to young people? Do you think that's a trend we could see continuing?
Well, it can continue on. Of course, with compulsory voting in Australia, everyone must turn up to vote. So unlike the American system where parties have to mobilise their base or mobilise sections of the community, they can throw out a fairly general campaign in the hope of attracting as many voters as they can. So I think young people are really important, but of course there's diversity in how they vote, and there's no set way of understanding how young people vote.
Yeah, well, thank you so much, Zara. We're going to head now to our roving correspondents. So we're head now to Connor, who is with the ALP in Sydney. Connor, how's it going?
Ren, as you can see behind me, the place is absolutely buzzing at the moment. The guests have been filing in. We're expecting up to 900 guests tonight. All the Labor faithful hoping that this is the night they can take back the government since 2013. Anthony Albanese will be expected later on in the night, expected to be joined by his partner and his son, Nathan. Talking to Labor people around the venue tonight, there is an air of confidence, but there's also a little bit of, as one Labor member put it, PTSD from the events that happened 3 years ago. There's hope, there's a lot of optimism, there's also a lot of nervous chatter. We think that's playing on their minds of everyone just a little bit. So we've got the two big screens behind us that'll be showing the votes as they come in. No doubt everyone in the room will be looking to see how the votes come in. Feels really positive in the room. Everyone's talking, having a drink, having food. I think there's a bit of still nervous energy. They don't know how it's going to go. One Labor staffer said, it's been a long campaign and they've found it a bit grueling and a bit draining, but they're really proud of what they've put forward. They think Anthony Albanese has developed a story that everyone can get behind and believe. They saw at the polls today, they're really encouraged by what they saw people voting. So as you can see behind me, there's a lot of energy. We'll be keeping track of the main developments tonight, and we'll let you know if anything significant occurs. Thanks.
Awesome. Well, thank you so much, Connor, and we'll be back with you later on in the evening. Now we'll check in with Claudia Sullivan here in Melbourne. Claudia, how's the Greens party going? Okay, awesome. Now we're going to head to you. So, Zara, we're just wondering, what's the latest? What are we feeling? What do we think's going to happen tonight?
Well, we're nearly an hour into counting, so what we'll expect to see over the next few minutes is the first set of numbers coming through. So they'll tend to be from smaller booths, mostly from rural regional electorates where there's a small number of votes to count, so those votes will be coming in very quickly. Over the next half an hour to 1 hour after that is when we'll start to get a sense of a meaningful number coming through the more suburban electorates. And through the night, we'll be able to start to piece together the puzzle that is 2022 election night unfolding.
Yeah, and absolutely. We talk about election night. What we're really talking about is these marginal electorates. So based on 2019 results or redistributions, seats that are seen as in play, whoever wins this seat's going to go a long way towards forming government. What sort of seats will you be looking at, and should our viewers be looking at throughout the night?
We've got a range of seats, roughly a couple of dozen seats that are really in play. Of the most marginal seats, it's interesting to note that Labor has the most number of very marginal seats, whereas the Coalition did really well at the last election, so it has a larger number of seats that it holds with a larger majority. Now, that's not to say they're immune, of course, from any changes in the community sentiment and how the community believes the government has performed. So we are expecting to see the Coalition try and very hard to keep those seats that it currently holds.
Thank you, Sarah. Well, we're lucky to have you on the desk with us and, continue to have these discussions with you throughout the evening. Now we're going to find out a little bit more about how preferential voting works, and we're going to check in with Jonathan Hawes.
You may have heard the term preferential voting, but what exactly does it mean? Australia is one of just a handful of places using the system known as preferential voting. In many countries, voters select only one candidate on the ballot paper. At the end of the count, the candidate with the most votes is the winner. So if there are 6 candidates standing, the winner might have been the choice of only 20% of the electorate and still manages to get in. The preferential system is designed to be more representative of the public's choice. It is used for selecting members of Parliament for the House of Representatives in Australia. What it means in practice is that voters number each candidate on the ballot paper in order of the person they most want to win the seat to the one they least want elected. If no candidate achieves a majority of number ones, known as the first preference votes, then the candidate with the least amount of support is eliminated, and their votes distributed via the second choice on those ballots. The process repeats and continues until a candidate achieves over 50% of the total votes and they are declared the winner. This system removes the idea of a wasted vote, as with preferences, every vote cast will contribute to the final result, regardless of whom the voter backed on first preferences. The voting system for the Senate is different again. Senators don't have seats, but represent a whole state. Each state in Australia has 12 senators. At each federal election, 6 of these Senate seats are up for election. The electorate have the option to vote for their party of choice, and the party draws up a list of its candidates, giving each a ranking. The candidate in the first place has the best chance of being elected. It is possible for electors to vote for the person, not the party, but this makes filling in the ballot a much more complicated business. When all the votes are in, Senate seats are allocated according to the proportion of votes each party received. Back to you.
Thanks so much, Jonathan. And now we throw to Samantha Hogan, who is in Sydney with the Liberal Party. How's the function feeling, Sam?
Well, it's actually quite quiet right now, Ren. People are just trickling in as the doors have only just been open. People have been at volunteer booths all day in the wet, and so they're coming in looking forward to being in the warmth here. As you can see, we have the stage where Prime Minister Scott Morrison may be doing his speech for his victory tonight, or a concession speech. We don't know just yet. But we will have to watch to see how the night unravels. For now, there's a lot of anticipation in the room, and we'll have to watch to see how those safe seats are doing.
Thank you. Looking at your screen.
Awesome. Thank you so much, Sam. I hope that, we'll check in with you later throughout the evening. And now we're going to throw to Nakas Devereen from The Struggle, who we cross to now to see how she's been feeling throughout the campaign.
Yeah, right. Thanks. I'm coming to you live from my politician-proof bunker tonight, representing the youth of Australia to remind you all exactly what is at stake here. It's time you hunker down and face the facts. We don't need a new Prime Minister right now, but some ScoMo smirk repellent and a pair of whinge-cancelling headphones for when Albanese mistakes criticising the coalition for his own policies again. Though they may be our last hope, the Greens will probably be winning nothing but a participation trophy tonight. As for the independents, all some of them want to do is make Australia even more racist again. And the teal ones, they're the wannabe Hillary Clintons who think a few feminist comments here and there are enough to take on the boys' club we call politics in this country. They talk about sustainability, but I've never seen any of them in the same ritzy designer pantsuit more than once. Notice the moment you mention anything about change the date, free the refugees, or cut out coal, and 9 out of 10 of these candidates from any party disappear quicker than a vegan sausage at a Brunswick barbecue. Wake up, Australia. There are no winners here. Only angry young people like myself who will no longer accept the bare minimum from our leaders. Back to you, panel.
Well, thank you very much, Nakas. And now we head over to Claudia Sullivan, who is here in Melbourne with the Greens campaign. How's it going over there?
Thanks, Ren. There's a great deal of buzz here down at the Greens. We've got how to vote Greens in the top 5 of the Google searches here in Australia today. So everyone's pretty excited and pretty optimistic. The Greens are targeting 9 seats, but obviously we'll have to wait and see how those votes count. Everyone here's got a touch of green in their outfits, and the Greens have chosen the greenest possible venue. So there's plants hanging everywhere. And we'll just have to wait and see how it pans out for the Greens tonight. Back to you, Ren.
refresh.
Awesome. Thank you so much, Claudia, and we look forward to checking back in with you later throughout the evening. And now, stay with us after the break as we delve into the housing crisis and speak to 2022 Young Citizen of the Year, Eli Davin. Hello and welcome back to MOJO news coverage of the 2022 federal election. Tonight we're joined by Senior Lecturer of Politics and International Relations at Monash University, Dr. Zahra Ghazari, and it's great to have you.
Wonderful to be here. Thanks for having me so much.
So Zahra, early on in the count, just approaching 7 o'clock now. Anything in particular caught your eye so far on the figures?
Look, nothing meaningful yet. We're still going through the early numbers. Some booths are coming in, but we're talking about hundreds of votes, not thousands yet, and certainly not tens of thousands. So at this stage, it's too early to say anything. But there are seats that we're looking at, of course, the marginal seats, the inner urban electorates in Victoria as well as New South Wales, as well as the challenges that are going on between the Labor Party, the Liberal Party, all around the country.
Yeah, there's a lot of talk about the crossbench and could it perhaps increase, could it perhaps decide who is Anthony Albanese or is Scott Morrison the Prime Minister going forward. What's your take on this, and is it good for the country to have crossbenchers deciding who forms government?
Right, so to get to that crossbench situation, to get to that hung parliament situation, neither party has to win. It's a situation where neither party wins a majority of seats. So in that case, the independents, the so-called crossbench, become critical in deciding who they support to become Prime Minister. So it's going to be very important, the negotiations that happen, assuming there is, of course, a minority government situation.
And there have been a lot of independents, very public this year and have been doing really well in their campaigning. What do you think, the prospects are for these independents?
They've been really strong, haven't they? We've seen in places like Kooyong, like Goldstein in Victoria, these so-called teal independents, using the teal colour as their branding, have really run professional, well-resourced campaigns against well-established, strong Liberal candidates. So it's going to be, the next few moments are going to be critical whether we are going to be calling and making history or whether it's going to be business as usual in those seats at least.
And what about an independent like Rebecca Sharkey? Any chances?
Absolutely. Rebecca Sharkey, of course, from the Centre Alliance in South Australia, holding the seat of Mayo, has been a real prominent independent. You'd suspect that she has a lot of public support in the community and is expected to hold on.
And on record as saying in the campaign that she would be more likely to support a Liberal National Coalition, given that her seat has been historically held by Liberals, like so many of the Teal independent
Absolutely,
seats.
Absolutely. The seat of Mayo, of course, I believe was Alexander Downer's previous seat, so we'd expect that.
Yeah, and what do you think the Senate's going to look like? Is it going to be a hot mess, or...?
Well, we'll get a sense with the Senate. Generally, there's less people voting for the major parties in the Senate than they vote for the House of Representatives. And we assume that's some sort of strategic mechanism that voters have to put in government, but also vote differently to where they voted in the Senate. So based on what numbers we look at, it could be that we have the return of Pauline Hanson. It could even be a Clive Palmer United Australia Party candidate that claims a Senate seat.
Absolutely, and Campbell Newman running up there in Queensland, a former popularly elected Mayor of Brisbane and Premier for the Liberal Democrats, I believe. A party that hasn't had a massive amount of representation. You've got Reason Party, Derryn Hinch Justice. There are a lot of parties and some names that our viewers might not have heard before who might be, making an appearance in Parliament as elected officials.
They may well be, and of course, to be elected in the Senate, a candidate needs to win around about 14% of the statewide vote, and they can cobble together that 14% through preference deals.
Awesome. Well, thank you so much, Zahra. We'll continue to check in on the count throughout tonight's broadcast. Let's switch now to the former Youth Mayor of Albury, 2022 Young Citizen of the Year, Eli Davin. Katerina Kostakos reports.
Good evening, Eli. Thank you for joining me.
Looking forward to it, Katerina.
Now, you were formerly the Youth Mayor for Albury and now you're running as a Greens candidate for Farrer. What made you take this step into federal politics?
Well, being the Youth Mayor gave me a really strong insight into just how bad things are in government. And that's not a reflection on the people I worked with, but really just how difficult it was to get things done and the inequality I saw. I've been a member of the Greens for many years, and when the opportunity arose for me to stand, I couldn't have been more excited, because really, the community is demanding change. My local member has been in Parliament longer than I've been alive, and I think it's time for not only generational change, but real positive change that will get things done for our community. And that's about supporting and uplifting our most vulnerable and delivering on what matters most.
From your interactions, what issues are impacting young people the most?
Housing, housing, housing. It is so unaffordable to buy a house, rent a house, whatever in my community. I've been looking at moving out of home. I scrapped it as soon as I looked up realestate.com because I cannot afford to rent an apartment. I either rent a rundown piece of accommodation for $300 a week, or I get a sublet on an actual house that I'm going to have to find housemates for. Like, it is insane. And we have currently people in my community living in caravans in their parents' backyard because they can't afford to find a house. And it's the same problem across the country, particularly in major cities, where you'll have 800 people going for one apartment. And, that is such an issue that's not being addressed at the moment. Education is another big one. So the Greens want to make uni and TAFE actually free. So if Scott Morrison can go to uni for free, I think I should be able to do that to us and you as well. It's so funny that the leaders of today that enjoyed free university scrapped it when they were elected. So we want to bring that back, and we want to make sure that there are no out-of-pocket costs for TAFE courses.
You are one of 10 candidates under 30 years old. Why do you think it's important that more young people are in Parliament?
Well, we just have to look at the decisions that are being made, right? I mean, I've been looking at politics over the last few years and just seen the circus that's being run in Canberra by Barnaby Joyce and Scott Morrison, while my community has been left behind to pick up all the pieces. And young people across the country, we've seen it mobilising through the Black Lives Matter movement, climate strike movement. The young people are reclaiming their voice. And I think really we're seeing an opportunity to stand for Parliament as a way to reclaim that power that we have to put the issues that matter to us at the table.
And you're tackling politics now, but what's next? What are your plans for after school?
So I'm going to have to go on a gap here because I'm so tired. It's difficult to think about what I'll actually do because I just don't know what the plan's going to look like when I finish school. But my goal for the next few months is to finish the election, pass the HSC, go on a gap year, and continue the fight for social and climate justice.
Thank you for your time, Eli.
Thank you.
Well, thank you so much for that interview, Katerina. Housing is certainly a massive issue for young people. Over the last 20 years, our wages have gone up by an average of 80%, which sounds like a lot, but at the same time, the cost of housing has skyrocketed by 200%. This makes the reality of breaking into the property market increasingly hopeless for the average Australian living at home.
Here to explain the housing crisis is our reporter Connor Fowler with another edition of MOJO Explains.
Buying a house and raising a family. For a long time, this was the Australian dream. Now, for many young people, this dream feels out of reach, with house prices skyrocketing and wage rises minimal. In the past 20 years, wages have increased by more than 80%, but house prices have gone up by almost 200%. And just in the last year, the cost of a house has risen by 22% against a 2.2% increase in wages. The rise in prices isn't the only issue. Stamp duty continues to be one of the biggest barriers for prospective homeowners. It's a term thrown around a lot, so what is it actually? Stamp duty is an upfront cost charged by the government on the sale of a property. It was designed to cover the cost of the legal transfer of documents at a time before everything became electronic. Currently, the ACT is the only state or territory that has abolished a stamp duty tax for first home buyers. Though it's not only first home buyers who view this as a significant barrier. Retirees are staying in larger properties instead of downsizing, while growing families are staying in cramped spaces. In both situations, buying a new place means a significant upfront cost due to stamp duty. A further problem is the shortage of affordable housing. With foreign investment in property a massive industry and negative gearing an attractive option for long-term investors who can afford it, the pool of available homes to people who are just getting started is dwindling. Add to this the recent increase in interest rates, the first of many predicted to follow, making mortgages more expensive. The combination of barriers has created the perfect storm for prospective homeowners and whoever wins the election. Back to you.
Well, thank you so much, Connor. Getting into the property market is pretty scary for many young Australians. So what did young first home buyer Meg Sweeney think of Scott Morrison's advice to struggling renters to just buy a house? We went along with Meg to find out.
Every weekend across Australia, young people turn up to auctions with the hope of buying their forever home, or at least achieving the first rung on the property ladder. But in a country where the property bubble continues to expand and governments fail to quell the overheated markets, young hopefuls leave disappointed more often than not. MOJO News went on that emotional journey with 24-year-old Meg Sweeney.
I'm about to head to the auction of a place I've had my eye on for a little while now. It's a 2-bedroom, 1-bathroom, ground floor unit apartment, and it's got a huge outdoor area, which is the key selling point for me. An outdoor area is an absolute must for me in a property, so this one definitely ticks that box. I think I'm in with a pretty good chance. I really hope that I don't get outbid. My hopes are high, but I often get super excited and then obviously I'm always let down. I've been looking at a house or I should say an apartment, for probably on and off 2 years now. I'm often outbid either by like elderly couples who are downsizing from probably their big house to something a little bit smaller, or I'm outbid by young couples. So this is something that is kind of out of my control. The thing that's most frustrating for me, I think, is that the range on houses that I'm looking at could be something really achievable for me, and then they could go seriously like $150,000 over that price. So it's just like, and it could be within the first bid as well. So I've completely just wasted my time investing in my time and looking at it, getting like some property reports, getting the bank involved, all that kind of stuff. So but yeah, my fingers are crossed that maybe today is the day. But yeah, okay, I've just come back from the auction and I'm pretty devo. I should have expected that it would go for this much, but it went for about $80,000 to $140,000 more than it was advertised for, which is just so frustrating. Like, I just don't get how they're allowed to advertise it for that. It's a waste of my time. It's a waste of the agent's time. It's just, yeah, it happens to me all the time, so I shouldn't have been surprised. But it's hard to not be defeated when you go in there thinking you have a good chance, and then the first bid is just like completely blows you out of the water. Like, I don't even have a chance to bid on it. By the rate that house prices are going up, I honestly don't think that if I don't buy now, I will ever be able to afford a family home, and that's something that scares me a lot. I just want somewhere that's my own and that I can kind of grow up in. So yeah, I'm super flat, I'm super defeated. I just feel like the government needs to be doing more to help young people like this who are in a position to buy a house, but just like completely get blown out of the water by other couples, and the range is just so inaccurate. Yeah, anyways, super frustrated, pretty devo, but it's just the way it is, I guess.
Good luck, Meg. Hopefully breaking into the property market won't be this difficult forever. After the break, we focus our attention to international students and discuss how the government can help those students who come to Australia to learn and prosper. But before the break, another shameless plug for the struggle. You know you want it.
With international borders now opening back up, Australia is also opening its arms and hearts to international students. I can personally vouch for what a great opportunity this is. My time studying down under has taught me many things, most of which you won't find in a textbook. It really is teeming with wildlife. Did you know that there are more recorded crocodile attacks than LGBTQI rights here? And the history? Whew, it's so not safe for work. Politicians and people don't like to talk about it if they don't have to. Spicy. As for some of Australia's most beautiful natural attractions, if you manage to get here within the next, say, 30 seconds or so, they might not have all been completely destroyed by climate change. In summer, it's sunny, safe, and almost entirely accountability-free. But remember, not to overstay your welcome. You know how Australia feels about refugees.
International students? Hello and welcome back to Mojo's coverage of the 2022 federal election. For this next section of the broadcast, I'm joined by 4 international students. Himangi Singh from India, Rishabh Jain from India as well, Melissa Hong from Malaysia, and then we have Maria Lamading from Canada. Welcome, guys. But before I throw to the panel, let's take a look at what life has been like for international students over the past 2 years during the pandemic.
As COVID-19 took hold of Australia, the Prime Minister told international students it was time to go home. The message was not received well by many of the 500,000 international students living in the country at the time. Education is considered Australia's 3rd biggest export, with international students contributing more than $38 billion to the economy each year.
I think the government told international students to just go back because like the healthcare was quite overwhelmed due to COVID. We felt kind of betrayed because it's like when international students are one of the main source of income for tourism, and also we contribute a lot to the Australian economy. But when something happens, they just chase us back like that.
Australia's borders stayed closed for around 2 years, causing a decline in international student enrollment, as they gave up on being able to make it back into the country. The borders finally reopened in December.
Most of the people who come here, they spend all their savings. They have a dream, they have an ambition, they have something to look forward to.
As COVID spread, international students faced an additional threat.
So the biggest worry of mine is the racism, especially the COVID-19 is first started in China. So many people are thinking it's like a sort of a Chinese virus. So I just worry about what if I come back to campus and face many criticism or hates from other people.
A Lowy Institute survey found almost 1 in 5 Chinese Australians have either been physically threatened or attacked since the beginning of the pandemic.
I expect Australia society to be a more tolerant, multicultural society. I hope more people could view international students as a part of the society rather than just an outsider of the country.
According to the ABS, international students contribute $25 billion above their tuition fees to the Australian economy. Australian businesses are now feeling the pinch.
Treat international students and locals equally because we think we do stand the same rights.
With the new government, I really want them to, at least have us in the consideration that we are a part of this country now, until we go back and we are done with our degrees. Until then, we are responsibility of the country. We don't sit here and work for Pakistan or our countries. We work for Australia now.
Shreya Vats, MOJO News.
Thank you so much, Shreya. What a perfect segue into our next panel discussion. So, I want to throw my first question to each of you guys, Himangi, Rishabh, Melissa and Maria. As international students, what was the biggest challenge you guys faced over the past 2 years? I want to throw to you first, Himangi.
I think for me, studying as an overseas student and offshore and online, it was really difficult because I went back home when I had the chance to in COVID, and I had to wake up sometimes at 4:30 for my tutorials, which was hectic. But I think the most shocking thing for me was the education cultural shock. In India, we have a very different curricular system where we have a question and answer based format, while we have a very applied theory based learning over here. So for me to cope up alone, isolated in a different country, in a different time zone was very challenging. Yeah.
Was there any systems in place that sort of helped you adjust, or did you feel like you were sort of like, in the deep end?
Oh no, actually my university, Monash, was really, really good. They adjusted a few tutorials for me. So I appreciated that for sure. Yeah.
Okay, well that's wonderful.
Thank you.
Maria, what were some of the biggest challenges you faced?
So I lived in Australia previously, and then I came back to study at the University of Melbourne. But I got here just as things happened. But like a lot of students who come from overseas, I had gotten here in time that I had set myself up with everything, and it's quite expensive to do that, and that's, you know, separate from your student fees. And when everything happened, there was so much uncertainty that was going on that you had to try and make the decision of what you were going to do. So I chose to stay, but in that, you know, as people weren't able to work, I, you know, struggled with figuring out, you know, what I was going to do in regards to finances. And what I don't think a lot of Australians knew is because we international students got absolutely no support. You know, I was one of the students that ended up in food lines, going to get like frozen meals just so that, you know, I'd know that I'd be able to feed myself and have enough money to pay rent the next month.
Yeah, and you know, as an international student, you know, moving, I guess like belonging is already sort of like a hard thing to find. And then I guess having no support from the government. How did you find all of that? What did that feel like?
It just, you already feel a little bit like a fish out of water coming into a new country. And even though I had been here before, I was one of the lucky ones because I had been here before that I did have a little bit of a support system through my friends. But knowing that you have no ability to access any sort of resources is really, really difficult. To know that, you know, you can't get any sort of like Medicare or anything like that. You don't have access to Centrelink. You're not going to be a part of any sort of financial help that's going to be coming out. You're really on your own.
Yeah, and the cost of living is just
not cheap.
No, it's not, and not for even Australians. So as international students, can't even imagine. Rishab, I want to throw the same question to you.
As she said that she did some jobs, and talking about jobs has been a major part, like since the pandemic has hit, and a lot of people have lost their jobs, and even the people studying in online mode are not able to get those jobs they are aspiring for, because due to their online degree they have not got that experience and resources which they could like make their degree more professional, or like they could get more accolades. But due to that they got a lot of it, and jobs like unemployment has really increased in like past 1 year, and due to that a lot of employment like it's not there just.
And you know, I think internships are also really critical to getting jobs. How has it been as an international student trying to get internships?
Internships quite difficult, because as if we see in India, like we get internships like in our first year as well. We can apply for internships in like any year of our degree. But here there is a specific set of rules that we can apply to it in the second year or the third year. So internships, and even if I talk about racial color, we are kind of discriminated or judged on our color as well during getting internships, because they judge us on our color rather than on our work or our CV. So that's a big problem, I think, with jobs and employment, that we are judged. We are out of nowhere. So
can you tell me more about that, Rishab? Like, what does that feel like?
So it takes like, I get a hit that, okay, why me judged on my racial color rather than on my qualifications? Because if I would have done like a lot of work, a lot of good work, and I'm like just the perfect guy for that job, but I'm not getting it because of my racial color. And if I'm the perfect person for that job, I should be deserving it. I should be the one who is grabbing that opportunity, because I have worked a lot to build my resume to get in that internship or to get in that job.
Melissa, have you experienced anything similar?
A lot of things that have been said here, I relate a bit too much. And especially Rishab, with what you've just said, I think it just goes to show that international students, we do need a lot of support. And I think for me, and I know a lot of international students back at home, was that the uncertainty and the unpredictability of lockdown and COVID, we just didn't know when it will end. So for me, it was a huge debate about whether or not I should go home or do I sacrifice the time I could have spent with my family during such a difficult period because of the pandemic, or do I stay here, hope that lockdowns will just go away, and hopefully get the opportunities, jobs, etc. that I have already kind of like worked so hard to try to achieve as an international student in a new land all by myself. And as a 19-year-old, it was just, back then when I first came here, it was a lot to think about for sure. And
yeah, it's a lot to think about for any 19-year-old.
Yeah, for sure.
So did you end up staying in Australia during COVID?
I did, and a lot of my friends did go home and they just couldn't get back here despite being on student visa. And when classes started to open up once again, they just had to do everything remotely. And I thought that that was a shame, but it was, again, a big gamble to play for all of us. And there was just no right or wrong at that point. It was just hard. Yeah.
Well, there's no way to really know what to do in that situation. It's unprecedented, and with little support from the government, it doesn't make things very, very easy. So I guess looking forward, there's obviously, as we've mentioned, there's been a lot of things that international students have had to grapple with that have been really difficult. So for the next government, what are some things they can do to better support you guys moving forward? Hemangi, I want to throw it to you first.
In my opinion, I think the government should be a little more accepting. The government told international students to go back home, which I find really bad, only because international students uproot their lives. They leave their home country where they've born and brought up. It's just a connection, and you leave that, come to a new country, hoping you'll be accepted, hoping that the government will support you. But then when things go downhill, the government tells you to go back home. And as an international student, I know you feel really displaced. You don't have something to call your home. And so if the government's telling you to go back home, you just feel like you're nowhere to be belonging. And I think that's not a great feeling for any student, especially if you're not in your home country with the support system of your friends and your family. It gets very difficult. So I think the dialogue has to change. International students have to be more accepted. We are a part of the country. We are helping the economy. We are contributing a lot. So I think it's only fair and respectful to have us in the consideration, that's all.
And how do you think the Australian population, as well as the government, could just better support you guys and make you feel more like you belong? Because you do.
Well, I would add to what Rushabh said. I think it's very important for us to be given the right job opportunities. We don't just come here to do casual jobs. We come here to make a career. We all are here for a skilled profession. And I think it'll be very, very good if the government and the people and everybody just accepts us as a part of the country, because we are here.
Yeah, and I think there's this idea, that we're doing international students a favour by bringing you guys in, but you guys bring so much to, our communities and our economy as well. That whole idea needs to change. Maria, what do you think?
Moving forward, I think a lot of it does have to do with, I think it might be starting to change now that we are starting to see the repercussions of, not supporting international students and so many international students leaving, because now there is also that sense amongst international student community, globally, that, Australia is not a great place to come to, because it takes a lot of courage for young people to move to a different country and immerse yourself and kind of, in a sense, start over. And then to know that if things get bad, that country isn't going to help you out in any regard, why would you come? And so while there's been obviously a great decrease in the amount of money that comes from international students that we've seen over the past couple of years, that's going to continue for a while because international students aren't coming. So I think one of the things that can be done in the future, especially in regard to the federal government, is I do think that there needs to be more funding from the federal government to public institutions, because then they're not relying so much on international students. It also then gives the ability for students to feel more supported because they've got, more of the federal government realizing, being like, hey, you guys are contributing, we'll be a part of that. It can also help cut down on fees. There's lots of stuff that the federal government can do to better support.
I hope they're listening. And I just want to also say, how do you think Australia's reputation has been sort of damaged by, I guess, the actions of the past 2 years and the way that we have treated international students?
Oh, how long do you have? It's honestly, amongst like the circle of friends that I know who are international students, it's not good. I mean, truthfully, the reason why I started because I came here during my undergrad, it's the whole story. I came here from my undergrad, but now I've started my master's here at Monash. But part of the reason I started my master's here was because I was already here and the borders were closed and you didn't really know traveling wise what to do. So I thought, I'm here, I might as well get started. But a lot of people that I know, they don't want to come to Australia now because they saw what happened and they saw, the lack of resources and just kind of how students were disregarded.
Yeah. What kind of things do they say?
Just kind of... I was just like, I don't know. I have to try and make it PG. But no, essentially it boils down to, they say, I don't really want to go there. It doesn't seem like a great place to go. And I mean, on top of that, the racism coming from Australia as well is certainly becoming more public, and especially with that tennis player guy, the asylum seeker policies became more globally known. So I mean, it's not a very friendly place for foreigners or anyone who looks different.
Yeah. What do you guys have to say about this? Have you been hearing sort of similar things? Maybe Rochelle?
Yeah, like a lot of my friends back home have like their family members who have been in Australia for a long time, and they have also told that they have faced a lot of these things, racism, and they like do not prefer a lot of their relatives to not like come to Australia and study because of these all factors. Because first, like parents are like really emotionally connected with children, do not want to send their children overseas like at very young age, one of those factors. And second, that they are going to a new place like Australia, which is like quite far from different continents. So though like a lot of fear is there in parents or like people who are coming here because they don't know what's going to happen, and due to the bad reputation of racism or any other thing which takes place in Australia, gives them like creeps them out that okay, we're going here, but like what if this happens to us?
Yeah.
So that's one of the things, and this I have like seen a lot of people here that sometimes they get racially abused during their casual jobs. And talking about casual jobs, the new government should look into generating more skilled jobs rather than generating casual jobs, because casual jobs are not like giving us credit in our CV, but the skilled jobs, skilled internships, more opportunities will. And that's the best thing the government can do for students who are like doing their degree here. So skilled jobs needs to be like given a lot of more options, and casual jobs okay, but there should be an increase in skilled jobs as we are progressing ahead.
And what's been your experience with casual jobs?
I have done casual jobs and it's not a great experience. Like there are people who will be really nice to you, but there will be people who will be like really rude to you because the work you do, the things you speak, or the way you look. So it's the part and parcel of a casual job that you have to bear that shame and everything. So casual jobs are not like for a person who is doing a degree in media. Casual job is not a really like a great thing to do if you want to go into a media news channel. So that's the thing.
I'm so sorry you have to experience that. No one should. Melissa, what have been your experiences, and do you have anything to say to what we've been talking about so far?
Whenever it comes to my turn, I always have to talk with a really heavy heart, especially having to hear from everyone's experiences. But I just feel like if a pandemic like this were to occur again, I feel like a reduction in uni fees would be rather fair for international students. I mean, as Maria, you have said earlier, with the whole finance issues and with us being in lockdown especially, I don't know, it's just us not getting the quality education that we could have gotten to kind of just compete on an equal ground with Australians who have already spent most of their lives in the education system here. They've assimilated themselves into the society as well. And we kind of have to like I don't know, just like really speed walk to really catch up with the locals here in order to just get like skill jobs, like what you've just argued for. And
we're only allowed 20 hours a week or 20 hours a
fortnight.
Yeah.
If you're on
A
student
fortnight.
visa, on student visa. So that has also been a challenge. So we do appear brave and we're always smiling, but definitely is a struggle. And as a Malaysian as well, Australia is one of the top countries for us to go to. And I know from personal experience, a lot of us have worked so hard throughout high school just to get the grades we need, and for our parents to work hard to get the finances they need to send us here, and then coming here and then just not getting the proper support that we need, and maybe like all of the sectors that we've just argued with. That's just, it's hard.
And you spoke about education and equality. What would equality in education look like for international students?
I feel like I am pretty lucky so far. As Monkey, you said, we have gotten pretty good support at Monash. It's a shameless plug, but but I guess for me, equality, I am more concerned when it comes to, as Rishab, we've argued for, jobs, internships.
Beyond school.
Yes, beyond school, because I think that's the main reason why we all came here, for the opportunities that Australia provides. And yeah, that's basically my biggest concern. Yeah.
Well, hopefully more discussions like this will actually generate that change in dialogue that will hopefully lead us to, a more inclusive community for international students. So thank you guys so much.
Thank you.
Thank you.
I know that everyone watching this has taken something away from this discussion. You guys are a vibrant and integral part of our community, so it's so important that your voices are heard in spaces like this, and that we're able to, it's so cool that we're on TV, being able to talk about this stuff to a live audience. And I hope that, there's more opportunities like this to come. So stay with us after the break as we take a closer look at the Teal Independents and the role they've played this election. And we'll check in with our roving reporters across the country too.
Hello and welcome back to MOJO's coverage of the 2022 federal election. My name is Himangi Singh, and in this next segment, we welcome back Vaz Ship and Zari Ghazarian back to the panel to discuss a topic that's been the talk of the nation throughout the campaign, the so-called Teal Independents.
That's right, Himangi. But before we get off to that, off to Zare for an update on the count. What's happening, Zare?
Well, still early days, of course, in the count, and we're still getting some smaller booths coming in, but there are some notable and interesting trends that are still just coming up at the moment. We've got some interesting results coming through from Braddon, which is a Tasmanian seat, of course. That's seeming to be a Liberal hold. But it's those independent seats that are being challenged that are proving to be really interesting watching at the moment.
Absolutely, and we'll get right back to that in a moment to go into more depth about these Teal independent seats and the results. But now on to Himangi for a correspondent.
Yes. But first, let's hear a little more on the independents from our very own Katrina Kostakos with another edition of Mojo Explains.
There's been a lot of talk about independents throughout the campaign, so let's do a little explaining on their role in our political system. An independent candidate is someone who is not a member of a political party. In Parliament House, they sit between the two main parties on what's known as the crossbench, and alongside them may be other independents and representatives of minor parties. Independents get to vote on proposed legislation, and they can be crucial to the government of the day if it holds a slim majority of seats, or no majority at all. When a person stands for Parliament as an independent, it's generally because they aren't happy with a major party's policies or agendas. Some independents began their political career in a major party, then left. Current MPs Bob Katter, Jackie Lambie and Craig Kelly are examples of this. Other independents start out without any party affiliation, and these include Tasmanian Andrew Wilkie, Victorian Helen Haynes and Zali Steggall, who holds the formerly staunch Liberal seat of Warringah in Sydney. Independents have the freedom to decide their policy, their slogans and the colour of their t-shirts, but they don't have the resources of a political party to help them and rely on a range of supporters. There has been an increased focus on independents in this election campaign, largely due to the rise of the so-called Teal independents. These are mostly female candidates running in inner city seats that are traditionally held by the Liberal Party. The group has access to the war chest of billionaire Simon Holmes à Court. They pledge action on climate change, integrity, and the role of women in politics. Now, with a hung parliament on the cards, these independents, who have already made waves with their grassroots campaigns and funding numbers, could well be the most important people in the country in the coming week. Back to you.
Thanks for that, Katrina. Now, there's always been a lot of talk about safe seats in every election. But what exactly makes a seat safe? But before we go to that, we're going to go to Jonathan House with Monique Ryan's campaign. What's happening, Jonathan? We'll check on Jonathan later, but Zare, is there anything else you'd like to add?
I think this is shaping up to be a very interesting election result. Obviously, we can't say definitively who the winners and losers are at this stage, but there are some very interesting pops of unexpectedness, let's call them. I think, for example, the seat of Braddon, which is currently held by the Liberal Party in Tasmania, seems to be being held by the Liberal Party, and this is something that the Labor Party had targeted as a marginal seat. It was something that the party thought it could have a chance of winning. Now, if these sorts of seats are held by the coalition, then it has a good chance of either retaining government, depending on how the other seats fall, or indeed being in a competitive position to negotiate with the independents, if there are independents in the new parliament.
And are there any seats that you're interested in particularly?
Well, I think the usual ones in terms of the marginal seats, remembering that the Labor Party has about a dozen marginal seats that are held by less than 3%. The Liberal Party, the coalition, has just 3 seats less than 3%. So I think we've got, in terms of marginal seats, Labor having to defend much more ground than the coalition because of the poor result it achieved at the last election.
All right.
Absolutely. I mean, we've talked about Braddon being one of those 2 seats. Bass is the other one in Tasmania that's flipping and flopping on each single. The voters don't seem to have much like for an incumbent MP. If this can be held on to, that's a big result for Scott Morrison. That was an area they were seen as vulnerable. They did very well in 2016 Labor. It took a step back last election. For hold on to them, that means Labor are going to need to make more gains elsewhere in Melbourne, in Sydney. Just talking on these teal independents, now we've got a bit of time to delve into them in a little bit more depth. I guess what's made them, there's a lot of talk about climate change and issues in women. In your kind of opinion as a political scientist, what's led to their rise in our political spectrum?
I think the rise of the independents is really interesting because it suggests to us that there's some dissatisfaction with the established party system. And when we have these well-resourced, well-funded independents, here of course we're talking about the teal independents predominantly, it's giving us some insight into the different perspectives and the different priorities different electorates have put on issues. So we can see what unites the teal independents. They are united by the issues concerning climate change, issues concerning integrity in politics. And these seem to be resonating, these messages seem to be resonating with voters in these inner metropolitan, safe Liberal seats. And that's a dangerous situation for the coalition because it risks losing a significant part of the constituency.
And what do we know about the Climate 200 and like the whole organisation?
It's really been interesting. It's been prominent throughout the debates and throughout the discussions. Obviously, the takeaway, I think, from this election is how well resourced they have been and how uniformly effective all of these candidates have been in pressing their cause. This is something that perhaps other parties, other minor parties have struggled to do. Clearly the resources have helped these independents deliver their message more effectively.
Definitely. Yeah, absolutely. And you talk about professional campaigns being very well run, and it's, you know, there were polls throughout the campaign suggesting as big as 59-41 on two-party preferred for Dr. Monique Ryan in Kooyong, and that's led to, well, to be frank, the Liberals attacking these candidates, brandishing them as fake independents, just another vote for Labor, and so on and so forth. That really shows that they're desperate and they're worried about losing these seats, correct?
Oh, they're very concerned. They're really, really concerned. This is a real problem for the Liberal Party in particular because these seats are safe seats that generate a lot of revenue for the party more broadly. So in terms of ticket sales, in terms of fundraising, all of these things are done through these very important safe seats. And when you've got campaigns that have to now turn to trying to support those safe seats, you have less resources within the party to go around the rest of the state. So it's been devastating in terms of the impact these have made on the overall campaign of the Liberal Party as well.
And are there any electorate seats that we should be watching in the next 20 minutes or so?
Yeah, I think the most marginal seats are the ones that we must keep an eye on. So for the coalition, Bass, Chisholm and Boothby. Bass Tasmanian seat. Chisholm, of course, covers Monash University, Clayton campus now after the redistribution in Victoria, and Boothby, which is in South Australia. On the Labor side, the most marginal seats are Macquarie in New South Wales, with a margin of less than 0.3%, Lily in Queensland, as well as Eden Monaro, the always swinging Eden Monaro. And in addition to those, of course, we've got other seats such as Corangamite in Victoria, which is less than 1%. But I'm really looking forward to seeing what the Tasmanian votes show, because they tend to be a barometer of what's happening at the national level. And at the early count, it seems that the coalition is holding on. Will that continue on? Will that be the theme of the night?
Thanks, Ari. We now cross with Max Stevens at Zoe Daniels' campaign event in Brighton. Max, what's the vibe?
Well, the vibe here is really, really positive. There are so many people here and everyone is so just optimistic about Zoe's chances. We just had the tally room report back a second ago and they are feeling really good. But everyone I've spoken to doesn't really seem to care that much about what the result's going to be. They're just talking about the friendships they've made, the community, how it's come close together. And an interesting point that a lot of them have made is that usually it's the young people who are said to be disenfranchised with politics, but there's so many people here, most of them from an older generation, and they say that they've been disenfranchised for a long time, being in a safe Liberal seat where there seems to be no hope of change. And their real concern has been the climate. But on the important issues, there is a lovely selection of food available here, lots of burgers, vegan options, and everyone's been really enjoying those. A very interesting point also is the bar. It's not an open bar, but drinks are still flowing. It's very, very interesting how everything's coming together here. Back to you guys.
Thanks, Max. Now, there's always a lot of talk about safe seats at every election. But what exactly makes a seat safe? Here to investigate is Monash University's satirical news program, The Struggle.
I'm currently in the streets of Melbourne's inner east seat of Kooyong, where the contest between Federal Treasurer Josh Frydenberg and independent candidate Monique Ryan is becoming increasingly tight. While Kooyong has traditionally been a safe seat for Liberals, recent polls show the electorate is facing a sharp swing away from the incumbent government. So today I'm venturing into people's homes to find just how safe this seat really is. Excuse me, ma'am, how safe is this seat?
What seat?
The seat you're sitting on right now.
This seat?
Yeah, do you realise it's no longer a safe seat?
No.
Do you think Frydenberg will hold on to his seat or will it fall to Ryan? Ryan from school. Is this a safe seat?
This seat is swinging as much as an open relationship.
Well, turns out the seat of Kooyong is not as safe as residents might think.
Hi, welcome back. And we're going to take a short break and come back and cover issues and policies surrounding women in politics. Stay tuned.
Welcome back. I'm Chloe Bott.
I'm Lydia Strofelt.
And I'm Emma Sedano.
Now, to take a quick look at the polls. There is a 2.2 swing to ALP and Chisholm, with 10% of the vote counted. And in the seat of Higgins, where there are 3 female candidates for the ALP, Liberal and the Greens, Michelle Ananda Raja is currently leading Katie Allen by 4% on preferences, with 11% of the vote counted. But to women now. And women's issues have been at the forefront of Australian political discussions more than ever over the past few years. The political climate has been witness to women speaking up and reaching new levels of representation in government. Let's find out more from Tia Esther for another MOJO Explains.
Women make up more than 50% of the Australian population, so appealing to women voters shouldn't be something parties ignore. Issues relating directly and indirectly to women's employment and health have figured in this campaign, while many women candidates have attracted national attention. Labor has made several promises that affect women's employment: more affordable childcare, a commitment to reduce the gender pay gap, and a policy to improve working conditions in aged care, a sector whose workforce is predominantly women. The Liberal coalition has pointed to its record rather than make new commitments where women's issues are concerned. This includes a reduction in the gender pay gap over its term in office, funding for women's health initiatives in last year's budget, and a commitment in this year's budget for $1.3 billion to support women and children impacted by domestic violence. Measures to improve safety for women and children have also figured in the election platforms for Labor and the Greens. Labor has promised to fund accommodation for victims fleeing violence, while the Greens have a $12 billion national plan for ending violence against women and children. However, Rosie Batty, former Australian of the Year and campaigner against family violence, has expressed her disappointment that women's safety hasn't been a louder part of the campaign. Where women have received attention is the large number of female independent candidates. In this federal election, more independents are running than ever before, and almost half of them are women. These women are offering an alternative to a growing number of voters who have turned away from major parties. It's unclear whether many or any will be elected, and the battle for women to become members of Parliament still has a way to run. Analysis from the Australian National University published last week showed that women's candidates, compared to their male counterparts, are less likely to be standing in safe seats and are more often running in the marginal seats with reduced prospects of election victory. Back to you.
Now joining us at the desk is Katrina Lee Koo, Associate Professor of Politics and International Relations at Monash University. Now, Katrina's research focuses on women's leadership and inclusion in the peace and security sectors. Welcome, Katrina.
Hi, Chloe.
And what are your thoughts on how gender equality issues were addressed this election campaign?
I think you are absolutely right in your opening talk there, Chloe, that gender equality issues are becoming more visible and they're increasingly becoming important to a large section of the population. I heard in your interviews earlier tonight a young woman saying that gender equality and women's leadership was one of the issues that was foremost in her mind as she went into the ballot box. So I think there's a number of reasons we can think about why gender equality has sort of risen in prominence in terms of the issues that voters are thinking about. So one of the issues, of course, is women's safety and the idea, and I think the understanding that our community has about the breadth and depth of violence against women within our community. So if you think of the past few years, we've got real visibility about the extent to which women experience violence at the workplace, and we've seen it, in the halls of Parliament House, but we've also seen it in a number of sectors. We've seen it in the mining sector, we've also seen it, on stage in theatre productions. But women also experience violence on public transport, in other sectors of work, but also, of course, importantly, in the home. And we're becoming more and more aware of that. And I think as a community, less and less tolerant. So we want to see real action on women's security and on ending violence against women. But I think also women's economic security is increasingly important, and closing the gender pay gap. So one of the things that I think COVID really taught us, or really showed us, was some of the fragility in systems and sectors that are dominated by women workers like childcare, like nursing, what else? The precarity of women's work in retail and in catering. So all of these sort of issues have shown us that women's work is incredibly important. It's often undervalued, and it's certainly underpaid. So women's economic security is a big issue, but we can also think about women's political leadership. And again, we're really noting that there's an underrepresentation of women in our parliament and in politics more broadly. So I think that's another issue in people's minds. But also, in the last few years, we've seen extraordinary young women leaders like Grace Tame and Brittany Higgins. And I think they've really created a social movement that said, you know, this is an issue that's important to our community. It's an issue that's important to us, and we want real change on it. But I think the last thing, for political parties at least, is thinking about the ways in which women vote. And women have changed the way that they vote over the last couple of decades. So traditionally, you know, your mums and grandmas perhaps were overwhelmingly likely to vote Liberal, more so voting Liberal than men were, but that's completely changed now. What we've seen is a trend of women away from the Liberal Party. Women are now more likely than men to vote for the Greens and for Labor. And so women's votes are really up for grabs. So I think for all of these reasons, we're starting to see gender equality as being a visible issue in election campaigning.
Excellent. Thank you so much for that, Katrina. Something you've just highlighted at the end here was that women, the way they're voting, it's changing a fair bit. We're not leaning towards the Liberal side of things so much. We have, however, been under a Liberal national government for the past 9 years now, under successive coalition governments. What progress for women, if any, do you think has been made for women in politics?
Look, it's very difficult to talk about progress as something that's linear, but I think there have been some important changes under the government. I mean, one of the things that we've seen is for the first time we've had a female Minister for Defence and a female Minister for Foreign Affairs. Now, these are very traditionally male-dominated kind of portfolios. So I think that's really been an important change. We've also seen an increase in funding for issues like childcare and for women's safety. And there's been an effort by the government to increase the number of the percentage of women's workforce participation. So it's now sitting at around 62%. So they're important, I think, steps forward. But like I said, these things are never linear, and I think they're often overshadowed by a number of setbacks. So Australia has dropped down the global gender equality ranking. We're now down to 50. So we're behind countries like Georgia, Romania, for instance. This isn't great. We've seen a number of issues in Parliament involving claims of a toxic workplace culture, of sexual assault, of sexual harassment in Parliament House, and the poor treatment of women. And I think that has put a very black mark on this past government, and it's created a kind of trust gap between women and the government. So there's steps forward and steps back, I think.
Yeah, so with that, like women being treated badly in Parliament, do you think that more representation of women in Parliament will help remedy this?
Look, I think that's really an important part of the solution. We can't necessarily guarantee that women will treat women better or that they'll necessarily call out toxic cultures. We might remember the accusations made against Linda Reynolds after Brittany Higgins' allegation of rape, of calling her a bit of a mad cow, I think it was. So we can't necessarily rely on women to do the right thing, but I think what we can expect is that a more diverse parliament and more diverse political representation will change the culture. And there is an issue with the Liberal Party at the moment. You know, in the 46th Parliament, only 21% of its lower house representation was women, and that is incredibly poor. And so I think that increasing that representation of women is going to be a really big part of the problem. I mean, we have accusations of bullying in the Labor Party as well, but of course at the last election, Labor was able to secure 43% of its lower house representation being women. And across the Parliament, the Greens are sitting at 60%. So there is a big difference between the three parties.
Absolutely, and discussing the three major parties as well as independents, which of the parties do you believe is going to make the most difference in terms of women's economic security and closing that gender pay gap?
Closing the gender pay gap is a really complicated issue. It's not simply the case as the Liberal Party might say about increasing women's workforce participation. It's actually something that you need to kind of deal with at a very structural level. So it's about increasing access to childcare for families. It's about increasing the minimum wage for Australia's lowest paid workers, which women are overwhelmingly represented in. It's about ensuring things like superannuation are equitable. It's about ensuring that the structures of organisations are equitable and women have the capacity for career progression and these sorts of things. It's about ensuring that men are able to access and do in fact access things like paternity leave in an equal way to women accessing maternity leave. But it's also about addressing broader issues, attitudes and cultures towards women, broader cultural attitudes of discrimination, addressing violence against women. All of these things are pieces of the puzzle. So in order to address that gender pay gap, what we need to be seeing from the party that wins government is a comprehensive gender equality strategy, one that cuts across all of these issues, from the home to the workplace to the education sector to the ways in which their finances are structured.
Fantastic. And as you've said, there are many parts of the puzzle here, from paying for maternity leave, addressing the gender pay gap, etc. And the parties, our three major parties anyway, have scored sort of at differing levels for these, but something that consistently they've all been scored low on the AGEC scorecard was that dedicated national strategy. I think even the Greens were only given about a 2-star for that national strategy because they're still only discussing commitments rather than have specifically committed to anything so far. What do you think the value is then in having that, that actual dedicated national strategy, and why do you think the major parties have stepped back from that and focused more on the individual pieces of the puzzle rather than the overall picture?
Look, I think that's a really important point. You know, like I said, addressing something like gender inequality in our society means recognising that all of these issues are very tightly bound together and they're deeply sort of interconnected, and we must fix them at a structural level. So a national and an overall gender equality strategy will do that. It will zoom out and it will see how all of the different issues network in together. I think, you know, one of the challenges of this for any party that forms government is going to be one of resources. So it's going to take a great deal of resources in order to be able to make significant and sustained change on issues of gender equality. It can't just be a cash splash that we're going to, you know, build some shelters or we're going to increase the number of childcare places. It has to deal with all of these issues on that structural level. So that's one issue, is around resources. Another issue is really confronting those cultural change issues. So changing attitudes towards women in the workplace, changing attitudes towards women's leadership, changing attitudes around violence against women. So we've got resource issues, we've got structural issues, we've got cultural issues. And so it's a very big problem. And I think perhaps, you know, maybe the parties are just not there yet in terms of tackling that. But we're certainly moving forward.
Yeah. Well, there are obviously, they do seem to look outwards when they really feel like there are problems in Parliament that they don't necessarily tackle head on. Why is it that some parties have more women candidates? And what, like, obviously there are the quotas, and what are your views on these quotas?
Quotas work. At the end of the day, that's what the evidence shows. The Labor Party has introduced a quota. The Greens parties have very strong commitments to their targets, and both of them, as I was saying earlier, the Labor Party is sitting at 43%, the Greens across their parliament are sitting at 60% representation of women. So quotas and targets work. That's the first thing to say. The Liberal Party has adopted what they call non-binding targets to get to 50% by 2050. And they work on what they describe as being a merit-based system. But that, of course, you know, has seen them fall behind. And as I said earlier, they're sitting at around 21% in the lower house, which is quite poor. But I think while quotas are very important, The key to getting more women in Parliament is ensuring that you're putting women candidates in winnable seats.
Yeah.
And you were talking about Higgins earlier and Chisholm, which are all women candidates in those seats. And that's what we've got to see. So the recent numbers that have come out in the last week have suggested that women are only in 2 out of 10 winnable seats. And that is quite poor. And so while we're seeing the Labor Party fielding a lot of women candidates, and again, I think that they're close to 50, or they're in their 40s in terms of the number of percentage of women candidates they have, women are only in about 24% of winnable seats. So this is the key, getting women pre-selected for seats that they can win and then be able to have that representation in Parliament.
Absolutely. And what do you think are the most pressing issues that are currently impacting women, and how would you like to see these addressed by the newly elected government?
Look, I think for me, and it's important that we can't just talk about women as a homogenous group, as I'm sure you know. We need to think about the very unique ways that something like violence against women targets Indigenous women, or how it targets migrant women, or how it might target young women. The issues facing young women, for instance, in terms of cost of living, in terms of education, in terms of getting a job. So different women are going to face different issues, and they're going to face the same issues in different ways. So it's difficult to say what the main issues are, but for me, of course, I think violence against women is a pressing issue in our society. And it's one that's not a women's issue, it's a whole of society issue. It's one that needs to be, again, attacked at the cultural as well as sort of the structural level. But another issue for me, of course, is closing the gender pay gap. That's sitting at 22.8%, and that's unacceptable for a country like Australia. So we need to look at the industries where women are predominantly working. We need to look at their minimum wage, and we need to look at structures around things like childcare, around career structures, around maternity leave, ensuring that women have good access to career progression and are properly remunerated for the work they do.
And what are the major parties' commitments regarding childcare and paid parental leave?
Yeah, these are, in terms of childcare, they're quite stark. And I think we need to say, first of all, that it's one thing to have policies, it's another thing to implement them, and it's perhaps another thing to implement them well with the appropriate resources. But in terms of something like childcare, I think the Greens have come out with the most impressive package. I mean, they're promising something like $19 billion over 4 years. They're promising 100 hours of free childcare a fortnight, which is fantastic. They're not income testing it. And so this opens up lots of opportunities. I think the Labor Party perhaps comes in sort of a modest second. I think they're committing something like $5.4 billion over 4 years, and then the Liberal Party is coming in with under $2 billion over 4 years. So in terms of the childcare, what we're seeing from the Greens is something that's, I think, a little bit more progressive and is going to go a lot further to close that gender equality gap, remembering, of course, that childcare is an issue that affects men and women. Men need to have their children looked after too, but it disproportionately impacts upon women because in single-parent households, they're usually dominated by women because women tend to earn less. If they're in a mum and dad family, women tend to earn less and are more likely the ones to be at home looking after kids. So they're the ones whose income is going to be most tested by an absence of good quality childcare. So I think in terms of childcare, we see big differences between the parties' commitments. But on paid parental leave, it's quite interesting. So currently in Australia, if you have a child, the primary carer is entitled to 18 weeks of paid parental leave at the minimum wage, and then the secondary carer is entitled to 2 weeks. So what the Liberal Party has said is that they'll keep that 20 weeks, but they'll allow parents to decide for themselves whether they take 10 weeks each or how they want to divide it. And so that creates more opportunities for the secondary carer, which is often but not always the father, to take as much as up to 20 weeks of that care. The problem with that, many women have pointed out, is that again, if it is the woman or the mum who is earning less money, then it might make more financial sense for that family for the woman to stay home for 20 weeks and the father to not stay at home at all. And so that can entrench that gender inequality, but it also, I think, has social impacts on children in terms of not having that opportunity to bond with the secondary carer. So the Greens have sort of tried to address that, and they're offering 26 weeks childcare, but what they're saying is that 6 weeks of that has to go to the secondary carer. And if the secondary carer chooses not to take it, they lose it. And so this is more akin to the Scandinavian model, which insists that where there is a two-parent family, both parents are involved in that early childcare stage.
In regards to childcare and paid parental leave, though, a contentious issue remains to be superannuation, again, through majority of the major parties. Why is paid superannuation during this paid parental leave such an important part of women's economic security, particularly in the future?
Depending on how long the parent takes off in terms of their paid parental leave, if there's no superannuation contribution then they effectively are losing money. And so in the long term, or towards the end of their life or the end of their working life, they have less superannuation to draw on. And so that's one of the factors that can entrench gender inequality, because as we know, on average, women do have less superannuation than men, and this is one of the factors that helps to explain that. So it entrenches that gender inequality, and it also contributes to the gender pay gap. So I think that the Liberal Party has said no to paying superannuation. The Labor Party has as well, although I think they're talking about, should they be elected in the second term, they're going to review both childcare and the paid parental leave issue and try and, if the economic situation allows, make it a little bit more generous. But it is an important issue, because when women take career breaks, then they're losing income, they're losing that contribution to their superannuation, and that does do things like entrench the gender pay gap.
Yeah, definitely. Do you think, it seems that Labor and Greens have a much more, their approach to women is much greater than the Liberals. Do you think that if the Liberals had more women and put these quotas in place, that this would change, or do you think it's just their party policies?
I think that the more diverse any cabinet is, and I don't just mean women here, but I mean all different kinds of identity groups, the stronger and more inclusive the decision making is. And that's been demonstrated through all sorts of research in the private sector as well as the public sector. So I think having women at the table who have those lived experiences and who have a different kind of empathy and a different kind of knowledge about these sorts of issues can bring those discussions to the fore. But it's not just about having the women present, it's also about having a workplace culture that's conducive to these sorts of ideas. And so you need to be able to talk about them. Women need to be able to talk about them, and men need to be able to talk about them and have them taken seriously. And I think we see that, we don't see as much of that in the Liberal Party as we might see in the other two parties.
And speaking on this issue, 55 Respect at Work recommendations were made by the Australian Human Rights Commission in their Sexual Harassment National Inquiry. Both Labor and the Greens have agreed to adopt all of these, whereas Liberal have only agreed to adopt 43 of these. Why do you think this is?
Look, I think the sticking point, and this has been a very important piece of research, a very important inquiry, and the 55 recommendations I think are reasonable and they're also well-founded. But the sticking point for the government, of course, has been this issue about the positive duty upon employers to prevent sexual harassment in the workplace. And so for the government, they feel they can't impose that positive duty on employers. They feel that it will be resource intensive. They also argue that it's covered by existing fair work legislation. And so this would be doubling up and kind of overlapping. Now, the response to that is, firstly, that it doesn't quite double up. So there are loopholes in the Fair Work Australia where sexual harassment is concerned. But also, I think Kate Jenkins and her team would argue that the positive duty on employers is important, because that's about changing cultures. It's about saying to the employer, it is your responsibility to ensure that your workplace is safe, that it is a safe place for women to come and work, and that they can work free of harassment and discrimination. So I think, on that point, it's a really important recommendation, and hopefully we will see it get implemented in the next Parliament.
Thank you so much, Katrina, for your time and your incredible insight. And after the break, Himangi Singh and political scientist Zare Gazarian will be joining us again as we cross live for the major updates from party candidates. Stay tuned.
Welcome back to Channel 31's live election coverage. I'm here with Lydia Strongfield and political scientist Zare Gazarian. Zare, what's the latest?
Well, some interesting data coming through, of course, in the last few moments. And I think we can go through some interesting trends. Let's start off with the seat of Bass. This was a very marginal seat, of course, that covers the northeast of Tasmania. It seems to be holding for the Liberal Party. In fact, the Liberals are starting to build a bit of a lead. So it was 0.4%, so the most marginal seat in Australia. You'll recall the Prime Minister, the opposition leader, was there. A lot of resources were spent on trying to get people to vote for the major parties. It seems to be swinging to the coalition, and I think we can probably call that seat as retained for the Liberal Party.
And what does that mean?
Well, it means that for the time being at least, the Liberal Party has been able to stop the Labor Party from winning the seat, number one. But secondly, it reminds us of the importance of local campaigning and marginal seat campaigning. Of course, this is the most marginal seat, so it was in the national spotlight for the entire campaign. And to have such a strong result now, it looks like a swing of over 2%. That's a really good result for the Liberal Party.
Oh, and what about other seats in Tasmania?
Well, there's another really interesting story coming out of Tasmania. I think this is the moment where we can see Tasmanian seats at the front. Braddon, which is Western Tasmania, covers the areas including Burnie and Devonport. That was a marginal seat held by just 3%. What we're seeing is actually an increase there. The Liberal Party consolidating its lead and actually building a healthy lead of over 3% now. So that's going to be a fairly safe seat if the current trend continues. So Braddon seems to be a Liberal retain.
Great, thanks for that, Zare. And what about city lines, actually?
Yep, I think there's another very interesting story there in terms of Lions. Lions was held by the Labor Party. Lions now seems to be moving towards the Liberal Party in terms of its lead. So Lions is now a 5% swing towards the Liberal Party, a very big electorate in that state covering the eastern seaboard of Tasmania, and that's moving towards the Liberal Party. So it looks as though the Liberal Party has been able to maintain and in fact win the seat of Lions in Tasmania. So Tasmania's looking very good for the Liberal Party. Yeah. It's not looking so good in other parts of the country.
What about Victoria?
I think Victoria is going to be the big story of the night. We can see Chisholm now. This is the most marginal seat that the Liberal Party held by Gladys Liu. It was on just a 0.5% margin. It's now growing to Labor's favour by 5.5%. So there's a massive swing against the coalition there in Chisholm, and it looks as though it has lost its most marginal Liberal seat in Victoria.
And what about New South Wales?
New South Wales, we're still getting data and information there. One interesting thing that I'm noticing is the seat of Reid. The seat of Reid, which is in the western side, western suburbs of New South Wales. There's a big swing against the coalition there as well, over 6.3% that I can see, and that looks like a Labor win at the moment.
Mm-hmm. Following these updates then, overall it may be too soon to make any calls, but what might it mean for tonight's election overall?
I think it is a bit too soon to call the election to give a definitive response, but I think the trend is clear. The coalition is doing well to keep those marginal seats. On the other side, the Labor Party is doing well to keep its marginal seats. So we are getting closer to a situation where we might indeed have that forecast minority government or hung parliament situation. The Labor Party is doing well in the seats that it already holds. It needed to do better in seats that it didn't hold. And at the moment, it's not coming through that it has.
Mm-hmm. Are there any remaining marginal seats
at
the moment that are really up in the air that you have anything to share with us on?
Absolutely. I think there's a whole range of seats that we can still look at. So in South Australia, we haven't talked about Boothby yet. We haven't talked about what's going on in Queensland. It looks as though in terms of Higgins, which was of course the former Treasurer's seat, the former Treasurer Peter Costello, a Liberal hold in the past, but now that's looking like a Liberal loss, and Labor seems to be winning that. So if Labor can pinch a few, it's on its way, but geez, it's got to win at least 7 seats, and at this stage, it hasn't won close to 7 seats.
Thanks for that, Zari. Now let's get an update from Connor, who's reporting live from the ALP election party in Sydney. Connor, how's the atmosphere in the room?
Well, the party room here has turned into an absolute party. The room behind me is sort of split into two. On my left, we have a lot of people chatting and conversing. And on my right side, everyone is glued to the TV as they see the votes coming. In red, there's a lot of people here in red, Team Albo, Anthony Albanese shirts. But as well as everyone having a good time, there's also a lot of nervous energy. One of the seats for concern for a lot of people here is Christina Keneally, who was somewhat controversially parachuted into the seat of Fowler. She's facing stiff opposition from independent Dialay. But there's a few intermittent cheers coming up as everyone watches the coverage. First of all, when Anthony Albanese came up on the screen for his seat of Grainler, there was a big cheer. Also, interestingly, they're not only cheering for Labor wins, they're also cheering for Liberal losses. So when it was shown that Dave Jarman was behind in the votes to independent Allegra Spender, a big cheer ran out. But with no doubt, the biggest cheer of the night has come for Reid candidate Sally Situ, who is trying to overturn a 3% margin to the LNP's Fiona Martin from the last election. Now, we haven't seen or heard from Anthony Albanese as of yet. We are expecting him soon. He's expected to come in, shake hands from his supporters and volunteers, make his way up to the stage behind me and give a speech. Now, we don't yet know whether the speech will be a victory speech or a concession speech, but you can bet that most of the people here are really keen to see the Labor Party get back into power after 2013. Thanks.
Thanks for that, Connor. Now let's turn our attention to what's been overshadowed for years by denial and deference, climate change. With all major parties under pressure to deliver on net zero emission targets, progression may be on the horizon. Over to Bronte Mackin for another Mojo Explains.
Climate change has been one of the key issues of this election campaign. This follows the agreement by the Morrison government in Glasgow last year that by the year 2050, Australia will have net zero carbon emissions. Net zero means that any carbon that is released into the atmosphere is balanced by absorbing an equal amount of carbon from the atmosphere. One argument now is over how that net zero target is met, particularly whether there should be an interim target for the end of this decade, 2030. Each of the main political parties has a different position on 2030. The Liberal National Party coalition is backing the agreement made by Australia at an international conference in Paris in 2015. This says that Australia will reduce its emissions compared to 2005 by 26 to 28% by 2030. The Labor Party and the Greens say this isn't enough, but they differ in how much they would reduce emissions by. Labor proposes a cut of 43% by 2030, while the Greens argue for a reduction of 75% by 2030, in a push to reach net zero by 2035. Another point of difference between the parties relates to the action they would take to help transition to a lower carbon economy. All the parties support developing hydrogen as a source of energy, but they differ on the immediate future of the mining industry. The Coalition and Labor are not proposing to stop coal mining in the immediate future, whereas the Greens are calling for the phasing out of mining, burning and exporting thermal coal by 2030. Each party is promising to support development of renewables, but the amount of government assistance varies with projects including transmission and batteries. Back to you.
Thanks, Bronte. Young citizens are leading the charge on climate action, from taking to the streets in protest to making headlines. Let's turn to our future generations as they share what they think is most needed to manage the climate crisis.
My name is Dr. Nong and I'm 12 years old.
Shay Tamsin Her and my age is 12.
My name is Joshua Ong and I am 12 years old.
My name is Nina Cashton and I'm 12 years old.
Vishwa Khanna, and 12. My name is Sienna Tsubaki, and I am 12 years old.
Samuel Kionjon, and I'm 12 years old. Climate change, I just think of the weather, like the temperature of the earth is like rising.
The world warming and everything.
Heat.
Droughts, extreme weather. A lot of icebergs melting and maybe a lot of floods and maybe a lot of animals dying. And maybe a lot of politicians fighting over it. Not getting much better. Affecting the world. Hurtful. Disastrous. Hell. I'm not really sure. Influence more people to recycle. These greenhouse gases by investing more in renewable energies. Electric cars, like fundraisers and money to also like clean up the ocean and stuff. Stop polluting as much if they can. Hybrid maybe. Look into it a bit more and try to put more money towards it. They should suggest a lot of ways to stop climate change and, prevent it. For example, like diesel cars, maybe, they would make electric cars cheaper because they're kind of expensive and they're good for the, environment, but, they're expensive.
Very clever kids. We're now connecting live crossing with Max at the Greens. Max, what's the vibe?
Well, with 1/3 of the vote counted, currently Zoe is in the lead at 56% compared to the current incumbent members, 44%. Now, I've heard that Tim Wilson is yet to concede. They're just in front of me, all in a room, bent over laptops, counting the numbers now that are coming in from the booths. So Zoe's yet to come out and claim the victory, but everyone is feeling super optimistic and it's crazy vibe out here. Back to you guys in the studio.
Zari, any updates for us?
I think there's some data that's now really, we're getting into the meaty part of the counts coming through. I think we can say with some confidence that the coalition will not win the election. They will be very hard pressed to get to 76. In fact, I see them dipping down to perhaps below 70. So they will not be in an election winning position. At the same time though, the Labor Party, by my count, will probably end up at this stage short of 76, so about 73, 74, possibly 75. But it's going to be really close. There are some seats that are in doubt that may come back, but some interesting results throughout the states. I think in Victoria, the relatively safe seat of Deakin, which is held by Assistant Treasurer Michael Sukkar, touted as a potential future Liberal Party leader or important figure there. He's really struggling, and I've put that seat in doubt. There's a large swing against him. It was held by just 4.7%, but the swing's against him. And in the Queensland seat of Ryan, which was held by the Liberal Party by 6%, or the LNP by 6%, is now, I would say, in doubt for the coalition. And it looks as though if anyone's going to win it, it's going to be the Labor Party. So with those in count, and I think we can give away the seats of Reid. I think there's other seats that are coming through now in terms of New South Wales. Robertson is another one, as well as the seat of Brisbane in Queensland. I think they're now in Labor's column. But again, it's very, very hard to see Labor coming to that 76 number just yet. We'll wait another half an hour and let's see what the results show us.
And Zari, do you think there'll be a possibility of a hung parliament?
It's looking, at this stage, it's highly likely because no one has reached 76. But if there was to be a party that is going to be on track to win 76, at this stage it looks like the momentum's on Labor's side. It's not going to be the coalition.
Thanks for that, Zari. We're taking a quick commercial break, but we'll be back shortly with guest Marissa Williamson to discuss Indigenous issues and policy. Stay tuned.
Welcome back to Channel 31's live election coverage. I'm joined by Alana Ferreira and Zari Ghazarian. Zari, can you give me an update?
Well, some interesting data coming through as well. Let's start off with Queensland. The high-profile Peter Dutton, of course, touted as a potential Liberal leader should there be a vacancy. He is struggling at the moment, holding the seat of Dixon by 4.6%. There is a swing against him, and it's obviously towards the Labor Party, but it's probably not enough to unseat him. But that margin comes down, by my reckoning, to around about 1%, 1.5%. So that's going to be an ultra-marginal seat for Peter Dutton to keep holding in future. And I think if we were to then cast our attention to one of the teal seats in Victoria, the seat of Kooyong, that's going to be a very interesting one. Roughly 30% of the vote counted. At the moment, we're seeing the independent, the teal independent, ahead of the Liberal Party, party's Josh Frydenberg. So Monique Ryan, if these numbers, the pattern continues, will probably win the seat with and hold it by a margin of over 3%. So these are significant changes to the Liberal Party and the potential leaders of the party moving forward.
What would it mean if two independents win the seats?
Well, if the independents win, I think that's going to be the really interesting thing. Will they be important? Will they be relevant? And if one of the major parties, in this case the Labor Party, wins the election, then they will not be as important as if they hold the crossbench seats and are depended on to form government. So their impact will be maximised if Labor or the coalition somehow manages to get close to 76, but then has to rely on them to form that majority that they need to govern. At this stage, it's looking a bit unlikely, and as we said earlier, if we're looking at the trend, it's certainly on Labor's side at the moment. They are in the box seat.
Thank you, Zari. First national issue have barely been mentioned during this election, but let's fix that. We are joined by a proud Narinjari woman and box champion, Marisa Williamson. Thanks so much for being here.
Thank you.
Marisa, how do you think that the Indigenous population were actually treated during this election?
Look, luckily we have our first ever Indigenous woman in Parliament, Lydia Thorpe, having a really good campaign. She's been at the forefront during this whole entire election and really being a pioneer and a voice for elevating black people's voices and what they want and need. She just ran the very first Black Senate in history, Victoria's history. So that was massive. But at the end of the day, really, if Aboriginal people don't have access, knowledge, how to vote, and why would they want to vote anyway for a government that doesn't represent them? Especially we're still attached to the monarchy. There's no treaty. So it's going to be interesting, really.
How important is the treaty?
Well, we're the oldest living culture in the whole world, and we're the only nation that doesn't have a treaty with its First Nations people. So really, we can't address and combat issues that continue to hold First Nations people back. Two-way learning and that relationship just can't happen.
What do you actually, real change do you expect to see on this new government?
Well, there's a lot. We're currently in a soil, water, and economic crisis. Best care practice is a treaty. Land rights, having Aboriginal people practicing traditional agriculture practices on their own country, teaching young Aboriginal children how to go out and heal country. Because at the end of the day, we can have as much money in the world, but our land it's dying and we're not doing anything about it. Also, the amount of deaths in custody currently happening. What level of commitment is this new government going to make to stop that? Are they going to do another inquiry into the Royal Commission, deaths in custody? The last one was 25 years ago.
What kind of difference do you want to see in the government to stop these deaths in the custody?
Well, prevention. Black people shouldn't be in jail. you know, what amount of funding is going to go into community programs to make sure Black people never get into that space, you know. And you look back historically, and as a result of the stolen generation, and it's created its long-lasting effects, and it's non-Black people's responsibility to end those cycles. So really, deaths in custody wouldn't happen if they weren't in jail in the first place. But also, you know, do we have police ombudsmen? Do we have Aboriginal liaison officers working in the prisons to protect people of colour and First Nations people?
Marisa, you are also an athlete, and you know the importance of sport for all the communities. How do you think that the Indigenous people can have more access? What the government should do to those people to have more access to sports?
So, you know, going back to my own personal story, you know, defunding the police and defunding prison systems, so that prevention of crime is happening by putting money into community programs, like where I started my boxing career in a Wyndham PCYC. Basically, it was a gym for at-risk youth, and you know, I was 5 years deep in the foster care system, and you know, that gym saved my life. And you know, I could have easily gone down a really horrendous path, and you know, continued on, you know, generational cycles and curses. But you know, having those programs to support young Aboriginal children, you know, to change their life and empower them and just give them a chance, really. And then also just continuously supporting them on their journey, whether it's sport, you know, will there be ongoing funding? You know, again, back to my own story, there was funding that was given to the gym for 2 years and then no ongoing support or financial support. So the gym just shut down, and that just would have done more damage than good for those children.
Mm-hmm. That's terrible. Tell me more about your boxing career.
So I started at a Wyndham PCYC, which was a police citizens youth club. It kind of taught you how to have a positive relationship with police and with child protection, which is kind of ironic because we're all children of colour. And then that boxing gym closed down, so I moved on to a kickboxing gym. I was there for a few months. I was 17, homeless, living above a boxing gym during a global pandemic, Struggle Street. And then I moved on to Collingwood Boxing Gym, which is, you know, the oldest boxing gym in Australia. So in 2019, won my state title, won my Australian title, Youth Australian title, won NAIDOC Sportsperson of the Year, and last year I won Tier 1 scholarship through the Australian Sporting Hall of Fame. So that was a $10,000 scholarship, and I got an Olympian as a mentor. So
how's that helped you?
Well, I was saying in an interview recently that I couldn't do much with $10,000 during the global pandemic, but also because there was so much more I needed to combat personally. So the scholarship, you know, I couldn't go on a waiting list to see a mental health practitioner. So luckily enough, through the AAS, I was able to see one during the pandemic. So, you know, lifelong friends through the scholarship, and yeah, I'm forever grateful for that whole experience. So, yeah.
And what's next for you, Marisa?
Oh, I just had surgery, so I'm back into the gym. It's been about 3 weeks now. So hopefully in the next 3 weeks, me and my coach will be looking for fights interstate and internationally, and keep on having international fights, maybe leading up to the 2024 Paris Olympic Games.
Oh my God, that's great. Good luck to you, Marisa, and thank you for coming.
Thank you.
Now we cross live with our roving reporter, Samantha Hogan, at the Liberals Party in Sydney. Samantha, what's happening?
Well, there has been a change of events here at Liberal HQ. As you can see, I am not in what was the quiet ballroom where Liberal are holding their election party tonight. I'm not there anymore because we were asked politely to leave because of capacity limits in the venue. Now, I'm not sure what went wrong there because everybody else reporting for Channel 31 has been able to secure a spot at different parties around the country. But we will try and get back into that ballroom, and we'll keep you updated throughout the night from on that angle. But for now, we need to be wary of the seat of Dixon, which Peter Dutton may be in trouble as an MP for Liberal there, with a 2.3% swing to Labor right now. Now, we know that the coalition is ahead right now with their seats in the polling. However, the AEC has still said that they are predicting a Labor win tonight when they look at those ballots that are coming through and that they can see right now. Now, we are trying to get back into the room and we're going to continue to bring you live updates from HQ here. Hamungi, back to you.
Thank you, Samantha. Another important discussion related to the inclusion of marginalised communities is the debate about refugees. But how has the Australian government acted in the face of the world's biggest humanitarian crises? Alana finds out more.
And restore fairness in our community. Thank you.
In mid-2021, the United Nations Refugee Agency, UNHCR, was reporting more than 84 million people had been forcibly displaced worldwide. Early this year, that number jumped dramatically as the humanitarian crisis in Ukraine saw more than 5 million refugees flee the country. Amid the developing humanitarian crisis, these Australian citizens are among those questioning why Australia persists with policies that shut out asylum seekers.
Refugees in, Morrison out.
Melbourne CBD protest, one of many organised by the Unity for Refugees, endorsed by the Victorian Trades Hall Council. It aims to highlight the Morrison government's treatment of refugees.
And this is an opportunity for people to gather, to speak out and to take the message back into the union movement that Scott Morrison is the enemy of workers and he's the enemy of refugees. Some people have lived here 10 years or more on temporary visas and have raised children, and what we're saying is that the next government, and hopefully that will be a Labor government, will abolish that indecision, will actually give people permanent visas.
With the relentless growth of humanitarian crises around the world and the historical numbers of refugees, how do Australian parties and candidates intend to improve the country's international policies on refugees and human rights on this election?
Refugee policies have been atrocious. There's bipartisan cruelty here in Australia.
Well, there's not really any logical justification for the way that the government's treating refugees and people seeking asylum.
I escaped from Iran and looking for a safety place, and I came to Australia. 3 to 6 months maximum in detention center, but they kept me about 2.5 years. I don't know what's happening. I don't know anything about my future. I don't know anything about tomorrow.
Alana Ferreira, MOJO News.
We are taking a break, but we'll be back shortly with Maria and Emma to discuss LGBTQI+ and mental health policies surrounding this election. See you soon.
Welcome back. So, Zara, what do we have going on for us?
Well, the seats keep on changing at the moment, and what we are seeing, I think, is now a clear pattern. The coalition will not win this election. It's pretty clear now. Labor is on track. It is gaining seats. Now, I've put in a column here of around about 4 or 5 seats that are doubtful. They may go back to the coalition, but they may go to the Labor Party. If they go to the Labor Party, then Labor gets to 76 and it has won. And these are the seats that we can talk about. Deakin, which we mentioned earlier, Michael Sukkar's seat in Victoria, Ryan, the seat in Queensland, Boothby, which is a South Australian seat, one of the most marginal in the country, and Bennelong now looks to be in trouble for the coalition. So these 4 seats, depending on how they fall in the next little bit, they may go straight into the Labor Party column, and in doing so, Labor wins the election and anything on top is gravy. If they go back to the coalition, then Labor needs to try and find more wins. We haven't got into WA, of course, because they're still
just closed.
Closed, absolutely. So we're still waiting on WA results. But this is not looking good for the coalition.
So are any of these seats that have gone to Labor, are any of these a surprise?
I think there are some surprises there. I think, on the one hand, the coalition keeps the most marginal seat of Bass and then suddenly loses a seat like Robertson, which is on 8 times the margin. Okay. So these are the sorts of weird results we expect on election night. It's very rare that there is an election that has a uniform swing. So we're seeing those really local issues come up to the fore, local candidates responding to what they've seen over the last few years and the campaign. But there is at the moment no real pattern that we can say. It's not as if New South Wales has suddenly turned against the coalition or anything like that. We can say that the Tasmanians have liked the coalition based on the results, but really it's looking very, very hard for the coalition. They are losing.
Can they come back?
I can't see them coming back, no. I cannot see them coming back.
And is there anything in regards to, say, like Queensland, because they usually a bit of a curveball sometimes?
Well, the coalition did so well in Queensland last time, winning 23 out of the 30 seats. That's an amazing result. What we're seeing now is some correction of the margins, so the seats that the Labor Party held are hardening up for them. But we're also seeing the seat of Brisbane, which was on a margin of around 5% for the coalition, seemingly now slipping and going to Labor. So there's a bit of patchiness going on in Queensland, similar to the seat of Ryan, which was held by 6% and now slipping to the in-doubt probable Labor gain. So it's really, really hard. It is, as we say, a bit of a correction because the coalition could not maintain what they did last time around once more.
Okay. So it looks like we might be able to call the election this evening.
Yes.
It's
a half call.
Half call. Let's not get too
more than
excited,
what we were
everyone.
expecting.
Not too excited. All right. So thank you so much for joining us and thank you for that update. The topic of trans identity has come up often in this campaign. However, the trans experience has been widely overlooked by federal party leaders, party candidates, and the broader Australian community. To give a little more insight into what it means to be trans in Australia, here is Jacob Gamble with another MOJO Explains.
The trans community has found itself at the centre of political debate during this campaign, but has it been useful? Trans people are more than just a war on words around sports, religion, and surgery. We're a community of diverse individuals with our own needs and political concerns. So what are the main issues affecting trans and gender diverse people? And how are the politicians responding? While there hasn't been a lot of research done, we know that trans people are sadly overrepresented in statistics around access to mental health support and gender-affirming healthcare, homelessness and access to trans-friendly housing, and social exclusion and feelings of isolation. During the campaign, the Greens were the only political party to commit to fully subsidised, gender-affirming healthcare for trans people. And while all parties are committed to funding mental health initiatives, it remains a prominent issue in the community, with one study on trans health reporting that 73% of participants had a lifetime diagnosis of depression. But it's not just about policies and funding. Language and words matter too. As we saw during this campaign, Liberal candidate Catherine Deves expressed outwardly transphobic views and still held the support of her party leader, Scott Morrison, while Labor Party leader Anthony Albanese was also called out using transphobic language when asked to define what a woman is. Above all, trans people want to be seen and understood, and the message for politicians during this campaign is to listen, learn, and consider. How can we work towards a more equitable future? Back to you.
Now up on the desk we have Franklin James Hooper, who's been hanging out with us while we gave everyone the update. Franklin is a trans man and mental health and LGBTQIA+ activist. At only 17, Franklin began an organisation campaigning for rights and acceptance of the LGBTQIA+ community, focusing on allyship training in schools within the Northern Territory. During the start of COVID-19, Franklin worked with UNICEF, researching mental health issues affecting young people. Thanks for joining us tonight, Franklin.
Thanks for having me here.
Of course.
Exciting to be here.
All right. So first up, as a transgender individual, how do you find this issue coming up in the election campaign so far?
I think for trans people, and I don't speak for all trans people, of course, but for the people I've spoken to, elections like this one and most elections at the moment are quite exhausting for trans people. A lot of the media coverage focuses on the negatives. It focuses on the people speaking badly about the trans community. It focuses on, I guess, how the media is talking about it as a trans issue. And so a lot of the media focusing around LGBTQIA plus issues at the moment is focusing solely on trans people. And it leads trans people to feel like they have to justify their existence and justify their access to basic human rights. And when we're speaking in this context in 2022, after fighting for so long for access to those rights and to everything we are owed as citizens of this country, but also as just people in general, it's quite discouraging to then have to continue to fight for those basic rights while also working to improve on things like mental health statistics and the rates of violence against LGBTQIA plus people.
Yeah, what are those like specific mental health concerns that you see impact the LGBTQIA plus community?
So I wouldn't say there's any specific ones that solely impact just the LGBTQIA plus community. However, the biggest ones are, of course, depression, anxiety, and also just like focusing mainly on their social anxiety. And all of that is impacted by things like stigma, violence, and abuse against the LGBT community. We see LGBT people, and there was studies released last year by LGBTQI plus Health Australia that show that LGBT people are 2.5 times more likely to be diagnosed with a mental health condition. And that those statistics follow throughout with when you break that down into the specific mental health conditions, as well as things like self-harm and suicide. Those rates are almost 2 times, sometimes even if sometimes even higher than that. For example, transgender individuals 18 years and over are almost 15 times more likely to have attempted suicide in their life. And so it's a really serious issue, and one that I don't feel like the government is really addressing. Obviously, the parties have each had their promises towards the LGBTQI plus community, but the only way that those can be really addressed is through strong action and strong focus on the mental health support that is offered to these communities, as well as social change.
So did you see any real discussion coming from candidates regarding issues that you've seen affecting the trans community?
I'll be honest, the election for me was quite emotionally exhausting, and I tried to stay away from it as much as possible, and I think that's quite true for a lot of people. You try and avoid listening just in case you hear something that triggers something else. And so I can't speak personally on anything I heard from any individual candidate. I know the Greens are making a lot of promises towards the LGBTQI plus community in terms of supporting people of intersex variations, supporting a lot of small community level LGBT organisations, which is awesome. I know Labor has also promised money towards QLife to financially support them to reach out to more people around Australia, which is also incredible. And Liberals has also made their promises towards supporting the mental health of LGBTQIA plus people, especially young people.
Yeah, with that, would you like to see more trans or just LGBTQIA plus people in Parliament? Do you think that would make a difference to the policies that are introduced?
Oh, absolutely. I think that diversity in any case is never a bad thing, and I think that we always need to, I think Parliament should be representative of a general picture of Australia. I think that most groups who make decisions should be representative of a general picture of that community. So I really do believe we should have more LGBTQI plus people in Parliament. Getting them there is another question. However, politics is quite a toxic field, and you need to have quite a personality to be in politics. And a lot of the people I speak to are more interested in making those changes behind the scenes in not-for-profits, in government, but not in politics.
Yeah.
So it's all about changing the way that politicians really are seen, and the way that we interact with politicians, and the way politicians interact with the world. once we change that, then people will feel more like feel more open to become part of that scene.
Yeah. And speaking of toxic, I know you had said that you kind of stayed away from the election this time around because it can be exhausting. But did you at all kind of dip into the narrative that was going on and see how the topics were being discussed during this election? And how did that make you feel?
I think I briefly dipped into it, and of course with things like Facebook news feeds and just generally being adjacently interacting with politics through my peer groups, I did see some news stories, but again, because media enjoys publicising the negative, you only see the negative. You have to really look for the positive news stories, and that's the case no matter where you are, whether it's local level or national level. It's always the case where you have to really fight to see those positive news stories. So someone who is just dipping into the news to see what's going on and see what the story is will only see the negative. And as speaking as someone who was just doing that this election, keeping up with it because it was important, but trying not to become super involved with it. Whenever I did dip into it, it was like, so-and-so says this about ScoMo, ScoMo says this about Albanese. Like, it was that back and forth constantly, and then so-and-so said this about trans kids, so-and-so said this about the LGBT community. And it was never a positive thing. It was never, we need to do more for the community. It was always said in ignorance, and that really needs to change.
Yeah, definitely. Well, they were some great insights, Franklin. Thank you. We also sat down with some other members of the LGBTQIA+ community to hear their thoughts about this election campaign. Here's Jacob for more.
Healthcare is a really big one. So access to like gender affirming healthcare, but also just like healthcare in general, access to mental health care.
Medicare is supposed to be a universal health system, and it's not for the trans universe in so-called Australia. We don't have coverage of surgeries. There's huge out-of-pocket costs.
Wait times in any trans specialist clinic tend to be longer than a year. And tend to not be taking any new patients.
Trans people are significantly more likely to be disabled, so having kind of intersectional healthcare, not only a thing, but very much funded and accessible by our government, I think are key issues.
We don't really have trans service leave, so if someone is wanting to transition or go through a medical surgery or even take HRT and they need time off work, businesses and organisations, that is not protected under government.
We've seen that the Morrison government seems to be fueling the culture wars.
Often American politics makes its way into the Australian political climate. At the moment, American politics is not exactly friendly towards trans people.
It's not just about individual people in individual kind of parliament sittings that have bad views and use inappropriate language, but it's all of the, millions of people across the country that validate that learn from that.
We don't have any trans voices in parliament.
There aren't trans people in politics in this country, no matter what party they're in.
We need a national trans education campaign to get truth out about trans people.
As we have a disabled minister, we need a minister of inclusivity.
I would love to see more trans-specific consultation in politics and more people specifically going out to speak to trans people about their experiences.
I think it would be awesome to have like a commission into the treatment of disabled trans people in this country.
A Liberal National Party majority would be disastrous for trans and LGBTQIA+.
I haven't had a lot of optimism on sort of Morrison's side, as he's clearly handpicked a very transphobic candidate, but on the Labour side as well, it doesn't seem to be a very explicit show of support for trans people.
And there's been some poor remarks by Anthony Albanese, for example, his comment, men can't have babies, it raises trans men, and...
Thanks, Jacob. Let's now switch into a little bit of a trickier subject and talk about mental health. Franklin, you're a mental health worker. So what are some of the things that the government should be doing to support mental health organisations who are trying to support Australians?
It's a really great question, and this is something I'm very passionate about and I've been advocating for through various roles that I've had over the past few years. But I strongly believe that in order for mental health organisations to function at their best, we need to be supporting the organisations in a more holistic sense and providing more community services support within different areas, so that people who might be experiencing mental illness because of different supports that they've not gotten can have those supports made up and help maybe make them not reach that crisis level that then means that they need to access emergency mental health services. The waits on mental health services are still very long. That's never changed and probably will never change. The more we provide, the more people are going to need, and that's always going to be the case. That's not a bad thing, that's just the fact. But I think that providing more funding and more support to community services like family supports, schools as well, in-school supports to help with dealing with issues like stress, dealing with home life, and dealing with things like identity. I think helping young people to grow up and providing them that holistic support in both their family, their schools and their communities will really mean that they grow up to be healthier individuals, both their physical and mental health, and reduce that strain on the mental health support system, so that then we can focus on really addressing the issues that lead people to experience serious mental health issues.
Yeah. So you fell into a role at the beginning of COVID researching mental health.
I did, yes.
But it wasn't necessarily about COVID, but kind of turned into that, didn't it?
It did, yeah. So we started at the middle of 2019. And so originally we were focusing on investigating the effect of the bushfires that happened at the end of 2019 on young people. And that was what a lot of our consultations were about in the beginning of 2020. But of course, as March came closer and closer, the discussion became more and more about COVID. And then from March onwards, it was mostly focusing on the impacts of COVID. We had to go online. And so looking at how that impacted young people, how it impacted their schooling, their mental health, their social lives, all of that. And also impacted us as individuals, like working on this research project. And so that continued on with our study until the middle of 2021 when we released our report.
Yeah. And so speaking of COVID, because as you were saying, you know, it kind of became about that because for some reason it seemed to overshadow everything that we did. In regard to that, when was it that you essentially kind of switched that focus? You know, you were saying that it kind of happened in March, but what was it that made you realize that this is going to be the big issue that we need to be focusing on instead of what we were previously?
So I think it started out in schools because a lot of the research we were doing was consulting with young people in schools. And so we would go to those schools and we would talk to the young people in groups of about 20. And at the time, in the beginning of 2020, I was doing consultations in schools in the Northern Territory. And I remember particularly in one school in March, the conversation went from a joke about how COVID was impacting the world and how we needed to stay away from people because they would get us sick. It went from a joking thing. It went from, oh, it's not going to happen to Australia. We don't need to worry about it here. To the week later, all of a sudden everyone in the school was talking about how they might need to go home back to back to where their family lives, or they might need to go online and how that was going to impact them. They were all worried about things like internet access, which is a big issue in the Northern Territory. And so I think the conversation almost switched immediately, where kids went from not really taking it seriously to all of a sudden being very aware of how serious it was. And I think that switch was almost a big impact on mental health itself.
Yeah.
No one was taking it seriously. It was an impact that was affecting the rest of the world, but Australia was safe on our little island. And then it came here and spread so quickly. And I mean, the Northern Territory was safe for quite a long time, but even the protections there weren't enough to really protect everybody. And so I think that big switch was a lot to handle for a lot of young people.
Yeah. Do you think that, I feel like COVID, obviously everyone was so isolated and with that comes loneliness. Do you think that a discussion around mental health became really prevalent and maybe more spoken about? So I feel like lots of family members and siblings, or siblings, family members, friends that I wouldn't have normally spoken about mental health issues with were more willing to talk about it, maybe because they knew everyone was feeling these feelings of isolation and loneliness.
Absolutely. I think it was something that everyone was very able to relate to, where once mental health may have been this thing that happened to other people but didn't happen to our family. Now it was suddenly a thing where it was like, oh, we're all experiencing some sort of mental health issues, even if it's only slight.
Yeah.
Our life has changed dramatically and it might have changed forever. How do we deal with that? And so I think a lot of families were having those discussions. But one thing that I found that I really loved was seeing on platforms like TikTok, young people, even like the youngest people who could be using that platform were using it to talk about things like mental health, to talk about things like global issues, and using it as a platform to vent their frustration and their worry, and do that in a productive way. So I think that social media almost became this lifeboat in COVID for people to still keep in touch with each other. There was still like social change going on for different issues during COVID. It was just happening online.
Thank you so much for all of your insights and sharing your experiences with us, especially with the work that you do.
Thank you so much for having me.
Absolutely.
More than
Anytime. Any election. Now, the Liberal candidate for Warringah, Catherine Devs, made headlines earlier in the election campaign over social media posts she had made about transgender children. So we're going to switch over to our MOJO News satirical news program. And we've got, what's his name? Isn't he like that manly gentleman? The alpha male. Max Payne. That's his name. Max Payne, our manly man, heading to Manly to search out this controversial candidate.
Unfortunately, Manly has been getting a lot of negative attention lately, as it's a part of Warringah. Warringah is an electoral district with about 106,000 voters, currently represented by Zali Stegel, a former Olympian skier who beat the odds and got an Olympic bronze medal. And odd is probably the best word I have to describe Warringah. Used to be represented by the mad monk Tony Abbott. Now, it's all been downhill skiing since he left. But that's where I come in, folks. I'm here to give Warringah residents an opportunity to defend Manly's reputation, because I know a thing or two about defending a Manly reputation.
This thing on. Sorry, broskies. I was having so much fun. I totally forgot what I was supposed to be doing here.
Hello. Thank you so much for that. So now we're going to do a quick crossover to Claudia Sullivan at the Greens in Melbourne.
As you can hear, everyone is very excited. People are drinking green Midoris. Everyone's getting themselves a treat. People are cheering at every other moment. We've got speeches on the stage behind us right now. As more seats are announced, people are very happy with what's happening over here. We're having the votes being counted, so people are still waiting. However, it's looking very good for the Greens. Adam Bant, the leader of the Greens, announced about half an hour ago that he's kept his seat and that he's actually increased his margin by about 2.3%. So he's holding it by about 75% now. So everyone here is pretty optimistic and in a very celebratory mood. Back to you, Maria.
Thank you so much for that, Claudia. So Zara, what can you tell us?
Some really interesting patterns now starting to emerge, and it's not good news for the coalition, but it's not great news for Labor either. What we're seeing now is that the coalition is losing seats, but they are not going to the Labor Party.
Oh.
It's the independents that are currently picking up the seats. So I think we can now say with a degree of confidence that the seats of Kooyong, held by the Treasurer Josh Frydenberg, and the seat of Goldstein in Victoria, held by Tim Wilson, are lost to the independents. I think we can say that the seat of North Sydney, which was a safe seat for the coalition there, is lost. Also the seat of Mackellar in New South Wales seems to be lost. I think two really interesting things that I don't think people would have picked up on and certainly didn't tip before the election. In Queensland, there's an interesting story emerging. The seat of Ryan, which covers suburbs like Anstead and Toowong, which was held by the LNP on a 6% margin, is now moving to the Greens, and it looks like a Greens win there. And also the Labor seat of Griffith, which is just south of Brisbane. It includes suburbs from memory like Coorparoo, and that is now going away from Labor to the Greens. So I think in the next Parliament, the Greens look to have at least 3 MPs.
Okay, so that's 2 seats for the Greens in Queensland?
2 Queensland seats, yes, which is amazing. And they are centred around Brisbane, close to Brisbane, but Griffith is certainly an inner metropolitan seat. Ryan is a bit out of Brisbane, not too far out, but these are really unexpected results.
Okay.
And they're problematic not only for the Liberal Party, of course, not for the coalition, but also for Labor. So these seats aren't going to Labor.
Okay.
That's the interesting story about this election. These results are not being lost by the coalition going to Labor, which is what usually happens.
Everyone expected, yeah.
What we're seeing now is the independents picking up seats, and the independents that were already in there, in Indi, Mayo, Warringah, and Clark, which is Andrew Wick, they're safe, as is Adam Bant, as is Bob Catter in the seat of Kennedy. So we are looking at a very, very big crossbench.
Wow.
And the problem is that Labor still isn't picking up the seats it needs to form 76.
So is there potential then for a hung parliament?
There is a great potential for a hung parliament. We've still got those marginals there and those doubtful seats, and ultimately they're going to be they're going to determine it. But Labor's still, by my count, on 71 seats. So it needs 5 seats. I can't see them coming unless the results from WA start to filter through and we get a picture there that the losses are coming in WA. But at the moment, it's looking likely that a hung parliament may be the result of this election.
Well, thank you for that update, Zare. After the break, I'll be back with Katerina and Zare to look at how the arts have been approached during this election campaign.
But before we do that, how about we run over to Connor at Labor's party? Connor, any updates?
At the Labor Party here, it's a massive, massive party. It's getting really loud. There's a lot of confidence here around. Everyone's watching this TV screen very intently. It was just only a moment of quiet when Christina Keneally was on the screen doing her interview. It's big cheer now. It seems like they're almost cheering every minute now. We just saw Wayne Swan just come in. He's expected to speak later on tonight. As for Anthony Albanese, we just had a bit of commotion, a lot of reporters and camera people rushing outside. We thought he was coming in, or maybe he's leaving it a bit later for a victory speech. For now, we'll be coming back to you guys.
All right, thanks so much for that update, Connor. After the break, I'll be back with Katerina and Zare to look at how the arts have been approached during the election and where Channel 31 fits in this discussion.
Welcome back to our special coverage of the federal election. My name is Katerina Kostakos. I'm with Emma and our political scientist, Zare. There is a lot happening at the moment. Let's talk about North Sydney. We know that the Liberal candidate, Trent Zimmerman, he conceded. There was a 13.4 swing. Let's talk about talk about that. It was a Teal independent who won. So, you know, there's been a lot of discussion about the Teal, so let's keep talking about it.
Absolutely. I think if nothing else, this isn't the election where the Teals have a breakout result. It's a huge impact. Trent Zimmerman, of course, he had a high public profile, really high public profile, again, in line for some sort of leadership role, larger leadership role in the future with the Liberal Party. It's not going to happen at this stage of his career because he had a huge swing against him, a 15% swing against him, which is a massive swing. Obviously, the independent had a very strong performance with a 26% primary vote. Thanks to preferences and the distribution of preferences, we expect, well, Trent Zimmerman basically has now conceded he will not win that seat. He is gone. And it's a seat that hasn't gone to Labor, hasn't gone to the Greens, it's gone to the Teal.
Yeah, absolutely. Speaking of Trent Zimmerman, can you tell me a bit more about him? I mean, he seems a bit more moderate with marriage equality, all his policies and stuff. It's interesting still that we're seeing Liberal candidates who perhaps are a bit more moderate, there is still that swing to independence. Can you add anything else about him and who he is?
Look, I think the interesting thing there is about his representation of the community, and to think about the community as well. And there's a clear theme that the independents that are winning seats are doing so in those relatively affluent, strong Liberal seats.
Yeah.
So this is suggesting to us that for whatever reason, and there'll be discussions about this no doubt into the future, the coalition's message on a whole range of issues has not resonated with this constituency. And no matter how progressive or how effective the local MP, local communities have mobilised against the Liberal Party.
Yeah.
Because of the last term?
We would assume so. So I think it's always tempting to think that it must be the result of the election campaign.
Right.
But that assumes that people haven't been paying attention for the last 3 years and suddenly tune in for the last 6 weeks.
Yeah.
It must be a cumulative effect of what they've seen over the last term of government, over the last term of Parliament. And clearly, the pattern is in these electorates, they are rejecting what they have seen, and they've seen a viable alternative. And this isn't to say, of course, this is now set in stone and this is the way it'll always be, but it has really been a circuit breaker in terms of how national politics has operated, and the input and the injection of these independents now raises questions about how they're going to perform, what sorts of ways are they going to mobilise in Parliament.
Absolutely. I think another point is in Higgins, we know that, there has been a swing of about 5.8% towards Labor. They don't have a Teal independent who is running like Monique Ryan, like Kylie Tink in North Sydney. They're still in a wealthy area, Higgins, and we have seen boundary changes as well. It's interesting to see that there's another swing to Labor. Like, it seems like it's a Liberal thing, I guess.
It is.
Yeah.
It is. And you know, it's always hard for a government, for a party that's been in government for 3 terms, going for a 4th term, to keep winning seats. We know that's very difficult. But you're right in the introduction that you just put out, that the Labor Party had a candidate, the Greens had a candidate, but there was no Teal candidate.
Right.
So we'll never know, of course, whether a Teal candidate would have won that. But I think the pattern remains here in that people are not happy with the Liberal Party in these inner metropolitan seats. And again, remembering that Higgins, sure, it has gone through a redistribution, but it was such a strong Liberal seat for so long. The former seat of the former Treasurer Peter Costello, it is a big loss. It's a really huge kick in the teeth for the Liberal Party in Victoria, because that's where the problems really start to emerge.
Yeah, absolutely. Thanks, Harry. We'll keep chatting to you throughout the night. It's still up in the air. We've just heard that there seems to be a Labor win. There is a bit of a majority. Before we move on, because we've just gotten word. So, what do you think about that? I mean, we've been tossing up, you know, the hung Parliament idea and independence and all of that. What about Labor?
Sure. I think Labor is in the best spot to win.
Okay. Yep.
And until we sort of get a sense that someone comes out and claims it, it's still up in the air. There are going to be a number of seats, a handful of seats that'll still go counting over the next few days. But I think looking at the sorts of counts, my count at the moment is that Labor is on 71. Looking at what other outlets are reporting, they also have them at 71 as well. So there's
Right.
still a question of 5 seats.
Yeah.
They're best placed because the LNP certainly is a long way away from 71 at this stage.
Absolutely. Well, speaking of the Liberals, we've got Samantha Hogan at the Liberal Party, well, outside, unfortunately. Let's check out what's happening over there. How's the vibe? What's going on?
Well, the vibe here has changed a little. It's a little more quiet. People are less chatty and it's actually quite somber. And that is probably the result of Labor looking as though it is ahead right now in those projections. I spoke to somebody today earlier who was at the poll booths today volunteering as a Liberal member, and he said that it's been a long day and that he is very drained. So yeah, you aren't feeling that sort of community spirit right now at Liberal HQ. But the night is still early and not all the votes have been counted. So there is still time and there is still hope here at HQ. There has been a lot more people trickling into the room, even in the last half an hour. So I think people will sort of come in at different times of the night and watch from their homes as well and decide whether they want to come into HQ and join the community here. But other than that, it is pretty quiet. It's still very cold. And so it actually adds to this very somber mood here in Sydney's heart. Back to you, Kat.
Thanks for that update, Samantha. Now, since 2014, Channel 31 and Channel 44, the two last remaining community television channels in the country and the one where we're airing from, have been faced with an uncertain future. Last year, the Minister for Communications, Paul Fletcher, extended their licence for another 3 years. This means that from 2024, Channel 31 and Channel 44 will be switched off. The government's aim is for both channels to move to an online streaming format.
However, the future of these community television channels is still on the rocks, with no plan in the future for what the spectrum will be used for. So there is that confusion as to what it will mean for community television beyond 2024.
The Shadow Minister for Communications did speak to us about Labor's plan for the future of community television. Here's my interview with Michelle Rowland. I'm here with the Shadow Minister for Communications, Michelle Rowland. Thank you for joining me today.
Pleasure.
Now, as Shadow Communications Minister, do you plan to keep Channel 31 on air beyond 2024 if elected?
Sure. Well, we plan to keep community TV on air for as long as possible. And certainly that's until there's actually an alternative use for the spectrum that C31 and C44 currently occupy. Now, they're vibrant stations. They provide such great value to their communities with local news, entertainment, sports, religious services, multicultural programs, and that really does typify community TV. So we recognise that community TV provides that localism, it adds to media diversity, and at the same time, of course, the radio frequency spectrum is a scarce and valuable public resource, and it shouldn't go to waste while community TV is making such good use of it. Now, as you know, the licences are due to expire in mid-2024. We will extend them until there is an alternative use for the spectrum that it occupies. I think it's worth pointing out that processes like spectrum auctions take years. So there will be time to give sufficient notice to the sector in the future, but for now, they should remain on air.
Okay. Under the Morrison government, Channel 31's licence was only extended for short bursts and often at the last minute. And as you said, it is hard to know. But is this acceptable in your views, considering staff are unsure on if they are able to work or content makers are able to continue working?
It's been a totally unacceptable situation. Ever since Malcolm Turnbull was actually the communications minister and he made an announcement that community TV was going to go over the top, no one was ready for it, and it just inserted this incredible uncertainty into the sector that saw people leave. It saw stations really get worked down, and we don't want that situation to continue. So, of course, the answer about how long they'll be going, that's all subject to some government, but also a lot of industry processes that are looking into the future of broadcasting in Australia. The ACMA has acknowledged that these processes could take years, but ultimately the spectrum community TV occupiers and users, it could be reallocated for other high value services like mobile broadband or 5G. But there's been early work on the questions about the future of broadcasting in Australia, and that includes what technology and spectrum Australian TV is going to need into the future. The work's complex, it's technical, it takes time, and it simply hasn't been done yet. And the regulator says there's still a long period of time before we'll eventually get to a reallocation process for the spectrum. So we want to give that certainty in the meantime, which is why we've been very clear that until there is an alternative use for this spectrum, community TV will continue to operate.
How do you intend to support young people, and particularly those like me who are interested in beginning a career in the media industry and use spaces like Channel 31 and Channel 44 as a training ground?
Sure. Well, one of the key issues here, of course, is funding. We've announced that Labor, if elected, we will give an additional $12 million for the community broadcasting program in the budget, and that benefits both community TV and radio. So by allowing community TV to remain on air, the sector can continue to rebuild, especially after the pandemic, and attract sponsorships. And I really wish them all the best in doing so with the valuable broadcast licenses that they have. And I think it comes down to exactly as we were discussing, that certainty. Community TV has been a really important training ground for many Australians in the media sector. And by having that certainty and by having that funding and by having a long-term vision to keep them going, I think that that will augur very well for young people to have a future.
Thank you so much for your time, Michelle.
My pleasure. Take care.
MOJO News did reach out to the Minister for Communications, however, he did not respond to an interview.
Now, the arts industry is another sector that has struggled over the past few years. Ben Lamb has this report on what the industry wants from the next elected government.
The arts industry has been pushed to its knees over the past 2 years. COVID brought the curtain down on all performances in our most popular states, severing the traditional income stream from patrons. The National Association for the Visual Arts says government support is crucial.
Really, with so much of the sector falling through the cracks of various support in the last couple of years, artists and galleries are still in a great deal of financial strain, and a lot more needs to be done if we're to see any type of recovery.
When fully operational, the arts industry injects around $15 billion into the Australian economy each year. The 2022 budget allocated a $20 million boost for the industry, but workers say it's far from ideal.
While this budget was an opportunity to turn things around, it not only lacks long-term solutions to our current crisis, it also presents a decline in arts funding, as you say, and this is deeply concerning.
Amid the pandemic, arts workers found themselves unemployed, many without the soft landing provided by JobKeeper. Comedian Jai Cameron says government-backed insurance schemes need to be put on the table to support performers in the face of disaster.
For the arts, the theatre arts, what we really need is we need a better insurance scheme for performers. But not only do we need to see financial support, but we need to see advocacy basically for the arts in Parliament.
As audiences make their return to theatres, festivals and galleries, art staff say it's crucial whoever wins power adequately funds the industry's recovery. Ben Lamb, MOJO News.
Thanks, Ben. We'll now cross live to Connor Fowler at the Labor Party. It's getting a bit hectic over there. What can you tell us?
Very, very hectic here, Kat. The room is entirely different to what it was 3 hours ago. It is so loud. There are so many people here. Chance of Labor are going around the room. They just had a few photographers up on stage. Behind me, it seems like almost every site now could be the site of Anthony Albanese. I think it's the false dawn is almost playing with the crowd here. Everyone is just on tenterhooks to see the leader of the Labor Party and hopefully welcome him as the next Prime Minister of Australia. I think the Labor supporters here think it couldn't have gone better almost. There was a lot of nervous energy, but that's almost dissipated and now everyone is just full of excitement. He's no doubt going to be here very soon and we'll keep you very updated with what he has to say when he arrives. Back to you.
Thanks, Connor. Let's go back to you, Zare. What's going on? Give us an update on Labor. Obviously, it's been quite hectic.
Yep.
Tell us a bit more.
Absolutely. I think Labor's now getting closer to forming majority. They're inching towards a lead. I would put them at the moment 72 seats. perhaps a bit more, depending on how those doubtful seats go. But we still haven't got into WA.
Let's talk about WA. Swan, one of the marginal seats with Labor Liberal.
Yep.
Considering the state is quite Liberal, what are your thoughts on where that could go?
Absolutely. I think starting with Swan, there's a swing against the coalition of a sizable proportion. This is something that's coming up through all WA seats, a double-digit swing against the Liberal Party. 11% in Swan, making it catapult from a marginal Liberal coalition seat to potentially a very safe Labor seat. And now this is something that we can see. It's still early days there. Roughly 20%, 25% of the vote has been counted. It gives us a fair indication, though, of the pattern. And the pattern is that Labor is on track to win that seat. The seat of Burt in WA as well, the seat in Moore, the seat of Moore in WA, the pattern's the same. Big swings against the government towards Labor.
Would you say that might be the McGowan effect, considering from a state level?
Right, McGowan has been a really popular, successfully re-elected state premier, perhaps. There was a lot of star power associated with him, and I think that is featuring in this. But it's a disaster for the coalition in WA if these numbers continue on, because that was such a strong state for them in past elections. It's looking like a really weak state now.
Interesting. Speaking of each state, you've given us an update on WA. Let's go through each state in terms of what's going on everywhere. Let's talk South Australia. What are you seeing in South Australia?
Right, South Australia is an interesting one because there aren't too many marginal seats in South Australia. And if we look at where they have gone, Boothby is an interesting one. That's still hanging around in marginal land. In other words, we still wouldn't call it just yet. There's still some work and still some counts to be going. I think if we look at other South Australian seats, the seat of Mayo, which was held by Rebecca Sharkey, will still be held by Rebecca Sharkey, the independent. South Australia is not where the damage has been done for the Liberal Party, for the National Party. It's really been Victoria.
Yep, let's talk about Victoria. Yep.
Victoria is a really interesting one because the damage isn't coming from Labor or the coalition. The damage is all coming one-way traffic from the independents. We've talked about Kooyong, we've talked about Goldstein. These are really, really big losses. Melbourne, of course, the seat of Melbourne will be held by Adam Bant as the Greens candidate, most likely going to be joined by another two. We can see in Deakin, another very high-profile Liberal in Michael Sukkar is on track to potentially lose that. That's still a 50-50 seat in the metropolitan region there. In terms of other losses, high-profile losses, Chisholm and Higgins going from the Liberal Party to Labor this time around.
So speaking of the swing to the Labor Party, why do you think there's not been that much of a swing to the Labor Party? You've said that, and we can see that it is the independents, but what about the Labor Party? We talked about the McGowan effect. What about the Dan Andrews effect?
That may potentially be part of it. And it's really hard to say what sort of motivators are here. But on the face of it, it doesn't appear that what Labor's message has been has resonated with lots of the community. And I think with the results that we are seeing a far more splintered electorate than in the past. We are seeing a far more diverse parliament emerge, and we are potentially seeing a really important marker in Australian politics. We haven't had such a large crossbench for a very long time. We're going into some history-making stuff.
Yeah, wow. Let's go down south to Tasmania. Why not? What can you tell us about Tassie? We've seen some seats come through. Is there anything else to add about Tassie?
Well, Tasmania's been a happy hunting ground this time around for the Liberal Party. It's holding on to those seats. It's probably going to win one seat in addition to what it already held. So Tasmania seems to have supported the coalition. The problem, of course, is elsewhere, Victoria, Queensland in particular.
I was going to say with Queensland, the last election, that was the swing state. What's going on there? Do you think that could be a similar situation?
I think we can see some swings going on. Again, Brisbane, I think, is a notable one, the seat of Brisbane going from the Liberal Party to Labor. That's an important gain for Labor. But the Labor Party, in terms of a net effect at this stage, is losing 1 seat to the Greens.
Right.
So they're basically on par
Yep.
in terms of Queensland. And in the seat of Ryan, which is a Liberal seat in Queensland, it looks as though the Greens are winning that as well.
Yeah. And lastly, Northern Territory.
Northern Territory, I think it's as it is at the moment. We'll look more into the Northern Territory and have far more concrete numbers, and in the next time we look at them.
Wow. Thanks so much for the update, Zara. We'll be back after this short break. Welcome back to our coverage of the federal election. Joining us back on the desk is Ren. Now, Zara, let's talk about what went wrong during the election campaign. Particularly, we've been talking about the teal independents throughout the night, but they are so important to talk about, especially with campaigning and then going into what's going on with the Labor-Liberal swing.
Well, I think the Labor Party's campaign didn't go off to a great start. Obviously, we saw the leader forgetting the data, key data, and it happened throughout the campaign. And that wasn't a good look for Labor. That made him a very easy target. Also for the Liberal Party, I think it was a very similar campaign to 2019.
Right.
It was a small target. It was all about the Prime Minister. It was all about the Prime Minister spruiking the party's achievements in terms of economic management. But the difference this time around was, of course, that unlike previous years where there was a bit of leadership changes, the leaders were now settled.
Yeah.
And it was able to basically be a level field for both leaders. The problem for the Liberal Party, and this is something that will be talked about, is whether it communicated its messages effectively, whether if the campaign was there, was it the leadership, was it the likability of the Prime Minister?
Right.
I think these are going to be looked at.
And I think what we tend to see as well in politics is that a lot of the campaigning is sort of based off of just the wrongs of the other party, rather than just sort of, a demonstration of these are our campaigns and this is what we can bring. It's just this is what the other party has done wrong.
Yep.
Would you say that that's sort of like a failure in the campaigning of the two leading parties this year?
I think, Ren, that's reflected in the results that we're seeing. So we're not seeing a party have a runaway win. We're seeing voters putting the handbrake on the parties and pretty much rejecting what the parties have done, whether it's the campaign or the years prior. The parties are finding themselves in a difficult situation because they have not gained the support of the community, the electorate.
Right.
And looking at the sorts of swings that are coming through, the parties are on track to have a very low primary vote, probably an historic low primary vote, which means that voters have tuned out or turned off them for the time being.
Absolutely. We have Jonathan at Monique Ryan's party now. Let's cross over to him to see how she's going. Jonathan, what's going on?
Thanks to you in the studio. We are live here at the Auburn Hotel at Dr. Monique Ryan's campaign party. The excitement in here is electrifying. There's just cheer after cheer after cheer, not just for how well Ryan herself is doing, but of course for the wave of teal independence. Zoe Daniels, Allegra Spender, just so many across the country. Every time a result comes in for a teal independent, another cheer, another cheer, another cheer. When it came through that the Liberals are not going to be able to form government, another big cheer, which was very interesting, especially in a seat that up until just recently could not be considered anything but a safe seat for the Liberals. The seat that is held by Josh Frydenberg, the man once pegged to be the next Prime Minister after Scott Morrison, could fall as soon as tonight. We might not get a result until tomorrow. I know in the studio, I think, feel free to correct me about this later, but I think Zara's already called this for Dr. Monique Ryan. They're being a little bit more cautious here at the campaign party, trying to make sure more votes come in before they call it. But things are looking good for teal independence across the country. Zoe Daniels in Wentworth, Allegra Spender, Sally Stegel. It's just absolutely incredible. The beers are flowing. The food keeps coming.
everyone is cheering, everyone's having a great time. So that's the vibe here. A lot of excitement, a lot of people having a great time. Going back to Kat in the studio. Thank you.
Good to hear, Jonathan. Sounds like you're having quite a bit of fun too. We'll throw it to Claudia now to hear what she has to say about the economy will look like depending on which party is elected in another Mojo Explains.
The Australian labour market is currently characterised by low unemployment and low underemployment. This means most Australians who want jobs have them, and workers in part-time and casual roles are getting the work hours they want, both signs of a healthy economy. However, the quality of these jobs are a different story. Wages have only risen 2.3% over the past year, well behind what it would take to keep up with inflation. This has contributed to the current cost of living crisis. So, how would the labour market change under different governments? The biggest promise from the Liberals is to create 1.3 million jobs over the next 5 years through a mix of infrastructure investment, manufacturing subsidies, and low taxes for small businesses. Economists warn that this plan will be unachievable without raising the cap on migration above its current level of 160,000, which the coalition has refused to do. Labor, on the other hand, is focusing more on improving the quality of existing jobs. Their Secure Australian Jobs plan would redefine gig workers as employees instead of independent contractors, granting them workplace rights and benefits. It also seeks to improve pay for casual workers and give them easier access to full-time employment. Critics of the plan worried that it would limit employment flexibility for workers and slow down the growth of businesses that rely on the gig economy. The Greens platform is similar to Labor, but with greater emphasis on workplace rights, higher wages, and closing the gender pay gap. To be clear, all parties aim to close the gender pay gap, but the Greens are campaigning on ending it entirely. Finally, independents like Helen Haynes in Victoria and Zali Steggall in New South Wales are promising job growth through investment in local infrastructure and climate change initiatives. Back to you.
Thanks, Claudia. Now, Zari, I've got a couple of questions going back to the Teals. We've seen a minor, I guess, there's been Teals who are now occupying some seats. Though it is, only a few, do you think they could act like a party, considering, they're being funded by Simon Holmes à Court, Climate 200? What do you see in terms of how they will interact and what would come out of their participation?
Well, this is a huge question now, isn't it? What do these individuals do? Now they're in Parliament. And there's going to be a risk. If they behave like a political party, then they weren't elected as a political party. So what is their purpose? They have to maintain that sense of independence, and certainly voters will be looking at them, because we can see the voters in these seats, no matter what voting history shows us, are very happy to vote for someone else. So they will have to perform, they will have to be holding up their word, their promise, otherwise they'll be out at the next election, or they'll struggle to be re-elected.
Right, so going back to Simon Holmes à Court with Climate 200, wouldn't you say it's interesting that he's backing Teal independents rather than the Greens, who are so open about supporting climate change?
It's a really interesting question.
Yeah.
And why did the Teals succeed where the Greens have failed to really do well? And much of it has to be in terms of the overall campaign and the overall agenda that these independents are running.
Well, do you think like the anti-government sort of sentiment, I think, that's come about because of COVID and the handling of COVID, do you think that that's had anything to do with people sort of wanting to opt for independence over, parties? It
may well play into it, Ren, absolutely. I mean, we think that the parties haven't covered themselves in glory over the last few years, and that may just be one of the factors that contributed to voters supporting an independent. And I think when we look at the independents and we look at what it is that in the seat that they're going with, they are not talking about revising the economy. They're not talking about major reforms to other parts of industrial relations. They're focused very much so on climate action, integrity, and issues that are generally socially progressive, but are not certainly in the mould of the Greens.
So in comparison, if we look at Clive Palmer, for instance, and his party, you know, he's the face of the party, and he has a lot of, you know, he's a coal miner, he's a businessman. Couldn't you say the same thing about Simon Holmes à Court? Like, what is the agenda there? And is it going to be a similar thing? Though they're independents and they're not a party, but if they do start to act like it, and even now that we're seeing, you know, their policies are very similar, couldn't you make that comparison and draw some similarities there?
I think so. I think this is, they're independents, absolutely, but they're well resourced, and those with the resources presumably will have some impact going forward. What that will look like, again, we have to see, but I think we can make those arguments. What impact will these individuals have that are providing these resources to the independents?
Absolutely. In terms of going back to the United Australia Party, is there much of an update there? I mean, we've seen all the ads, so let's talk about them a little bit.
They've been really inundating homes with the...
I have a little story as well. My sister, she was watching YouTube the other day, and an hour-long ad came up for the United Australia Party as well.
Oh, poor thing.
I don't think we can see the Clive Palmer-led United Australia Party win the seat, win any seat. I think they're really struggling to get over that 4% in many seats.
It's interesting because I think that sort of raises a discussion around, you know, because they've put the most money into advertising and yet, you know, haven't necessarily come out with that many seats. So I guess, there's a potential discussion there around resourcing and whether it does actually equate to seats, you know,
absolutely.
and the way that we sort of advertise moving forward.
Yeah, 100%. Thanks, Ari, for that update. We now have Max Stevens over in Brighton, where Zoe Daniel is yet to find out whether she has secured the seat of Goldstein. Max, how's it going there? Do you know much more about what's happening?
Well, Zoe has actually come out and claimed victory. So everyone is ecstatic, congratulating each other. She came back through and we were able to grab an interview with her, and she's got very steely, sort of calm complexion, which is not surprising considering she's a former war correspondent. I spoke to the bar manager earlier. Apparently, all sold out of wine. Everything's gone. So yeah, it is sort of winding down now. But the past, you know, half an hour, just the whole atmosphere has been insane. Back to you.
Thanks, Max. Now, let's see how Claudia is going with the Greens. Do we have her? No? Okay, we don't have her, unfortunately. Sorry about that. Interesting news, though, coming out of Zoe Daniel's camp. She has claimed victory. Very exciting. Another teal we have. No word from Tim Wilson yet, so... I mean, we'll see what he has to say soon.
No.
I'm sure he's quite disappointed.
No, it must be a very hard night for these Liberals. When they began their parliamentary careers a few elections ago, these were the blue ribbon seats, and now they've turned teal. I think that's going to be very hard for them to take.
What do you think is the momentum behind, you know, all of these blue ribbon seats, sort of, you know? Like, what do you think's behind this movement?
It must be some sort, there must be the momentum. The momentum behind this relates to climate change as an issue. The fact that Australian governments over the last 15 years have really struggled to address this in a cohesive and stable way. We've had chopping and changing of policies. There was the carbon emissions trading scheme, there was a direct action, there was the Turnbull government's approach. It's been all over the spot. So these electorates seemingly are more responsive to and more demanding of a longer term solution. And these candidates have come in promising that, and they're getting rewarded for it.
Beautiful. Thanks so much, Zari, for the update. We'll come back after this short break. Thanks for tuning in.
And welcome back. Now we've got live picture coming in from the studio on the Labor Party event in Sydney and what seems to be a victory speech from Anthony Albanese. We're standing by.
Yeah, it looks like everyone's getting prepared to hear something from him. I guess you would say this might be a surprise for you because you've been not sure about whether to call it, I guess. What do you think?
I think it is still a bit too close, and looking at what the ABC is doing, looking at what the Electoral Commission is doing, it's still a bit off in terms of it. One really interesting thing that has just emerged over the last couple of minutes is the results in Fowler, which was the seat where Christina Keneally, the former New South Wales Premier, was so-called parachuted into the seat. There seems to be a huge swing against Labor going on here, and it looks at this stage unlikely that Christina Keneally will actually win the seat. That's going to be picked up by an independent. So the theme of the night is certainly voters not gravitating to one major party, jumping from one major party going to another. They are really voicing their displeasure and their anger at Australian politics at the moment, and are going straight to alternatives who are not necessarily aligned with the major parties.
What does that all mean? Like, what is it? What will it mean, I guess?
What will it mean? Well,
that's the only question, I guess. What will this all mean?
What will it mean? It's clear. It's clear that whoever forms government will have to work with the independents, and at the very least, they will have to work with this community sentiment out there.
Yeah.
There's 3 years until the next election, and unless they are able to arrest this slide, whether it's in terms of perception, whether it's in terms of frustration with policy, whether it's in terms of being concerned about the environment, whatever the case, they must address this.
Well, people are seeking these alternative routes because there hasn't been enough action on these things like climate change, LGBTIQ plus rights, and just, things that I think as well we're seeing the younger demographic voicing a lot of concern for. And certainly, as we progress and election after election, the demographic's going to be younger and the voter base is going to be younger. So it's going to be interesting to see, how the new government plays into these issues that are very key factors for young Australians.
Absolutely. Now, if we do see the Labor Party gets elected, what do you think that will mean in terms of their policies, more so rather than talking stats, for young people?
Yeah, I think if Labor is able to form, and again, let's assume that they have to form with the support of the crossbench, then they'll be far more receptive to the demands that have been put forward. So climate change, integrity are going to be the top of the agenda for any new government. If Labor is to somehow form government by itself, then I would expect the same. It really has spoken to us. The tension, the anger, whatever we want to describe it, has been palpable in this election. The major parties have been rejected. The Greens have performed better than what we thought they would, but the standout are these independents. And independents may just be that threat now. They have a strong hold in the inner metropolitan areas, and they spread out.
It's so interesting as well because I'm going back to young people here, but that's because we are young people, and there's so many discussions that I've had, where people are just sort of very apathetic, they don't really care. And so I think it's going to be very interesting watching politics, over the next couple of decades just unfold, and, whether this apathy towards politicians and parties and Parliament, whether that will continue, or whether, I guess government can actually start to take action on these policies so that people can start believing in our leaders once again.
Yeah, absolutely. Let's go back to Western Australia, and in particular, what seats over there do you think will swing into Labor? For instance, Cowan. Let's talk about them.
Cowan, yeah, sure. Look, we can start off. Let's start with the alphabet. Let's go with
sure.
Bert. Let's go with Bert.
Let's do that. Yes.
Bert's really interesting because that's the one that's going to Labor, and that seems to be a really strong move there. 9% swing towards Labor. If we look at Cowan currently held by Anne Ali, of course. She's enjoying a very strong swing towards her, a 9% swing, so very, very safe seat there now.
What about Pearce?
Pearce, well, that's another interesting one. Pearce was for a bit of the count looking marginal, but now it's not. It's looking really, really strong for Labor, and that's going to be a very strong victory for the Labor Party in Pearce, about a margin of 8%, which is really, really strong.
What about Swan?
Swan, when we look at the latest data there, we look at Swan, that's a Labor Party win. We can see that the Labor Party's done really, really strongly there. In terms of primary vote, that's a 40% primary vote, which is a swing towards it of 5%. The Liberal Party's lost 14%.
Right.
So it's a really, really big swings going on there in the West. We can keep on looking, of course, at the seat of Perth, which was always going to be one you'd expect by Labor, and that's fine. Again, a swing towards Labor. So the pattern in the West is clear. Labor is on the up, the coalition is not.
What about Boothby in South Australia? Can we see what's the update is there?
Sure, the South Australian election is also really interesting, of course, where there's a handful of seats, but really the important one is Boothby, held by the Liberal Party. At the moment, the Liberal Party is trailing. The Liberal Party candidate there is trailing. That looks like a bad loss for the coalition, a swing of around 4%. Boothby, I'd say, is definitely in now Labor's ledger.
Are there any surprise wins for the coalition that you've seen around the country? Just switching gears.
I think so. I think absolutely. I think when we look at the seat of Gilmore, which is still, I think, doubtful at this stage, it has been an interesting one, but it hasn't been able to win seats off Labor. There was, of course, the win of the Tasmanian seats. This south-eastern seat in Tasmania, but really it hasn't had much success. So the coalition on the nose, if we were to summarise this, the coalition on the nose, Labor on the up, but not to the extent that it would hope.
Right, okay.
There's a swing against the government, mild swing to the Labor, but it's the independents that have stolen the show.
Where's unpredictable Queensland at?
Queensland seems to be tracking as usual, other than those two unexpected wins for the Greens. Queensland's okay. The coalition has lost Brisbane, so Queensland is no longer the stronghold of the Liberal National Party. It's now had a correction. It is now far more where we'd expect it to be.
Well, thank you so much, Zoe. Queensland certainly is interesting. And now we switch to Claudia, who is live in Melbourne at the Greens campaign. Claudia, how is it going? What's the vibe?
Okay, thank you very much for that. Here at the Greens, there's a huge atmosphere here. Everyone is dancing, getting drinks, and their eyes are glued to the screen behind me. People are avidly watching the votes roll in, and everyone is very excited. As Queensland, we can see now that there has been a swing in the seat of Ryan of 9.3% from Liberal to Greens. So the Greens are doing very favourably there. As well as in Griffith, there's also been a 9% swing there too. So big change happening up in Queensland. The Greens very excited for the prospects of what this means. Everyone here is keen to keep watching those votes roll in. We're going to keep an eye on it and keep you updated. Everyone here has been dancing. We've seen Senator Lydia Thorpe on the dance floor waving around a green sign. People are in very high spirits over here. Back to you.
High spirits, we love to hear it.
Such a party, isn't it? I want to be there.
So good news for the Greens then in the lower house. And I guess I'm going to throw to you now, Zare. What do we think will be, what are we looking at for the upper house?
Well, the upper house figures will take a longer time. If the lower house results translate, then it looks as though the Liberal National Party, the coalition, is seemingly in trouble in Queensland, seemingly trouble in WA. But remembering that in the upper house, of course, the new senators don't start until July the 1st. But there's still going to be lots of counting and lots of finalising of data.
Absolutely. Anything else you could say about what's happening with the Senate?
Well, the Senate, I think, again, the crossbenchers are going to be critical. We'd expect Jackie Lambie to come back in. I'll have another look, but I'd also expect Pauline Hanson to be back in the Senate as well.
Yeah.
So they're going to be, again, prominent actors in the upper house, and they're going to be a really interesting counterbalance to what's going on in the lower house, where you've got more progressive independents, but you're going to have MPs who are slightly more conservative on a number of measures up in the upper house. So that's going to be a bit of a tension as to how governments negotiate that difference.
Absolutely. Let's head over to Connor Fowler, who's at the ALP party room. It's getting quite exciting. We've seen footage of what's going on over there. Tell us a bit more about it. How's it going, Connor?
Yeah, no, it's very exciting here. Everyone's in such a good mood, laughing left, right and centre. Everyone had a bit of a laugh when Josh Frydenberg's concession speech, if we may say, was shown up on the big screen, and a few boos as well. Everyone's just hanging out. They can't believe how well they've done tonight. They really thought they'd have a good shot, but I think they didn't think they'd know early on in the night how well this would be going. So now everyone's sort of lining up, queuing at the door, hoping to get a glimpse of Anthony Albanese when he comes in. We still haven't heard from him. He's apparently not at the building just yet as well. Anyway, but it is such a fun time here, a great atmosphere, and people are really, really enjoying themselves. It's been a long time since the Labor Party has been in government, and I think they're really excited to get started. As someone told me, the hard work was the campaign, but that was only the beginning, and they can't wait to lead Australia for the next 3 years at least. Back to you.
Thank you so much, Connor. And from that, we'll now go on to an ad break, and we'll be back with the latest polls and updates. Welcome back. We're now joined back with Vas, which is awesome. And we're going to throw back to Zare. So do you have any updates?
Look, I think we can update again. It's been a very disappointing night for the coalition. If you were part of the party, it's looking like a very strong Labor victory now in terms of the two-party preferred vote. It's a 51 to 49 two-party preferred vote, which is roughly where the opinion polls had us at. Some were above that, but we're ending up with this win. The seats changing hands, I think we can say roughly the coalition has lost about a dozen seats quite safely. Labor hasn't won all of them, as we've been talking about. It's won most of them, but not all of them. The Greens have been doing really well, probably very unexpected. And I think the Teal Independents have done well as well.
Mm-hmm.
Absolutely, and we're just talking about on the primary vote, first preference vote. Labor only have 32%. That's quite low for a party to form government. They're up at 43% when they won in 2007, and even in 2010 with the hung parliament, they got 38% of the first preference vote. So a lot of that vote is being taken by these independent candidates, but they're holding it in key seats they needed to win from the
Absolutely.
government.
I'm just doing quick arithmetics there, Vas. And this is a really low primary vote combined for both major parties. At the last election, it was around 75%. At this election, it's 67%.
And that's more of this anti-major party.
Yep, absolutely.
feeling.
Absolutely it is.
And certainly a lot of independents there, yep.
We can see also where the vote is going. It's not only going to the independents, it's also going to One Nation. That's enjoying a 2% swing towards it. It's going to the United Australia Party, that's getting a 1% swing towards it. So combined, the One Nation and United Australia Party getting roughly 10% of the vote. That's a very big result when we think about where these parties have come from over the last few years. We look at the Greens vote, 12%, 12.5%. That's up 2% from the last election. So it's clear, voters are looking at their options and they are no longer welded onto the major parties as they have been in the past.
Mm. And what do you think are the lessons then for the two major parties?
Well, it's clear, I think, when major parties start looking at themselves and start talking about themselves, they're losing support. Voters are looking at the major parties and hoping that when they are elected, they'll get on with governing and not necessarily imposing some sort of ideological viewpoint, that they are able to be receptive to the policy debate and act accordingly. We've seen the coalition be a bit hamstrung here, and we've seen Labor in the past go through this period as well. during that tumultuous Gillard-Rudd period. So when parties are looking at themselves and talking about themselves, voters are tuning out.
Well, thank you for that, Zara. And now we head to Sam, who is with the Liberal Party over in Sydney. Sam, how's it feeling?
Yeah, we're just here at the front entrance of the Fullerton Hotel, where the Liberal HQ election party is being held tonight. We've had a movement of media into the area as we await Mr. Morrison's arrival tonight. Now, we don't yet know if he is going to be making a concession or victory speech, but the mood here is looking pretty grim. We've had members of Parliament come through with their heads down and refusing to chat to us. So it is a different mood here to the start of the night, and we'll have to keep you updated as more media come through and we learn when Mr. Morrison does arrive. Back to you.
Well, thank you so much, Sam. And Zara, Vass, do we think we're going to hear a concession speech tonight?
You want to take that one?
I think the Prime Minister, it's incumbent upon the Prime Minister to make a concession speech first, primarily because it's unlikely that they'll win. They are far behind Labor, and I don't think there's any way back. So we'll wait for the Prime Minister to make that concession speech. Once that concession speech is done, we assume that the Labor leader will come out, but they will not be able necessarily to claim victory. They will claim that they have had a better election result, but they have not yet reached that magic marker of 76.
That might be why we're seeing Anthony Albanese waiting, just hoping that they can finally get across that line and into majority government. And you mentioned about, I think, Simon Birmingham on another broadcast said that he's confident that Scott Morrison will admit responsibility. This campaign kind of left his moderate colleagues out to dry. We've seen Josh Frydenberg, Trent Zimmerman, Jason Falinski. I mean, the list goes on, Tim Wilson. And now, I guess, with the future of the Liberal Party, are we looking at a Liberal Party led by Peter Dutton? I think he's looking safer in his seat now. Do you think that's or Angus Taylor?
Well, it could be a whole range of Liberal MPs. Obviously, if we take out Josh Frydenberg, we take out Tim Wilson, we take out a few others that have lost their seats today, the field gets narrower. But I wouldn't rule out someone like even Alex Hawke coming in from the same faction that Scott Morrison is. Of course, Dan Tehan in Wannon from Victoria may also be in a position. I had Michael Sukkar there as thinking about potential leadership, but that's looking really unlikely at the moment.
Deakin with a 4.4% swing to the ALP, another one in the eastern suburbs of Melbourne. That's on a knife edge with 43% counted.
And on the other side of the Conservatives, we have the Nationals. We haven't really talked much about them tonight. What do you guys have to say about them?
They've done all right, the Nationals. They've held the seats that they held, and that's all they need to do. They have a strategically important role in Australian politics to maintain that representation in rural regional areas. They've done it. They haven't lost any seats. They haven't caused any upsets. This is an on-par election for them.
Yeah, there was just a couple of seats where they were under threat from independents. I think it was Cowper in New South Wales and also a seat in Northern Victoria. Nichols, that's right, where Damien Drum's retiring. Yep. But it looks like they'll hold on to that. They've got 55% of the vote in Nichols and they've got 50. Oh, that's actually quite close in Cowper there. But as for Barnaby Joyce, this is... I would say, obviously, they're not in coalition government, which is what they would have aimed to do. But in terms of the individual party, I think it's a pretty positive result on that level.
I agree. I think there's still damage that's being done on both sides of the House by the independents. And again, I just want to return to the seat of Farrer, which is the one that Christina Keneally was contesting. Fowler.
Yeah, Fowler.
Fowler was definitely going to be a Labor gain or a Labor hold, but it hasn't played out that way. Looking at the results, it's like an ugly loss.
That is a stunning seat. So she was parachuted into this seat looking for perhaps a leadership position should Labor lose. They'd already pre-selected a candidate, a local candidate, Tule, I believe her name is, and now we have an independent candidate, Dile, also of Asian Australian background, so that's a boil-over loss for Labor in an otherwise positive night.
And what do you think is the future of Christina Kennelly's future? Like, what do you think's, what do you think's it for her looking forward?
It's hard, isn't it? When you come down from the upper house to contest a seat, presumably there's leadership aspirations there. They've been very quickly extinguished. It's going to be very hard. It will, again, one of those unforeseen election losses in a seat like this. I don't know where she goes to from here.
Okay, well, bad news there, but good news over in Goldstein. Now we've got an interview with new possible member for Goldstein, Zoe Daniel. Let's go to that now.
Australia's changed, your life has changed. How are you feeling?
Really excited about what we can do. We can shift to a whole lot of policies, I think, and really important things, especially climate, integrity and gender equality. Yes, it's really exciting.
You've made so many people here so proud and so happy. And how do you feel about the community you've built?
The community is just extraordinary. Everyone's come together over this. You know, it's brought people together in the sense that they're in our lifelong friendships, I think. So it goes much further than the campaign. It's really special.
Do you mind if I ask one more question? So many people here that I've talked to said that they've done it for their children, for their grandchildren. That's why they've come out here to support you. Do you have any little message to, the younger people of Australia about what the future holds and what you think?
Well, I'm here to try to create a better future for you. So talk to me. I need to know what you need and what your priorities are. That's the whole point.
Well, thank you so much and congratulations. Enjoy your night. Enjoy the rest of whatever is in store for you. Thank you so much, Zoe.
Thank you so much.
Thank you so much, Max, for that interview. Guys, what do you think this means for the look of Parliament going forward?
Well, looking at the numbers here, it's the Liberal and National parties will be on the opposition benches with around about 60 to 65 seats thereabouts. The Labor Party, depending on whether it can snare those last remaining seats, will be on the governing benches, but there'll be a whole heap of independents. By my count, it's 2, 4, 6, 8, 10, 12 independents at this stage. With perhaps even more coming in.
Yeah, and we've got... Go on.
Oh no, I'm just going to say, is this unprecedented? Like, has this ever happened before?
Well,
like this many independents?
I can't think in recent times. That's...
Not to my knowledge either, no. This is... so we're talking about the votes for major parties being at an all-time low. To my, as you say, at least not in modern times, this has happened. So we got 4 independents and a Greens member comfortably returned. We've got possibly 2 Green Gains. We've got... up to 5 really. I mean, we've got 3 confirmed Teal independent gains. I guess it's been a good night for people wanting to see checks and balances on the major parties in Parliament.
Yeah, and I think that's going to be part of the story that comes out of this. The influx of independents will potentially have a major impact on the shape of Parliament, the operation of Parliament. Indeed, there's been debates about whether parliamentary sittings are useful, how they will go, how question time will be done.
Well, what do you think, so if we do have a lot more independents, in Parliament, how is it going to change the natural running and order of the way that Parliament does things?
Parties have whips, and whips keep their members in order. So when the party whip is at the office door, they marshal their troops to vote one way or another. When you don't have parties, in terms of a majority party, and you rely on the independents, that strict approach does not work. So it's all about negotiating with the crossbench, it's all about negotiating with the independents on each and every bill in order to get them through. Otherwise the government will really struggle, and there's nothing stopping the independents from moving from one side to the next.
And it all obviously depends on whether or not Labor get 76 seats. We saw, as Bob Catter mentioned a few times on the campaign, when the Gillard government was in minority for 3 years, it was an extremely efficient parliament because they knew that they would only propose legislation that had a real chance of passing. Just one seat that's caught my eye on the list here, Menzies in Victoria. We've already talked about Higgins falling, Kooyong falling, Goldstein falling. Menzies would, well, the trifecta, there's 4 seats that blue blood. I mean, Kevin Andrews has held that for many years. He lost pre-selection. I'm looking, it's 50.3%, still in play, obviously, with, 45% counted. But that would be a massive coup for the Labor Party again in eastern Melbourne.
It would, and the worrying sign is the Liberal Party's massive hemorrhaging of votes. That's a 10% swing against the Liberal Party in a blue ribbon seat.
Well, thank you guys. We're going to go ahead to another break, but we'll be back with you shortly. Welcome back. We're getting to the pointy end of this evening and we thank you for staying with us through what has been an eventful night. So I'm going to throw it to you, Vas. You have a question for Zare?
Yeah, we talked about polling earlier in the night, Zare, and how after 2019 there was a lot of grief directed at pollsters. How could they have gotten it wrong? They had some good results in terms of accuracy with the South Australia state election and the WA state elections. And tonight, 51-49, which I believe there was a poll in maybe the Sydney Morning Herald a few days ago indicating that. This is a night of redemption on that level for the pollsters.
It is, and it breathes a bit more confidence into how we receive and we interpret opinion polls. Because up until this stage, we were thinking, are the polls going to be incorrect again? And we started to see the Tasmanian results coming in. They looked to be out of whack. This result is a positive development for polls, for pollsters. It gives us more confidence. And I think, as you rightly point out, Vas, this is what we were expecting the result to be. Around about 51-49, it may go up, may go down a bit, but otherwise the trend was there. It was going to be a Labor win. The issue hasn't been, though, in terms of the majority.
Awesome. Well, thank you so much. We're going to throw back to Samantha Hogan, who was in Sydney at the Liberal Party function. Samantha, is the Prime Minister, previous Prime Minister, anywhere in sight, Scott Morrison?
Yeah, actually just only moments ago, within like seconds, he was actually driving just down through this car park here, where he was gone underground, where he will probably enter underground into the Liberal Party HQ room, which was the ballroom down there. And so we've got lots of media rushing around right now. It's gotten a lot more chatty and bustling out here because it's been quite a quiet night. However, many people are still leaving the party with their heads down. We're expecting that we will get a concession speech from the PM tonight. So that will come in moments. So stay tuned and we'll keep you updated. Thanks, Ren.
Thank you so much, Sam. So if this Prime Minister or former Prime Minister is rocking up to the event now, I guess, do we think this is a good thing or a bad thing? Are we looking at a concession speech?
It's a concession speech. Absolutely, it's going to be a concession speech. There's no way the government or the coalition can hold on to government now. And the Prime Minister will remain Prime Minister until the polls are declared and the results are finalised. But absolutely, you'd think that starting tomorrow, depending on the final seats and the final results, we probably won't find a result now in terms of whether Labor's going to win those last few seats.
Yeah. So do you think there's much hope for Liberal, the Liberal Party?
Not for this election, no.
Anthony Albanese, I guess, to live the boyhood dream, he's going to go to the Governor-General and ask for permission to form government in the coming days.
I guess. We're still waiting on the polls.
Absolutely, and then that majority will have to be demonstrated in the House of Representatives. It will have to be tested. Now, assuming there's going to be negotiations and those negotiations go well, we expect Anthony Albanese to be Prime Minister. But they can still fall apart.
I don't think you could say the Liberals can form government with perhaps 3 Greens in Parliament. They aren't supporting Liberals.
No.
You look at this, it's, unless we see a sudden change of leader for Labor, which would be unprecedented and extraordinary.
Unless you have all the crossbench and then a handful of Labor Party MPs crossing the floor, the Liberal Party cannot form government.
Well, we're speaking about the Liberal Party, but now we're going to throw to the Labor Party. We've got Connor, who is in their function room over in Sydney. Connor, how's it going?
Well, we're getting to the real pointy end of the night. So the media's been moving around a lot tonight. They're going from door to door, trying to work out where Anthony Albanese is coming from. The next best guess is just behind me here, where all the reporters have gone to in the last 5 minutes. It's really quite something to see that many people excited. There's a loud cheer. I think everyone is cheering for anything, it seems, these days. Making some announcements as well. If you can hear me, there's a bit of a wall of sounds coming in through the thing. And everyone's got their arms up in the air, taking videos now. They've gone to have the full seats on the TV screen, which I think everyone is cheering for at the moment. There's a lot of happiness and laughter. I don't think you could ever find a more optimistic bunch of people at the moment. People bumping into each other and saying sorry. There's no animosity in the room at the moment. It's really quite something to behold being here. And now everyone is sort of, I think, seem to be waiting on Scott Morrison's concession speech. That seems to be the word going round. And the thought is that after, or if Scott Morrison makes a concession speech, then Anthony Albanese might enter, work through the room and make a speech of his own. So it's very, very exciting here for the Labor Party. And hopefully we'll be able to see Anthony Albanese soon. Back to you, Ren.
Wonderful. Thank you, Connor. Sounds like we're getting to the pointy end of the night. Concession speeches, victory speeches, still waiting on them. But guys, what do you think is the narrative of this evening? Taking a step back, what do you think we can take away from this campaign?
Really, it's a bit of a dog's breakfast in terms of traditional politics and political behaviour. This is very strange. Where voters, and we've been talking about this throughout the night and the themes have been consistent, voters are not buying what the major parties are selling. And that's a problem for how the parties are going. And as we've said, this could be a springboard to bigger things to come in national politics.
And if Scott Morrison concedes, who do you think will lead the Liberal Party?
Well, we just threw up some names then, didn't we? I mean, Peter Dutton's got to be there. He was, of course, famously challenged Malcolm Turnbull back in 2018. You've got Angus Taylor, who's also from the Conservative side of the party. And then we've got, you mentioned Alex Hawke, who's a Liberal.
Alex Hawke, look, there's a risk for the Liberal Party in terms of what it does now. If it continues to go back in its shell, let's call it, and be positioning itself as a more conservative party, well, I'm not sure there's evidence that being more conservative will give it a greater chance of winning the next election. I would argue that the party has been most successful when it has been representing that broad church that it has talked about in the past and has been pragmatic.
Yeah, it's sort of the opposite to Labor last election. You're talking about narrative. Labor are struggling to appeal to their traditional working class voters last election. That cost Bill Shorten, and it seems now Scott Morrison's decision to, if you like, abandon the traditional blue ribbon seat, almost more progressive inner city voters, has cost them. They'll lose, I think, 5 perhaps to the independents. And then look at Higgins. That's still a stunning result to me. You know, it's now the Liberals' turn to suffer and, you know, return to the political wilderness in a sense.
Yeah. How do we think this election will change? So we've spoken, I guess, about the broad narrative of this campaign, but what do you think this particular election means for the individual narratives of each of the parties? Like, what's the Liberal Party's narrative moving forward?
Well, choice has been pretty
okay,
clear.
wait, actually, we've just heard Anthony Albanese is coming in to the Labor Party function over in Sydney. We're going to throw to them live.
Let's hear it.
We're going to see. We're standing by.
It's a crowded room, isn't it?
It is a crowded room. Lots going on. Lots of excitement, Connor's been saying throughout the night. People are very high.
Well, this is the biggest night for federal Labor since Kavanaugh 7.
Okay, now we've just heard that Scott Morrison is coming in. We unfortunately don't have pictures, but it seems that he is coming into the room. Oh. It looks like the ALP room is watching Scott Morrison's speech. Lots of excitement in the room. I think people are waiting on Albanese to walk in, but people are getting excited.
Yeah, so what you normally get at these nights, you might get a minister or a shadow minister come up and rile up the crowd. I don't know if we've seen anybody there tonight.
Yes.
There's quite a few New South Wales people. Yeah.
And I think the call has been made, which is tradition, where the losing candidate calls the winning candidate.
Yep.
And the reports are that certainly Scott Morrison has called Anthony Albanese to concede the election, and he will be speaking any moment now. So definitely it's not going to be coalition government, but again, how Labor will be able to form that working majority they need, and there we go.
Oh, look, here's Scott Morrison.
The functioning of our
We're just waiting on sound, but please stand by. We've got
I've
Scott
always
Morrison.
believed in Australians and their judgment, and I've always been prepared to accept their verdicts. And tonight they have delivered their verdict, and I congratulate Anthony Albanese and the Labor Party, and I wish him and his government all the very best. Now, there are many votes still to count, that is true, and there are many pre-polls and postals that will still come in. But I believe it's very important that this country has certainty. I think it's very important this country can move forward, and particularly over the course of this week with the important meetings that are being held in Tokyo, I think it's vitally important that there's a very clear understanding about the government of this country. This has been a time of great upheaval over these past few years, and it has imposed a heavy price on our country and on all Australians. And I think all Australians have felt that deeply. And we've seen in our own politics a great deal of disruption as the way people have voted today, with major parties having one of the lowest primary votes that we've ever seen. That says a lot, I think, about the upheaval that is taking place in our nation. And I think it is important for our nation to heal and to move forward. But at the same time, 3 years ago, I stood before you and I said I believed in miracles. I still believe in miracles. I still believe in miracles, as I always have. And the biggest miracles, as I said 3 years ago, were standing beside me, and here they are again tonight with Jenny and Abby and Lily. They are the greatest miracle in my life. Thank you. Thank you. But there's another great miracle. Thank you. There's another great miracle which I want to give thanks for tonight, and that is the miracle of the Australian people. What Australians have endured over these past few years has shown a tremendous depth of character and resilience and strength. And each and every day, I've had the great privilege to lead this nation over the last more than 3.5 years. And the one thing I have always counted on has been the strength and resilience and character of the Australian people. It has been the Australian people, under the strong support of a strong government, that has enabled all of us to come through to where we are today. And I think that's something that all Australians can give thanks for as we move forward. But of course, I also said 3 years ago, how great is Australia? And how great is Australians? And that remains as true today as it was 3 years ago. We hand over this country as a government in a stronger position than we left it, than we inherited it when we came to government those years ago under Tony Abbott. Unemployment today is at the lowest level in 48 years. Australians leaving school, leaving university, getting their trades, know that they have the confidence of being able to go out there and get a job and be able to realise their aspirations. And that's what I wish for them. That's what I wish for this country, that Australians will always be able to realise the aspirations that they have for themselves and for their family and their community. We leave government having secured our borders many years ago, and we leave government having restored our nation's defences, restoring our investment in our defence forces and building up again the strength of our defence forces, so Australia can always say we might look to others, but we never leave it to others as a country, because as a government we have invested in the security of our nation and we leave it strong. Whether it's our AUKUS partnership or the many other things that we've done to secure our nation's defences, I will always be in deep gratitude to the men and women of our defence forces, our security intelligence agencies, our border protection agencies, our law enforcement agencies who have done such an amazing job to keep Australians safe and keep Australians together over these years. But the other thing, friends, that we've been able to do is continue to guarantee the essential services that Australians rely on. I've always believed that the purpose of a strong economy is not an end in itself, but to ensure a stronger nation that can provide the services that its people depend upon. Our investments in doubling support for mental health, for addressing the devastating issues of suicide, to deal with the challenges that people face with spinal muscular atrophy, or the challenges of cystic fibrosis and the many other things we've been able to address through the Pharmaceutical Benefit Scheme and record funding for Medicare. These things are made possible by the diligence and the efforts and the strong work of Australians in making a strong economy. And I hope and pray that that will continue, because that is what our nation depends upon. Can I finish by making a few thank yous? I do want to start by thanking John and Jeanette Howard. John, you've been in many campaigns, and how strong was John and Jeanette? Thank you for your wisdom. Thank you for your counsel to all of us and all of those in our government. Can I also thank Barnaby Joyce tonight and all the Nationals? Barnaby, you've run a strong campaign and the Nationals have performed extremely well tonight. The coalition has been strong under our government, together with Michael McCormack as well. And I want to thank all of those in the Nationals for the terrific effort they've put in all around the country. Outside of politics, we will never take regional Australians for granted, and we'll never take regional Australia for granted. We know that regional Australia is where the strength and heart of our country is, and we will always support regional Australians as a coalition. To my dear friend and deputy, Josh Frydenberg. You've heard from Josh a little earlier tonight. Josh, I can't just call a friend, I can refer to him as a brother. Josh and I have a deep and abiding friendship, and it has been our great privilege together as the leader and deputy leader of the Liberal Party and as Prime Minister and Treasurer that we're able to work together to ensure Australia came through this pandemic with one of the lowest death rates in the world, the strongest economies in the world, and one of the highest vaccination rates in the world. I want to thank Josh for his tremendous economic leadership and support over the time that we have been in government, which has been one of the toughest times we've seen in government in at least 70 to 100 years, depending on which issue you're looking at. And Josh, I want to wish you and Amy and all of your family all the best for the future. I look forward to those counts improving, because Josh Frydenberg should be remaining in this Liberal Party and remaining in the federal parliament, because he is an outstanding individual and leader of our country. To Andrew Hurst, who I can see over there, Hursty, and all. And to John Olsen and the party president, I want to thank you and all of our volunteers who are here tonight and all around the country. Thank you so much for standing by us at this time, and I know you will continue to do that into the future. To my colleagues tonight who have had to deal with very difficult news and who have lost their seats tonight, I as leader take responsibility for the wins and the losses. That is the burden and that is the responsibility of leadership. And as a result, I will be handing over the leadership at the next party room meeting to ensure that the party can be taken forward under new leadership, which is the appropriate thing to do. I have had the great privilege to lead this great party and to lead this great nation. And the reason I've been able to do that is I've been supported by so many. And I want to thank all of those colleagues tonight for all of their great work in service of their country. And you can feel proud of the service you've rendered. To all of those who've been elected again tonight, you carry forward that Liberal mantle, you carry forward that coalition flag. And I can only see myself continuing to support you in those efforts, because the country will need you in the years ahead. Thank you. Can I thank John Kunkel and my own personal staff and team? Can I thank Julie down there in my electorate office there of Cook? My staff have been faithful and devoted and professional and untiring in the work that they've done to support me over these many years. And I want to thank them very much for their loyalty and their service and the fun times we've had together, the difficult times that you've helped me come through, the support you've given to Jenny and to my girls. We love you very much and we thank you very much. Of course, I've already acknowledged Jenny and Abby and Lily, the loves of my life. You only have to look at this stage to understand how important family is. Family is the fabric of our society. It is the fabric of our community, and only through stronger families can Australia truly be stronger in the future. My last thank you tonight is to the people of Cook. The people of Cook have supported me so strongly, and I will continue to be your representative, and I will continue to stand up for the values of our Shire. And St George, I thank you for your support today out there across southern Sydney, and I look forward to continuing to serve you to the best of my capability. But tonight, it's a night of disappointment for the Liberals and Nationals, but it's also a time for coalition members and supporters all across the country to hold their heads high. We have been a strong government. We have been a good government. Australia is stronger as a result of our efforts over these last 3 terms. And over the next 3 years, I have no doubt, under strong leadership of our coalition, 3 years from now, I'm looking forward to the return of a coalition government. Thanks, everyone.
The Prime Minister there bringing down...
Well, thank you to the ABC for that footage. And that there was a concession speech from the former Prime Minister, Scott Morrison himself. Guys, what's next? Hawaii?
What is next? The private sector?
Possibly the private sector. Obviously, he's still going to hang around for a time yet.
He's still an MP, of course.
He's still
it's
a
not
member
a John
of
Howard
Parliament.
incident,
No,
so he
no,
might.
no.
Often they decide to resign, obviously, in the weeks, and that would lead to a by-election.
A by-election in the seat of Cook's, that's right. We'll see what's there. It has been a fairly safe Liberal seat. It's still his seat, of course, so he does currently hold the seat. And he's a Member of Parliament, just an ordinary Member of Parliament now.
Yeah. He's still, I mean, it's a safe seat, 13% margin, even with a, 6.2% swing against the Prime Minister.
Wow, so it's looking positive for Albo. We're actually standing by. We've got footage, we've got pics. We're waiting for Albanese.
And just a quick word on Albo, a 0.4% swing to him in his seat, but it's a safe Labor seat there. 66.8% of the two-party preferred vote in the inner-city suburbs of Sydney.
And I think as we were listening to the Prime Minister's speech, it's interesting to note, looking at this, it looks as though Labor will win a majority now. Thanks to the results in WA, they've been very strong for Labor. And it looks as though Labor will lead a majority government, and the independents who will be there may no longer be the key crossbenchers that they may have been thinking they were an hour ago.
Yep, absolutely. You've got, 4 gains now confirmed in WA and possibly 1 or 2 other seats on the edge. And you've still got a handful of seats that may go either way. So it may be a 1-seat majority, it may be a 4 or 5-seat majority, anywhere in that range. We'll have to know over the coming days, depending on with the postal counts and so on.
Thank you, guys. Well, we're going to throw now to Connor Fowler, who is with the Labor Party now in Sydney. Connor, what's the vibe? What's it like?
The vibe, the anticipation is incredible. Everyone is just hanging out now. Seems like most of the other speeches have gotten out of the way. We just heard from Scott Morrison. Safe to say this room was not a massive fan of the speech he gave. There's a bit of impatience with remarks such as get off the stage and go home. But now we can turn to the positives in this room. Just behind me, there are many photographers and reporters just waiting for Anthony Albanese to come through. It should be any second now. We're just being told it could get quite busy as they all come through this way. I think people are turning their attention away from the stage now and starting to turn to the door. But no doubt, as soon as he walks in the door, it's going to be enormous. There's going to be so much clapping and applause. And yeah, we can't wait for it. Back to you, Ren.
Well, thank you so much, Connor. So we're waiting on Albo, and he said that he wants to get to work as soon as possible. So what do you think is the first thing we can expect from the Labor government? What do we think? What do we think that their first move is going to be as, as the leading party?
There was an international conference that Albanese wanted to attend.
Tokyo, was it?
Next week.
Yes.
Now, again, that could be a bit presumptuous because we still don't know the numbers in the House, but it's going to be no one else other than Mr Albanese who's going to be leader.
It's just a matter of convincing the Governor-General you have the numbers to
Correct.
govern, correct? Yes.
Correct. So it's about demonstrating to the Governor-General, and if it is a minority government situation, the Governor-General may require further evidence that indeed Labor does enjoy the support of the crossbench, or does indeed have a majority in the House of Representatives.
And Richard Marles, being the Deputy Leader, would, should Albanese go overseas, become acting Prime Minister as opposed to Barnaby Joyce, who it was previously. Just a quick point, if we've got time. We talked earlier on about the seats under 3% and how Labor had, I think it was 12.
Yep.
By my count, they have retained every single one of them, aside from, what was the one? No, every single one of them I've got in my books, which was what we, Griffith is maybe with the Greens, but versus the Liberals, you look down the list of their marginal seats and it's very hit and miss, a lot of losses there.
And what do we think? So with Christina Kennelly out now, who do we think is going to replace her?
What was her portfolio again? My mind, Christina Kennelly.
Well, she was a high profile. She was a really high profile member of Parliament in the upper house in the Senate. And the problem for Labor is that she was seen to be a future leader. She's gone, and she will take a huge chunk of popularity and exposure with her. It's a devastating problem for Labor. Whether she comes back into the Senate, it's going to be very difficult to see her coming back, I think.
She had the portfolios of Home Affairs, Immigration and Citizenship, which I'm sure will get given to, presuming she does lose this. I don't think it's fully decided now. And that's another independent, and again, one we weren't expecting. We were expecting Teal independents, another one. But there's the odd promising young Labor female MP, Claire O'Neill, locally in Hotham, is one I can think of right now. But, there are always going to be others there to pick up the stead. But it's unfortunate for Christina Kennelly, who's had a poor departure from the New South Wales Parliament with that shock loss, that landslide loss in 2011, and now possibly exits. That parachute strategy really backfired for the Labor Party, didn't it? That's not something you see often. Normally, when someone's parachuted into a seat, they'll win it comfortably. Yeah,
well, that's right. And the locals there clearly didn't appreciate what was going on. And just looking at the data, it's a very strong win now for the independent. I think so. That's a.
There was, I think, a local community lawyer there.
Yeah. No. Well, just this election, I think, will be marked largely by the independent movement. It's huge.
It will. And again, we come back to that point. The problem for the major parties is this result. It's not a resounding thumping. It's a loss for the coalition. Labor, if it is able to form that 76 by itself, it's a fantastic achievement. But it's not a landslide.
And what I would say is, you talked about the first things for Labor. I think if they've got any sense, and I'm sure they will get immediately to work on this federal ICAC, get immediately to work on climate change policy, because that's what these independents ran on, right? And look how much support they got. If they want votes coming back to them and us to remain, largely a two-party state, they're going to have to get going on these issues, which, we saw in our Vox Pops earlier tonight, climate change, the number one concern with voters in these key seats.
It's interesting as well, just looking at Mark Dreyfus, the Shadow Attorney General, there is a swing against the Attorney General there, and the local candidate, who's the Liberal candidate, getting a swing towards the Liberal Party. So the interesting results, it's really patchy. It's a really patchy result. Going back to this idea, it's not a landslide. It's not a thumping.
This is no 2007.
It's no 2007. It's no Kevin 07. It's certainly not a 1996 where Labor was defeated by the coalition. This is something quite different, and the difference being the response of the electorate and the success of the independents.
Yeah, and I'm just looking here, another quick point on Melbourne. swings against Labor in their heartland seats in the west. Now, these are seats on safe margins, but 5% swings in Fraser, in the Sunshine area, in Gorton, in the Taylors Lakes area, in Gellibrand, in the Williamstown, Laverton area. What this is disgruntled voters, I guess the anti-Dan Andrews, you might say, against lockdowns, a lot of UAP vote in this area, and that's led... still in the balance, the last Senate seat for Victoria, but there is a possibility if it doesn't go to the Liberals, it will go to the United Australia Party. So a lot of talk about all their advertising. Do they have any representation? If we look at the most recent figures here in Victoria, it's still but Ralph Babbitt who is their lead man on the Senate ticket. So we might see that.
Awesome. Well, thank you, Vass. We now cross to Sam, who is at the Liberal Party function, or outside, should I say. Sam, what's the update there after the concession speech?
Yes, Ren. So the latest is that Scott Morrison has officially conceded. He just gave his speech moments ago here at Liberal HQ. The mood here is still very sombre. People are slowly coming out now. There's not much conversation and it is very slow. Scott Morrison did say that he still has some hope for Treasurer Josh Frydenberg in Kooyong. So the night will still have to unfold with those votes, but he has conceded and there will be a victory over at Labor tonight. He also thanked former PM for John Howard for all his wisdom over the years, and he also reinstated something that came up in his 2019 victory speech, which was he still believes in miracles, and one of those miracles being his family who were by his side tonight, Jenny, Lily and Abby. So they will be probably going to have some downtime now, I can imagine, and for now we'll keep you updated, but back to you, Ren.
Thanks, Sam. Yeah, sombre over with the Liberals. I guess we're sort of getting to the pointy end of the night. We're waiting on Albanese to give his victory speech. Polls are still coming in and votes are still being counted, but I think it's likely to be a Labor win.
Almost a foregone conclusion at this point. Zara and I have got to the stage of the night where we're looking keenly at the Senate results for the Seahall makeup, because of course the lower house is one thing, but at the end of the day you have to get legislation through the upper house.
Indeed.
Talking
how it works,
important crossbenchers. No one, very, very rarely you'll have a majority for one party in the upper house.
Absolutely. It's very rare. I think the last time it happened was during the Howard government.
For one term, the last term, they got one, yes. 2005
to 2007.
Does that mean things might actually change and we might get some legislation through more quickly? Possibly.
I think an interesting story of the night is also WA, which has for such a long time been so strong for the Liberal Party, for the coalition. This time around, there's swings against it in those safe seats, really big swings against the coalition, and also in the Senate. When we look at the Senate count, the vote for the coalition has gone down. It's actually, I would say it's collapsed. There's a swing of 11% against the coalition. That is huge.
Yeah, I'm just looking here, and in the lower house, coming into this election, 15 seats in play in WA, 10 to the Liberals, 5 to the ALP, and one of them was very much a marginal seat. And we have, 3 certain gains at Swan, Curtin, Hasluck, Tagnia, I know is on your seat. That was at 9.5% coming in as a possible likely gain. And then Moore, which was on 11.6%, is again possibly going to fall to the Labor Party. That would put them up at 10 seats and the Liberals back at 5. That's a complete flip. And I think Mark McGowan, you have to give him credit for that. He could be the most important but powerful politician certainly in this land. I mean,
it is interesting. It's interesting to look at the WA results and put praise on the Premier. What do we make of the Victorian result? It hasn't been so strong for Labor, where there's been some swings against Labor.
Depends on the region, really, doesn't it? The East, it's almost reminds me of last state election.
Yeah. Well, speaking of Labor, we're now going to cross back to Connor Fowler, who is with the Labor Party over in Sydney. Connor, how is it going? Is Albo there yet?
Not quite. It seems that the media is the one that seems to be the most impatient. The Labor supporters here honestly seem like they don't mind. They're happy to wait for the person they've been waiting to lead Australia for our campaign for the last 3 years. So I think they're all very content. They're all chatting. It just seems to be us and the other media pack that are waiting for. A few rumours going around that Anthony Albanese might try to trick the media and enter in another door just to escape. But time will tell. Hopefully it comes down the back of this one and we get some good footage of that. But otherwise, people are sort of tuned off from the TV. They know the win's in the bank and are just enjoying the night. Hopefully, get speeches soon.
When do you think we might expect him, Connor?
Well, it could be any minute. It could have been any minute, like 2 hours ago. There's been so much movement, people running out to the car park thinking he's going to come, people running over to the other door thinking he's going to come. Then they thought, okay, well, Scott Morrison's concession speech will be in after that. So as soon as that finished, everyone turned their eye to the door. And now it just seems you can't just wait around the whole time, and he'll come when he's good and ready, and no one here has an issue with that. I'm sure they're just really excited to see him, and hopefully so.
What's the catering been like, Connor? Have you been able to fill yourself up while you've been waiting for the night?
Has been pretty good. There was a lot going around earlier, a few sausage rolls and spring rolls that I might have dug into, just for a little taste. No, very good. They're all out and around, and some good catering actually for us reporters as well. Some few sandwiches, so that was quite nice. But a bit hungry now, so it'd be nice if Anthony Albanese could make his way out.
Yeah, well, we're waiting for Albo, and I'm glad that you've got a full belly. What's the crowd like? Is anyone getting really super excited? And like, is there anyone that's standing out? Any funny ones in the crowd?
Looking around now, there's a few people laughing. No one doing anything too crazy. Seen a few former MPs and Minister Burke was here earlier. And I'm sure he's still here around somewhere. There probably is around 900 people, if not more, here that they were expecting on the night. People have been standing on stage for what seems like an eternity. But yeah, no, everyone sort of maybe forgot. It just seems to be a bit of a night now. Like socialising, catching up with people they haven't seen in a while. Yeah.
Love to hear it. A room full of happy people's good room to be in. Have you seen any politicians or anyone notable from the Labor Party around?
So Minister Burke was here earlier, just walking past. We did have Wayne Swan, the president of the Labor Party at the moment, who we were told by the Labor staff was going to speak. Maybe he's still speaking afterwards, I'm not sure. And also the Secretariat of the Labor Party was going to be here as well. But that's all at the moment. It seems to be that a lot of the Labor staff, Labor members have chosen to spend their time in their electorate with their community. And Labor staff told me it's all about thanking all the volunteers for the campaign. That they've run. It's evidently been a very successful campaign. And they really want to thank the support they got around us.
Awesome. Well, great to hear, Connor, and hopefully we'll see Albo soon. We'll cross back to you when that happens. Guys, very close, very, very close. Waiting on a victory speech.
Yes, a few notes we had here. A couple of ministers have gone down, so that's always a notable. Obviously, Josh Frydenberg, the Treasurer, and the Deputy Liberal Leader going down in Kooyong to Monique Ryan. And Ken Wyatt, the Indigenous Minister, I believe the first Indigenous Australian to hold that portfolio in Hasluck. And that one of those Western Australian seats takes in a tiny bit, I believe, of the outer eastern suburbs of Perth, and then a bit of a regional seat. Not expected to be lost. It was down to about 5.9% in the redistribution. Here goes, Zare.
He does. And it's interesting to look at how the Liberal Party starts to reform and rephrase and reassess its approach, especially in WA, as well as Victoria. These are the two states where things have fallen apart for them. New South Wales, there's always lots of movements. Queensland as well, but really WA is the one that really has turned very strongly against the government.
And it's interesting because two state governments with markedly different approaches to COVID, one obviously similar in some ways, one locking down the borders and keeping it open, the other one completely locking down, but two very popular figures, and I guess the Liberals didn't quite represent the difference between state and federal issues as they have in the past. Another point, Eric Abetz, long-time senator since the 90s in Tasmania, was pushed down to third on the ticket for the Liberals. Looked like he might lose, and Jackie Lambie's party looking like they might get a second senator. So that's another addition to the crossbench. The numbers keep piling up, Zoe.
Absolutely. So the crossbench is looking more and more colourful every moment.
Colourful crossbench. Awesome. And what will that mean?
Let's look up Campbell Newman, who was running for Queensland in the Senate. I'm not sure if we have any news on that. Obviously a high-profile candidate, an ex-mayor, and it looks like it'll be LNP Labor, LNP Greens Labor, and one Pauline Hanson. Liberal Dems aren't even in the top 5. Yeah, 2.4% of the vote. They're not getting a seat with that amount of votes.
And I mean, for people who are just watching and, you know, might not know, I guess, what a colourful crossbench would do for Parliament, could you tell them maybe what that will mean?
There's going to be lots of diversity in terms of where these parties are coming from, what their overall perspectives are, what sort of policies they want to dominate the agenda. And really we'll see some attempts by governments to have to negotiate and have to deal with this. It's not necessarily a bad thing. A colourful crossbench or a crossbench that has lots of individuals on it is no bad thing. It just means things may take longer and there may just need to be more diversity and more communication between government and crossbenchers.
And the other thing to check, sorry to get here, Nick Xenophon was running again in South Australia, obviously famously founded the SABS, became the SABS party, and they have a couple of senators. He doesn't look to be in the running now, so he might be missing out on a return to federal parliament. One nation at the moment in that last Senate seat. So, as you said, yes, there's a lot more crossbenchers. The Senate is the house of checks and balances then, and if Labor they certainly won't have a majority in the Senate. It's all a matter of convincing the crossbenchers that the legislation you're proposing is right for the country, I guess, Zoe.
Absolutely. And the challenge is there. Can you do it as a government? You have to have solid negotiators. The leaders in the Senate are going to be crucial in a situation like this, as is the Prime Minister.
Yeah. Well, as we reach the pointy end of the night, let's just do a whip around of all the states and see how each of them voted. Why don't we start with Queensland?
Queensland has been a really interesting night. There's been correction, I would say, in Queensland, where the seats that the Labor Party held with a very small majority, they've gone up. So they are where we would expect them to be at a general election. So seats I can see with Bass's forms there, seats like Lilly, for example, seats like Blair are now strong. These are really good holds for Labor. The Liberal Party, the LNP, has had some losses. Again, Queensland came up with those two very interesting twists.
Yeah,
the Greens.
Exactly. And coming in, we've talked about a lot. A happy hunting ground for Liberals over the past 23 of the 30 seats the LNP held. Labor only held 6, and Katter obviously the one with the 2 Greens gains, obviously presuming they are. One of them is from Labor, but we also have changing seats. There was a couple of Labor gains, wasn't there? There's Brisbane, which is not confirmed, but looking like that might be a gain there. That adds another one, and Ryan, as we mentioned, and Griffith. The ALP pace really is around. There was a couple of there was a Sunshine Coast seat long when they hoped to get. They won't get that. And there was Herbert and Townsville and Dawson, a couple on up on that the Great Barrier Reef coast. I can't. The name escapes me. But they aren't. Leichhardt also up near Cape York. They weren't able to claim them, but I guess it's a step up from a really low base for the ALP in Queensland. And where are we off to next, Ren?
Why don't we go to New South Wales? What's it been like over there?
A bit of a disaster for the coalition. Big high-profile MP, Northern Sydney, of course, Trent Zimmerman. We talked about him losing to an independent. That's pretty strong. Again, it's not just a loss. These seats aren't just losses. They take resources out of the seat. They take representation out of the seat. So it's not just a local MP loses and they disappear. It's the whole infrastructure that the party has built up over years that is severely damaged. So this goes to the heart of the coalition. This goes to the heart of the Liberal Party.
Yep, their ability to fundraise and so on. So looking at that area of the northern suburbs of Sydney, Warringah will be joined by North Sydney, Mackellar, and then perhaps on the south there, on Bondi Beach area, Wentworth, obviously Malcolm Turnbull, former seat, will go Teal, I guess is the correct way to say that. Reid, the gain for Labor. They lost that seat in 2013 in that landslide. They get that back in the inner western suburbs. They don't get Lindsay back, but and there's still a couple of seats that are too close to call. Gilmore, I think, down on the coast. Andrew Constance ran a strong campaign there. And Robertson, also north of Sydney, is a gain for the Labor Party.
Yes.
So, as you say, strong. That they talked about this was where it would be won and lost. New South Wales, the Labor Party have made gains. The Teals have made gains. The Liberal may or may not get one seat, but
they've
certainly gone backwards. And that's not enough. Where are we off to next?
Why did we go to Victoria?
Victoria, our home state.
It's the shining light for the Teals. The two big wins, Kooyong, Goldstein, we cannot underestimate the impact this has. Again, looking at Kooyong and Goldstein, similar to North Sydney, these are seats that are crucial for the Liberal Party. This is Liberal Party heartland. The infrastructure, the branches, the members, the grassroots that the Liberal Party has there are now severely damaged. It's going to be hard for the party in Victoria to fundraise and to mount a campaign.
Do you think there was a big Daniel Andrews effect here in Vic?
Possibly.
Maybe both ways, do you think?
It sort of was a bit of both ways, wasn't it? That on the outer suburban areas, such as Isaacs, high-profile Mark Dreyfus, losing ground, whereas in these sorts of electorates, these inner metropolitan electorates, the Teals coming up. So I think it's a two-speed electorate at the moment, where you've got the inner metropolitan areas advancing or being interested in other sorts of issues, whereas the outer metropolitan areas focused on others.
It's funny you mentioned that we've got a state election coming up in November. I'm just looking, we mentioned the western suburbs, outer North Corwell, the second most safe seat for Labor in this country coming in, a 9.5% swing to the Liberals. That is certainly a coveted Dan Andrews effect. And we mentioned it was the shining light once. Liberals had 12 seats coming into ALP's 22 in this state, and they have lost, that's 4 now, isn't it? That's 2, Goldstein and Kooyong to the Teals. And they, of course, have lost Chisholm and Higgins. So I still cannot get over Higgins. And then Menzies as a possible deacon. This could be an absolute travesty for the Liberals in Victoria.
It's a very, very bad result in Victoria.
They could have one seat left in Melbourne, and that would be Aston. Alan Tudge's seat. He got a swing against him also, but one seat left in Melbourne. It's pretty dangerous.
Yeah. Do we think the independents are going to act more like independents, or are they going to act more like a party? What do we think?
Remains to be seen, I guess, doesn't it?
It's a risk. If they act like a party, they undermine their independent status. They've got to be very careful about this. It's a two-edged sword. If they are like a party, then they become the Teal Party. That's not what they were there for, presumably. They were advancing issues for the local communities. If local communities feel betrayed by them, there's nothing stopping them from voting against them next time.
That's what that would justify what the Liberals were saying. You're a party, you're a bloc. There's two ways independents can go. They can become incredibly successful in the community, they can win re-election, they can retire, and then the seat goes back to the original party. Or the opposite, they can not deliver on what they promised, they can become unpopular, and they can be defeated after one term. And then we'd see these seats go back to Liberals. That remains to be seen.
And I guess that would go against the whole purpose why people have voted these independents in.
Correct.
They want change. So, I mean, that relies on the Labor Party, to be honest, now in government and the Senate, but...
correct.
That's correct. Where are we off to next?
Why don't you pick first? Where do you want to go?
Where
do you guys
should we give a bit of positivity to the Liberals? There were 2 marginal seats. There was Bass on 0.4%. There was Braddon on 3.1%. Looks like they've held both of them.
They've held both of those, which has been a really strong result. And to win the other seat that was remaining there is also really, really strong, the seat of Lyons. What a fantastic result for the Liberal Party in Tasmania. It's just, of course, not enough to stop the rot in the other states.
Tasmania has a history of going against the nation. I remember in 2010 when Labor were getting absolutely drubbed on primary vote, they won all the seats in Tasmania. Lyons, 50.2% for Labor, but with postals coming up, they could lose that seat.
Awesome. Well, we've just heard that Albo is near, so we're going to cross to live footage of the party over in Sydney. We're going to keep a close eye on the crowd who look like they're getting excited. We are standing by for a potential victory speech, which could be very, very exciting. Watching the crowd, quite full, lots of people there. Different to the previous room in Sydney, the Liberal Party's function. It's a much bigger crowd over here as we wait for the Albo eagerly.
Is he close by, do we think?
We've been told that he's close by, and it looks like there's someone at the front of the room that may be signalling that he is close by. We are standing by. Is this our new leader? Oh no, she's stepping down. Oh wait, she's back. I think she's going to give us the victory. Oh no, she's gone. We almost had a victory
Just in the
speech.
meantime, should we wrap up this final state of South
yes.
Australia?
Go on,
Obviously,
Vass.
the big seat with Boothby in the southern suburbs. The state election victory in March this year helped them. They win that seat with a small swing. It's very good for Labor in South Australia. Sturt's the other seat. I think the Liberals should retain that one in the eastern suburbs, but otherwise strong for Labor in South Australia.
Thank you so much, Vass. We're going to head to Connor, who is with the Labor Party live. Connor, it's getting close. It's at the pointy edge. What are we feeling? What's the vibe?
Absolutely, it's very exciting. He's about to come in. Chance of Albo. Everyone's facing the door. He's expected to come in now. We just saw on the big screen that he arrives at the venue right now, and everyone's cheering and turning their attention to the room. So there's a good chance we could be collected a little bit by the press pack coming back this way. Being told to move a couple of times by staffers and that. But yeah, we'll be there when he comes out. Hopefully it's not too far away. Everyone's sort of, maybe it's a bit quieter now for the first time in a while. Everyone's sort of taking the focus away from their conversations back towards Albanese. The camera people moving through, reporters moving through all the time. So yeah, we'll see what happens. It's been a while waiting now. Everyone's getting really excited. I think everyone really wants to know what the next 3 years is going to look like for Labor. So everyone wants a glimpse of the new Prime Minister or Prime Minister-elect. So as you can see behind me, hopefully it's an absolute zoo of reporters and camera people and Labor supporters trying to get a glimpse of Albanese as it comes in. As we said previously, he's expected to come in with his partner Jody and probably with his son Nathan. We've been told Toto the dog is probably not going to be there, unfortunately.
Hopefully we get some footage of Toto. That would make the broadcast nice and lively with some dog footage, which we like. But looks like it's getting very exciting over there. Very crowded, but I think you're in prime position to see Albo when he does arrive, which is exciting. We're standing by. Any other news that you can describe? Any other leaders that you've seen? Any other updates?
No others at the moment. I'm sure they are here. Yeah, they're all around. It's just
bit
so
too
many
crowded
people
to
here
see.
at the moment. Bit too crowded. Definitely, there's a few tall blokes around me as well, so it's hard to see over them.
Yeah.
But yeah, this is what the night was all about. This is what all of Labor was hoping for when they arrived here tonight, and what all the supporters went to the polls for the change of government that they really wanted. So it'd be very, I'm sure, gratifying for a lot of the Labor people here to see Anthony Albanese walk in that door finally. Yeah.
Yes, it will be very exciting indeed. And you are quite tall yourself, Connor, so the others must be quite tall indeed. We are just going to continue talking about any updates as the votes are still being counted and will be for quite some time. So any updates, boys?
Just before, I don't want the territories to think we left them out. The ALP holding onto all 3 seats as expected in the Capital Territory, and both of the seats in Northern Territory, it looks like one of them, the great outback seat of Lingiari, was thought maybe in doubt with the retirement of Warren Snowden, but it looks as though they've held on to that one.
They have held on to that one, and really I think by this stage I'm not really sure what the Labor Party leader is waiting for, unless there's some sort of...
Maybe the dogs run away.
Maybe, because it's quite unlikely that we're going to get any new data in. The votes seem to have been counted. The rest will be in postal votes. remembering that there are 13 days after the election which these postal votes may be received, as long as they've got the postmark of before the election. At the moment, Labor still does not have a majority. I would expect them to have a majority, but they don't have a majority. So I would expect a very circumspect Mr Albanese to front up and not necessarily to make any grandiose statements because it's not guaranteed yet.
Indeed, yes. I mean, talking of a strong crossbench, just thought I'd mention all 4 of the current independents-minded party, that's 5 in fact, Adam Bandt, Bob Catter, Helen Haynes, Andrew Wilkie and Rebecca Sharkey, all with swings towards them. So clearly their members of their electorate liked what they saw, and this is more anti-major party support for the minor parties. And yeah, I think we've been through all our states and haven't left anyone out, have we?
No.
Our states and territories, you know.
Well, thank you, Vas. We don't want to leave anyone out.
No, certainly not, certainly not. And again, we go back to the question of where may have gone wrong, where did it go right. I don't think either party had a standout campaign. Looking at the sorts of things that they did, I mean, the dominant imagery is the first week, the Albanese stumble. Probably in the last week, it's Scott Morrison falling on a child during a game of soccer.
And that's what we have to realise, that a lot of people do make up their mind late in the campaign. So it is a big factor. Yeah.
Whether that caused such massive swings in WA is possible, possibly not.
Possibly not, no.
But you know, these are sorts of things. Candidates tripping over, candidates saying the wrong thing at the wrong time. All of those things, they feed into it. But again, it's important to remember they're not just, people just don't pay attention the last 6 weeks. They're looking at politics in the longer term, and they clearly haven't been impressed with what they've seen.
And in terms of foreign policy, so looking ahead, Albo, Labor, what do we think the first move would be?
Both major parties are fairly similar in terms of foreign policy. But there might be a difference in the approach. Bess?
Oh, I was just going to say, depending all the critique you might get of Labor, I know there were ads being run that is the CCP's choice for Prime Minister of Australia, as Zare says. As with quite a few areas of policy, really, both the major parties are pretty identical when it comes to what they're saying.
Yeah, absolutely. With foreign policy, they're very, very similar. And they share the same principles, the same ideas. As we were talking about, there might be some changes around how they approach it, what forums they may seek to engage, but generally it's very similar.
And Penny Wong, it's worth pointing out, has a lot of experience in the Foreign Affairs portfolio. I believe she will now be the Foreign Affairs Minister, taking over from Maurice Payne. Certainly interesting to see in the Pacific what happens there after the Solomon Islands debacle. Actually, the Pacific Islands Minister, Zed Shelja, may lose his seat, which is a fascinating story out of ACT in Canberra. Normally we have 2 Senate seats. They've been going 1 Liberal, 1 Labor since the start of the ACT, but independent candidate David Pocock may take that off. That's still yet to be decided. We're at this point of the night, I think, where there's a dozen seats on knife edge, and it really comes into the Senate where those last few seats, it's very complicated dishing out the preferences there. If you've got time, just want to go back to what Zare was saying about the individual candidates. Do you think it ties into this whole presidential, I guess, style of campaigning that we're falling into? ScoMo was very much playing on his own popular, and Bill Shorten's faults, I guess, last election.
Okay, guys, I'm so sorry to cut you short, but it looks like we're going to go to corner because I think there might be some updates. Is there an Albo?
Yeah, security is clearing out the door. They're telling the reporters and the photographers to go back. I'm sure you can hear me. The Albo chant is ringing out. Everyone's got their phones out. Video. It's quite a sight to behold here. So he is a master at keeping people waiting. Hopefully it's not. That won't be a stroke of his prime ministership, but looks like maybe another false dawn just by judging on the TV and the movement. But I'm sure he's not really far away. Everyone's got their phones out. A few people querying that there's no Wi-Fi in here, which means they can't stream it, which is a bit strange anyway. And yeah, maybe his security is just trying to make it really safe for him before he comes in. I'm not sure there's any people here that are going to harm him. And yeah, I'm not sure. How are you going, Ren? How's the coverage been going tonight?
Broadcast has been fun over there. I think absence makes the heart grow fonder. So perhaps Albo was just taking some time and really trying to drag out the night so that there's even more eagerness for when he does arrive. I'm sure the night will be overwhelmingly excited. And as you said before, very, very happy to see him. Very much gratified to see him. Yeah, much excitement. We'll stay with you. We're going to keep conversing in the meantime.
Albo, we've got to get to bed. What's he waiting for? Have we got him?
Oh, wait, I think we've got some updates. Connor, we're back to
So we really think this is it now. I've said it before, but this is another one. We're all looking now. I'm not sure we can leave this crowd hanging on this one, especially. Chance ringing out, but it's going shorter again. Oh. Just playing tricks. I'm sure he's just settling himself. He's about to probably make one of the biggest speeches of his career, no doubt. So he's just probably taking a minute with his family to reflect on this moment in the campaign and how they got here before meeting the swarms of people who want to congratulate him on becoming Australia's next Prime Minister. So,
roller coaster over there tonight, Connor.
A real roller coaster, absolutely. Yeah.
Awesome.
We'll get that.
Hopefully the roller coaster will come to an end shortly. In the meantime, I'm going to go back to the boys.
Like, now what is he doing?
Yes, that should be the first thing, an explanation of what took him so long to get here. Connor's probably starving, needs a kebab or something. Anyway.
Well, I mean, he did say the catering was pretty good, so hopefully he's full enough to to help him last out what is left of the waiting game for Albo.
I didn't hear him mention if he saw any Labor figures there, but I thought one of them might have been up on stage pumping up the crowd for his imminent arrival. Have we got news?
We don't have any news left. We don't know, but I want to ask, guys, so it seems Albo will be our next PM. What do we think he will be like as a leader?
Is it going to be the good guy Albo that everyone's talked about, everyone loves Albo?
Or will it not be easy under Albanese?
I think we've seen how he performs during the campaign, how he performs in the lead up to the campaign. He's been presenting himself as a level-headed, fairly conservative in that leadership sense of a leader. So I wouldn't expect him, for example, to be in that Kevin Rudd mould.
So we have a Penny Wong sighting in Sydney.
Yes, we do. We're going to cross live now.
Thank you, everybody. It's a pretty quiet crowd tonight. Thank you, everybody. Thank you for your support and for your patience this evening. Can I start by acknowledging the traditional owners of this land? And saying to you that tonight we can take that step forward to fulfilling the promise of the Uluru Statement from the Heart. So, friends, Australians have chosen. Australians have chosen, and they have chosen change. Australians have chosen, and they have chosen hope. Australians have chosen, and they have looked to the future. A better future for all. A government that will act on climate change. A government for women. A government that will look to unify, to bring people together, not to divide. a Labor government. An Albanese Labor government. Australians chose hope, and the man who embodies that hope is my friend, our leader, Anthony Albanese. Please welcome to the stage the man set to be the 31st Prime Minister of Australia.
Thank you. I begin by acknowledging the traditional owners of the land on which we meet. I pay my respect to their elders, past, present and emerging, and on behalf of the Australian Labor Party, I commit to the Uluru Statement from the Heart in full. And I say to my fellow Australians, thank you for this extraordinary honour. Tonight, the Australian people have voted for change. I am humbled by this victory, and I'm honoured to be given the opportunity to serve as the 31st Prime Minister of Australia. My Labor team will work every day to bring Australians together, and I will lead a government worthy of the people of Australia. A government as courageous and hardworking and caring as the Australian people are themselves. Earlier tonight, Scott Morrison called me to congratulate myself and the Labor Party on our victory at the election. Scott very graciously wished me well, and I thanked him for that, and I wish him well. And I thank him for the service that he has given to our country as Prime Minister. I also want to acknowledge and thank Jenny Morrison and their two daughters for their contribution and sacrifice as well. My fellow Australians, it says a lot about our great country that the son of a single mum who was a disability pensioner, who grew up in public housing down the road in Camperdown, can stand before you tonight as Australia's Prime Minister. Can we, if you want to, I know it's been a long night, but if we can dial it down a little bit. Every parent wants more for the next generation than they had. My mother dreamt of a better life for me, and I hope that my journey in life inspires Australians to reach for the stars. I want Australia to continue to be a country that no matter where you live, who you worship, who you love, or what your last name is, that places no restrictions on your journey in life. My fellow Australians, I think they've got the name by now. I think they got that. I know at the beginning of the campaign they said people didn't know me, but I reckon they've got it. Down. No. Can we have order, please? Can we have a bit of order? I intend to run an orderly government and it starts here, so behave. During this campaign, I have put forward a positive, clear plan for a better future for our country. And I have shared the two principles that will drive a government that I lead. No one left behind, because we should always look after the disadvantaged and the vulnerable. But also no one held back, because we should always support aspiration and opportunity. That is what my government will do. That is the what, but the how is also just as important, because I want to bring Australians together. I want to seek our common purpose and promote unity and optimism, not fear and division. It is what I have sought to do throughout my political life, and what I will bring to the leadership of our country. It is a show of strength to collaborate and work with people, not weakness. I want to find that common ground where together we can plant our dreams. To unite around our shared love of this country, our shared faith in Australia's future, our shared values of fairness and opportunity, and hard work and kindness to those in need. And I can promise all Australians this: no matter how you voted today, the government I lead will respect every one of you every day. And I'll seek to get your vote next time. We are the greatest country on earth. But we can have an even better future if we seize the opportunities that are right there in front of us. The opportunity to shape change rather than be shaped by it. And we can shape change more effectively if we seek to unite people on that journey of change. Together, we can end the climate wars. Together, we can take advantage of the opportunity for Australia to be a renewable energy superpower. Together, we can work in common interests with business and unions to drive productivity, to lift wages and profits. I want an economy that works for people, not the other way around. Together, we can as a country say that all of us, if the Fair Work Commission don't cut the wage of minimum age workers, we can say, will we welcome that? Absolutely. Together we can strengthen universal health care through Medicare, we can protect universal superannuation. And we can write universal childcare into that proud tradition. Together we can fix the crisis in aged care. Together we can make full and equal opportunity for women a national economic and social priority. Together we can and will establish a national anti-corruption commission. Together we can be a self-reliant, resilient nation, confident in our values and in our place in the world. And together we can embrace the Uluru Statement from the Heart. We can answer its patient, gracious call for a voice enshrined in our Constitution. Because all of us ought to be proud that amongst our great multicultural society, we count the oldest living continuous culture in the world. And I acknowledge Australia's next Indigenous Affairs Minister, Linda Burney, who's here. Now my fellow Australians, no one gets here by themselves, and I wouldn't be standing here tonight without the support, hard work and belief of so many people. To my parliamentary team, including my Deputy Richard Marles and my Senate Leader Penny Wong. My terrific economic team led by Jim Chalmers and Katie Gallagher. On Monday morning, arrangements are in place to have these people sworn in as members of my team. To enable Penny and I to attend the important Quad Leaders meeting in Tokyo with President Biden, Prime Minister Kishida and Prime Minister Modi. And I want the leaders of the economic team to start work on Monday morning as well. I want to thank my shadow ministry and my amazing caucus members, including the people who are here tonight at this joint function from in the corner of our seats, including Tony Burke, who's here. I want to thank all of our Labor candidates. I want to thank all those who've worked so hard for this victory. We stand on your shoulders, the parliamentary party. Most rank and file members of the Labor Party will never ask for anything. They knock on doors, they make calls, they work so hard, they hand out how to votes. They push the cause of Labor at the local PNC, at the side of the local kids footy, at the local netball, when they're shopping in the supermarket, when they talk to their neighbours. I thank each and every one of the true believers of the Australian Labor Party. And I proudly thank the members of the mighty trade union movement. I do want to thank my campaign director, our amazing National Secretary, Paul Erickson, and his team. My staff are led by Tim Gartrell, who was my first campaign director back in 1996. And my electorate office team, who haven't seen that much of me, who look after this electorate, led by Helen Rogers. Thank you very much. But to all those, and I'm not going to name them because they're too many, there's a lot of people who believed in me and backed me over many decades in this great movement to be where I am today. You know who you are, and I know who you are, and I thank you. Now, I said during the campaign that I've been underestimated my whole life. Now, while that's all is true, I've also been lifted up by others who saw something in me and who encouraged me in life on this journey. And I pledge to the Australian people here tonight, I am here not to occupy the space, but to make a positive difference each and every day. And to the amazing diverse people of Greenlaw. All politics is local. And in 1996, there were various people who wrote off the chances of Labor holding on to that seat. This is my 10th election, and I want to say thank you for placing your faith in me. It is an absolute honour to be your voice in our national parliament. To my partner, Jodie Hayden. Thank you for coming into my life and for sharing this journey. And to my proudest achievement, my son Nathan. Thank you, mate, for your love and support. Your mother who's here tonight, Carmel. We are both so proud of the caring, wonderful, smart young man you have become.
Love you, Nathan.
To my mum, Mary Ann, who's beaming down on us, thank you. And I hope there are families in public housing watching this tonight, because I want every parent to be able to tell their child, no matter where you live or where you come from, in Australia the doors of opportunity are open to us all. And like every other Labor government, we'll just widen that door a bit more. Friends, we have made history tonight. And tomorrow, together, we begin the work of building a better future. A better future for all Australians. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much, ABC, for that footage. And that was our soon-to-be 31st Prime Minister of Australia, Anthony Albanese. That was his victory speech, guys. What do we make of it?
It was an interesting speech, wasn't it? It covered it all. It covered family, it covered his personal background, and it, of course, reiterated those main Labor themes that we've heard throughout the election campaign. Education, welfare, support in particular for service delivery, all of those things came into it. So it was, I think, really on cue.
And also, of course, the Anti-Corruption Commission, climate change, big issues with, we keep mentioning tonight with the independents. Anthony Albanese, I guess, not forgetting what they pledged through their campaign, how Labor have won this election. We can confirm it now. It is a win. As you said, Anthony Albanese, the next Prime Minister of Australia across the next 3 years. Well, that's all for us tonight here at the MOJO News 2020 federal election coverage. On behalf of everyone involved with tonight's coverage, thank you to Zare Ghazarian in particular for all of his insights.
Pleasure to be here with you all. Thank you so much for having me.
It's been an absolute joy.
It's been absolutely wonderful. This is the 2022 federal election, and what a finale. Thank you so much, viewers, for staying with us on this historic night, and a huge thank you from all of us to the team here and the team at Channel 31 for this, you know, awesome broadcast. What an amazing opportunity. And a huge, huge thank you to Alicia McMillan for her leadership. Couldn't have done it without you. Thank you so much all for tuning in and staying with us throughout the evening.
Good night.
Good night.